La donna è mobile, qual piuma al vento, muta d'accento e di pensiero. Sempre un amabile, leggiadro viso, in pianto in riso e menzognero. La donna è mobile, qual piuma al vento, muta d'accento e di pensiero. E di pensiero. E di pensiero.
Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. Every Sunday and Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. Guys, few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported YouTube demonetization, so we make nearly nothing from ad revenue, so please consider sending a super chat or donating through Streamlabs. If you donate through Streamlabs, YouTube, if you don't know, YouTube takes like a 30% cut. So if you do it through Streamlabs, they take a 3% cut. So if you donate 100, YouTube takes 30. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes $30. If you donate through Streamlabs, it's like through PayPal, they take like $3, the PayPal fee. So all super chats and donations will be displayed in Stream Overlay. We're boosting it up a little bit, guys. We're going to see how that goes. So I'm going to read all super chats, $50 and up. $100 and up triggers TTS, text to speech. Please see all the triggers in the description. And like I said, if you don't want YouTube taking their 30% cut, you can donate through Streamlabs. There's a link in the description. It will be treated just like a super chat. However, I think we have it set to read, it's 45, and then TTS triggers at 90. So you save $5 and $10 respectively. So also, with the super chats, donations, TTS, guys, I just ask, please keep it respectful. You can roast if you want, but it was getting a little brutal last show, so let's maybe avoid the ad hominem names and stuff. But we also have channel memberships. So to become a channel member, you're going to hit that join button below. You get a cool badge next to your name in chat. We have 6 different tiers of support, a ton of perks. We will shout out anyone who joins or gifts memberships. Lowest tier is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. We are just 30 memberships away from unlocking our next emoji slot if any Chads in the chat want to gift. Guys, we are also live on Twitch right now. Do me a favor right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. And just shout out to Lily there for the Prime, and shout out to XWO for the Prime too. And thank you for all those follows, guys. Really appreciate it. And Eric, I don't know if I have my Instagram open on that tab, but can you check if we got Instagram open? Do you know if we have the Instagram tab? We do. Okay, sweet. Guys, also give us a follow on Instagram. That's our Instagram. And any girls who want to be on the show, this is where you're going to go. Shoot us a DM if you want to be on the show. Always looking for girls to come on. And last thing here. If you guys can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link for that is in the description. Go subscribe. So without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Rin. I'm 20 and I'm a college student. And
Hi, I'm Sophia. I'm 18 and I'm also a college student.
Hi, I'm Lindsay. I'm a college student. I go to the CC and I'm an entrepreneurship major.
Did you say your age?
18.
18, okay.
Hi, I'm Stella. I'm 18 and I'm a leasing agent.
Hi, I'm Monica. I'm 34 and I'm a surgical coordinator.
I'm Allie and I'm 28. I am a housewife and a YouTuber.
And you're pregnant.
Oh yeah, there's like a whole baby here.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And guys, she's a YouTuber. She's been in the space for a while. Go check her out. How far along are you in the pregnancy?
About 7 months, and then I get to disappear off the face of YouTube for a little bit, you know. But just babies are cuter than anons in the chat sometimes. I'm sorry, guys.
All right, very cool. Well, congratulations on that. And okay, so where do you guys go to school? UCSB, CC?
CC.
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 Okay, all right.
I go to CC too.
Sure. What are you guys all studying?
Communications.
I'm a nursing major.
Entrepreneurship.
Econ major.
All right, very cool. So we're going to go around the table one more time. What is your current relationship? Whoa, screwed that one up. Current relationship status. Are you single, situationship, relationship? And what is your longest relationship? Go ahead.
I'm currently single. I just got out of a relationship last week, and
Ooh.
my longest relationship was 1.5 years.
Okay, so you just got out of a relationship last week.
Yeah.
How long were you guys dating?
Like a month. It was like a rebound.
From, you said 1.5 years was your longest relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. It was a rebound to that one?
No, so the 1.5 years was it ended like a year ago, but then my rebound that just ended, it was like a rebound for like a situationship in like December. So
it's a rebound of a situationship, which occurred after the long one. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, good times. What about you?
So I'm very single. I've actually never been in a relationship, but I've had my fair share of situationships.
Very single and fair share of relationships.
Situationships.
Situationships.
Never been in a relationship.
What's the longest period of time that you've dated a guy?
I've never dated per se, but I was seeing someone, I guess, on and off for a good 4 months.
On and off,
yeah.
4 months.
Yeah.
Was it ever boyfriend, girlfriend, or
never?
No?
We never put the label on it. We were just seeing each other, and yeah, basically just a situationship.
Okay, besides that one, the 4 month on again, off again thing, what's the longest period of time you say you've continued to see a guy? Maybe obviously it didn't lead to a proper relationship, but what's the longest?
I think honestly that one.
But besides that one, besides the on again, off again one?
Probably another one for about 2 months.
2 months here, 4 months there.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
And so very single. What does that mean? What does very single mean?
I don't know. I've just gotten to college, and all my friends have been in relationships, and I don't know. I'm kind of looking for that a little bit, but I don't think I'm going to find it in Santa Barbara. But
you don't think you're going to find what in Santa Barbara?
A relationship, a real relationship.
Why is that?
Because all the guys here none of them want that, honestly. They don't really want something real, you know?
None of the guys want something real?
No, I
don't think so. Is that what you want?
Yeah, I'd say, but I don't really want to keep looking for it if no one's going to be willing to, you know?
Okay. We'll come back to that. What about
you? I am also single, and I just kind of going off her answer. I have not been in a committed relationship, but I've been committed to a person for about 2 years in the past.
This, I assume, was a high school. Well,
yeah.
It must have been a high school relationship. Yeah. So your longest relationship was 2 years then?
It was a relationship. It was not boyfriend, girlfriend, yeah.
It was a relationship, but not boyfriend, girlfriend.
The same way you and I have a relationship. We just know each other, but there was a romantic energy there, but it was never official. So
a romantic energy. Okay. So you were seeing him for 2 years.
Yeah.
But you weren't boyfriend and girlfriend?
That's correct.
Was this like a pen pal situation, across the country? You met him playing World of WarCraft or something?
No, it was a friend. That was more than a friend. But
okay,
we just, we never put the label on it. And it just
is that because you didn't want it, or he didn't want it, or both?
He didn't. I would have, but he did not.
But you guys were monogamous.
No.
So it was an open relationship.
I guess technically, but we never really defined it.
2 years? It's a long time.
Yeah. It was the epitome of settling, is what it was.
You settled?
Yes.
How so?
Because I was really into him, and I was like, you know what? He doesn't want to be exclusive, so I'm okay to just like take what I can get, and it's taught me a lot about relationships and what I want in the future.
So in the moment though, would you say that you settled, okay, so you settled for, it was worth it to be with him, even though he wasn't willing to commit to you, it was still worth it to keep him in your life, despite the fact he was not prepared to
Exactly.
move things along?
Exactly.
Okay, so was he like exceptionally attractive, babe status?
Yes.
Okay, athlete?
Yes.
How tall was he?
5'10".
Oh, okay. All right.
I have a thing. I just like tall dudes are awesome, but I feel like short guys are kind of where it's at. Like just overall,
right.
like I think that better personality and just in my experience, I have enjoyed time spent with shorter guys.
Okay. What about you?
So
Closest to the mic, guys.
Sorry, I am currently in a relationship, and I want to say my longest relationship was probably 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that your current one?
No, it's not.
Okay. All right. What about you?
So I actually was married.
Okay.
Together for 11 years, married for 7. So I got divorced about 4 years ago, and I've just been doing me and focusing on me and my son. I've had a few situationships. Just had one recent one. It's not really worth mentioning.
You can mention it.
Nah, it's
we
just
can
not
mention.
worth it.
All right.
But the other one before that was a roller coaster for sure. I was like almost 2 years of just on and off, and it was a rebound from my divorce. So in my defense, I was like not really in it, but I kind of wanted to be in it. So it was back and forth. And then this last one has just been a few months. So
you're currently seeing him, or you
seeing.
split?
Oh no, we split.
How long have you been single, so to speak?
3 hours ago.
You guys broke up 3 hours ago.
We ended the situationship about earlier in the day. So yeah.
Good times.
Good times. Good times.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, and how long were you seeing him for again?
About 4 or 5 months.
Okay.
So,
All right.
yeah, not bad.
Why did he dump you?
I actually broke it off.
Okay. Why is that?
It was just time and effort. You know, if you can't give me the basics, we're not there. Sorry, we're not on the same page. So, can't give me time and effort, communication. Like, that's cool. We have priorities. Communication is great.
Did y'all split in person, or
no? So I did it over like DMs.
Over DMs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
All right.
It's a taste of their own medicine.
Excuse me.
Is it not?
What is?
Like breaking up with somebody or doing something over DMs?
What do you mean a taste of their own medicine?
Do you
Who
know
is
how many,
there?
Do you know how many guys have done that to girls?
Guys have done what to girls?
Just left them hanging or.
Well,
led
women
them on,
overwhelmingly
or-
initiate breakups
Do they?
and divorce.
Yeah.
Women are more likely to end things than guys.
Yeah.
You gotta fuck up as a chick. Well, not necessarily, but like most guys will stick by you.
Really?
Women are much more likely to end
I've had
relationships.
that, or maybe I just.
Okay,
I'm
well,
too
I mean, we
closed
can go
off.
around the table on this, then we'll have Allie come in and say her relationship piece. But of the times, so imagine all the guys that in any situation where you've had to say, hey, I don't want to see you anymore, and that could manifest itself either in ghosting where you don't even overtly communicate it. So basically that could be anywhere from after the first date all the way to 1 year, 2 year relationship. So that entire spectrum of the times where there's someone who's not wanting to see the other person, is it more often you or is it more often the guy?
It's more often the guy for me, because usually like
Stop the cap.
usually for me, like if I'm not happy, like I'll try to work things out, and like sometimes like I tend to kind of like go I tend to like bend over backwards for someone that I like, even if it makes me unhappy.
Yes.
But yeah, and then sometimes like and then they would I don't.
So you've never ended things with a guy?
If it was like a first date thing and it just didn't go well, I would be like, I'm not feeling it. But if like we've been seeing each other for like a bit, usually like he ends it or it's mutual.
Okay, here, we'll continue on. What about you?
I feel like I've had some pretty unique like situationships, friends with benefits type things. My first one, the guy actually was here in my town, my hometown, for a hockey. He was playing hockey, and then he was there for like 3 or 4 months. He was the longest one that I mentioned before. And then he ended up leaving because he had to go to another state to play. So that was kind of just mutual. But I was really upset for a good like 20 minutes. I cried. He came to my house, and then I just got over it because I realized he was kind of ugly, but it was okay.
You realized this?
I realized it after he left. I was kind of looking, and I was like, oh, I just did it because he was there. You know, that sounds kind of messed up, but...
You just did it because he was there?
I
and by did it, you mean what?
Got
occasionally,
with him.
like hooking up occasionally?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit, okay. And you said he was... You realized 3 months in he was ugly?
No, I realized after. He was a sweet kid, though. It was personality over looks.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Of course. Okay. So, but what about, like, think of all the... You said you've had a couple situationships here and there. Who's ending it?
If I'm not feeling it, I will end it.
But, okay, so... Oh, Cheeks. Thank you, man. $100. Appreciate it.
Sorry, skinny mom. The harsh truth is that no real man wants to be with any single moms. They are strictly made for recreational use. Go back to the baby daddy, or date a guy with kids. Those are your real bets. I'm doing me is sad for your child to see.
Your response to beaten cheeks.
Who beat you as a child?
What the you gotta say that shit into the microphone first off.
I said, who beat you as a child?
Who beaten cheeks. She says that you've been beaten as a child. Where did that come from?
Just the name.
Because of the beaten cheeks? I don't think he was spanked. I don't think that's what that name means. I think he's doing the spanking. Beaten.
It's a sex joke.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I feel bad.
Oh, that was a joke.
I feel bad for whoever's being spanked on that end.
Okay, cool. So we were talking about you, right? So go ahead. More often than not, who ends things?
It'll usually be me, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, but I hate confrontation, so it's kind of like, yeah.
It's kind of like what? Like you do it over text, or
I think it's
ghost?
I think it's more respectful to do it to their face, to tell them that you want to end things. I think so.
I
no
think
one wants to get broken up with over the phone.
Well, I mean, if it's a short period of time, you know, like 9 months, that's a text.
9 months?
9 months is a text.
It's like a pregnancy.
Maybe like a year and a half, then you get a phone call.
A year and a half?
2 years
Wow.
maybe in person.
I disagree, personally.
What?
Yeah, no.
So like...
Yeah, hard disagree.
No.
Nah, it's got to be text. Well, I mean, look,
text?
you guys can do it however you want. I know, speaking for myself, I would much rather, even if I've been seeing a girl for like 9 months, just send me a text. I don't need the theatrics and the...
Well, you must not really like her then.
Yeah, it depends on the individual.
Nah,
Why have you been with them for 9 months if you're okay with being broken up over the phone?
Well,
because
I don't follow
it sounds
the
like
logic
you're wasting
there, but...
9 months is an
Closer to the mic.
9 months is an incredibly short time to be in a relationship with anybody. Like, I'm actually quite shocked at how dysfunctional this panel is and how nobody can maintain long-term relationships. Brian, I was wondering how old you were, because for men it's different, you know.
I'm 33.
You're 33. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's okay. Like, let me explain, right? So I'm actually pregnant with a girl right now. So I'm having a daughter, and being here is like terrifying because I have to see like the world that my daughter is going to come up in, and I don't want like what you guys are experiencing. I would never want or wish for my daughter. I don't want my daughter to be used by like some guy in high school or like some guy in college, because that's what's going on, because we're talking about dating and situationships. We're giving our bodies to these men, and I don't want her to be used by some guy who could care less. You know, I want her to be able to exercise discernment and have better options. And we can talk about data and statistics along the way. You guys were talking about how one of you was saying that men leave more. So right now, like Pew Research data just dropped, where 60% of men from 18 to 29, it's not even like they want to date anymore. They're single and they're not looking. So we're dealing with a very small pool of men, which means we need to be wise. But I'm sorry, but I don't think any of y'all know how men work. Because the way that I'm hearing you guys talk, it's like two different worlds. From our perspective, it makes a lot of sense. But we have Brian here, we have the cameraman. Men operate on a completely different spectrum when it comes to relationships. And I'm not an expert, but I do have a YouTube channel. I interview wives on purpose that have been married 20, 30 years, much longer than myself. And I do that so women can get an education, because a lot of this stuff, like, this is just sad and heartbreaking to me. I want nothing but love and hopefully children, if you guys want children too. But it's like a problem. So there's another thing that's coming up too, right? So 45% of women right now from ages, I want to say 25 to 44, they're projected to be single by 2030. Like, we're not dating well. This is scary. I'm concerned for my child. So, I mean, I know not to be all philosophical, but I'm like, holy crap. Also, there's something wrong with California. Like, I highly recommend moving. Like, leave this place.
I agree. I think California guys are possibly not where it's at, but I also find your statement incredibly condescending. Because you just said that we are dysfunctional for not being able to commit to long-term relationships, but then also just said that men are not looking for relationships. And I completely agree. So how is it dysfunctional to not commit yourself and be in a long-term relationship when you can agree that that's also not what guys are looking for, and it's okay to not want to waste your time?
And I just wanted to hop in and say one thing. I think it was a really broad statement for you to say that everyone was dysfunctional. I personally am in a 2-year or about to be 2-year long committed relationship. I have a ring, and I think that it's a broad statement to kind of like put that out, and it was condescending. I think that's not only are guys, not as much looking for relationships these days, but I don't think girls are either.
Right. So like that pool of men that I'm talking about, like the 60%, like those are nihilistic men. Right, so then we're talking about like the 40% of men that are looking for relationships, and that's like for the Pew Research data. The other perspective is like where it stands right now, only 1 in 3 and 1 in 5 men is even having sex in the first place.
I'm sorry, is this in America? Like,
yes, this is in America.
Okay, so all
like
in America.
I can show this all to you, like if you guys get curious, because I just like to educate women, because I want you guys to live full lives that I would assume for a lot of women, you guys are looking for this romantic story, this kind of situation where you get to have a man to rely on and you get to have children with him. I'm happy to share all this stuff with you guys.
Why don't we ask them, do you? What do you guys want?
I absolutely do. One day I want the white fence and a husband who comes home, makes most of the money in our house. I don't think I'll ever have a time in my life where I'm not working. I'm a workaholic, but I one day want to be a mom.
Hold on, just a
Stephen Krug super chatted $99.99. Pregnant lady is so 100% correct. Mind blown. I've been waiting so long for someone to say this. All the women on this show are dysfunctional. This is part of the reason I'm 31 and single and waiting it out for the one to show up who is critical and uses data.
Well, like, okay, to be fair, like, it's not necessarily y'all's fault, and the chat's gonna get mad because this is like a predominantly male audience. I don't think our moms are teaching us how to get men that we are attracted to and how to keep them, and I think that is a huge issue. Like, what did your mothers teach you about dating?
I feel like, in my perspective, I grew up with a single dad who raised me, and I think that is part of the reason why I am in a good relationship and why I kind of know that there are roles in a relationship, and I'm more on the traditional side, and I think that's why I've been able to secure someone who has a really good job, someone who takes care of me, someone who is all about me, you know what I mean? And I do think that I was taught at a young age by my single dad how to be a good girlfriend, because he was maybe so bitter about my mom. So I do understand kind of where you're coming from. I just was trying to say maybe it was a broad statement at first.
Yeah, I made a general statement. Like, here's the thing. What's the definition of a functional relationship? The definition of a functional relationship is one where both of your needs are getting met. I'm not hearing a lot of that from you guys. And that's, so if it's not functional, I mean, you could call it neutral, or you could say like, and you could argue that it might be dysfunctional. But you guys are all very young. Like you said, you're 20. You said you're 18. Like I don't expect y'all to know it. But if you guys don't figure out how men are, like you're gonna get like ran up on hard, and then you're gonna have like this darkness in your heart, and you're just gonna not want to deal with men at all. And that happens a lot. Like I'm 28. I'm not old, okay? But like you guys probably do think I'm old. But that's really concerning. Like, have you ever seen women on the other side? They're like miserable at your family functions and alone.
I want to say, I still think you're being quite condescending, because we said we have not been in a long-term relationship does not mean we don't know what we want, and we don't know what a good relationship looks like.
Beat and Cheeks
Hold on just a sec,
donated
guys.
$100.
Saved by the bell.
Ladies on the panel, what Allie is saying is only condescending to you because you guys lack the knowledge of life that she has experienced.
Can we pull
She's
up?
trying to help you listen to her. You won't get the white picket fence with a hubby with that entitled attitude.
Okay, Cheeks.
That's
Well-
just how they are. You said you were in. Did you say you were in a relationship?
No.
Okay,
No,
how old are you?
I'm single. I'm 18.
You're 18. Yeah, that's to be expected. I would expect you to be single when you're 18, but I would very much urge and encourage you guys to try to understand the opposite sex better, because if you don't get married by 30, it's very unlikely that you will be married past that. And I mean, you could look at it as a perspective of like aging and options, but it also comes down to, I don't know. I think there's also personality differences. I just think it's unlikely that if you're waiting that long to get married, it might not be a priority for you. And not every woman wants to get married, but I would say that that's probably the minority of women, but we're being convinced that that's the majority of women right now. And I'm not sure that that's helpful, right? So like, I would just look past at how my words make you feel, because at the end of the day, I'm going to give birth to a girl. She's going to be a woman. This is just like not what I would want for her. You know what I mean? Because it's not like
What isn't what you would want for her? Waiting for a good guy to come along to commit to, or is your advice hop into a relationship as young as you can to secure a man?
I wouldn't say hop into a relationship like as young as you can, because most women are like honestly the youngest I've seen a woman be aware of like herself and romance is 24, and to know what she wants fully and to know herself, unless you're growing up in a 2-parent traditional religious household. So I wouldn't necessarily send off my daughter to get married at 18 unless that was her personality type, to where she just always wanted long-term relationships, and that's like how she is, right? So, but I would encourage my daughter to get married. I think a lot of women find fulfillment in marriage and children, but it has to be done in a healthy context. Like I'm kind of confused at why you're upset with me.
I'm not upset. I had an issue with your initial statement. I fully agree. I think that marriage is a serious source of fulfillment, and 2-parent households are what makes the world a better place. You came out and said that we are dysfunctional because we are not in relationships, and then you made it seem like because I'm 18, not in a relationship, I'm never going to get married.
No, that's that. I'm not trying to be mean. Like that's like projection. That's not what I said.
I'm not worried about you being mean. It was your statement. It just didn't make sense.
Right. Okay. So
fully disagreed.
You can disagree, right? But I'm not saying that if you don't get married at 18 that you'll never get married. That's not the statement that I made at all. Right? Like you're making a different argument that wasn't said. I said that it's dysfunctional to let men use your bodies and to be waiting for him for 2 years. I'm not saying that you did. But most women are out there, right? Because we want these guys to like us. Like
let's say most women, not you guys.
That's what you're inferring, though. I do.
No, well, you're in a 2-year relationship, so we're not even really talking about you. You figured something out. You grew up with a single dad.
But does that mean that they haven't figured anything out? What I'm saying, though, is I understand that you're not necessarily saying it to them, but you are inferring it with what you're saying. So I do kind of get
as you're staring at us and saying, you guys, and you haven't done this, and you haven't done that.
Right. Well, or you could just like take it with grace.
Hold on. What? Go ahead.
It was just like the fact that we're pretty young, and we're talking about how we haven't our longest relationship is like 2 years, 1 year and a half, and you're saying I'm very terrified that you guys can't hold down a long-term relationship. It's like we're pretty young. We shouldn't really be in such long-term relationships at this age. And just the way you're just saying I'm worried for my daughter because this is the future she lives in. But it's if you're so worried about your daughter, wouldn't you be able to teach her how to do what you want her to do? And because
it's not about what I want her to do.
Okay, but you did say what you wanted her to do. It's you wanted her to kind of have a fulfilling life, and that's true, but yeah, it's just I lost my train of thought.
No, I got it. I can explain, right? Okay, so
Yeah.
like before the show, we're talking about dating apps. Some of you ladies are on Tinder. Some of you ladies are on Hinge. I actually think Hinge is pretty good. Hinge is pretty cute. I've seen a lot of relationships come off of Hinge. But when we're talking about Tinder, and we're already complaining about the small pool of men that we're having issues with, like if you are a man with malicious intent, or if you are a man who, like let's say he has a proclivity towards sociopathy or narcissism, and he's attractive, he's gonna be using Tinder in order to date you guys. Like why would you be on these apps? Like what part of that sounds healthy? Like this is what I'm saying, like I'm confused.
I just think like we're on like different life stages, because like with me, like, yeah, like dating, it would like add some like, fun to my life. But like for you, it's like, you're like settling down. But I feel like when you're younger, like my age and like everyone's age here, it's like I'm not here to like settle down at my age. Like I'm not trying to sleep around. I'm not trying to whatever. But it's like, it's like to have like somebody to kind of rely on, not someone to be like, oh, like have my babies. Like, I'm not at that age yet. I'm at like a different stage. You know what I mean? Like I'm just looking for something different right now. And like I'm like focusing on my career. I'm focusing on like school. Like I'm not really focused on like a husband. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. So like, but you're saying dating, and a lot of women use the word dating as a euphemism. Like when we talk about situationships, it's often like we're talking about unprotected sex. Like we live in a world that has hormonal birth control. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying like you guys don't have to say anything that you're doing behind the scenes, but if we're just dating men and we're not necessarily like giving our bodies to them or we're getting to know them, like that's amazing and that's awesome. But I don't think that that's what most women are doing. And also I talk to women every day. Like that's what I do. I have a YouTube channel with 145,000 subscribers. My female audience is growing, and it's just because like I really believe in love. But if we set really bad habits by the time we're 30, those are just really hard to break. Your brain is more malleable the closer 25 years old and younger. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, like take your time and date, but I wouldn't recommend just like freely giving your body to men. It doesn't make any sense. And the men that are looking for your body to be freely given to them, they're going to be on Tinder.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think any of us said that we're doing that,
I didn't say that you guys said you were.
Yeah.
I said I talk to a lot of women every day, and a lot of the times when we use the word dating, we're using it as a euphemism for unprotected sex.
So what's the advice that you give these women? They come to you because I don't think any of us disagree with you. I just think you're talking real fast. I think that I'm curious to know. So let's, I'm going to pretend that I'm a woman. I'm coming to you. I'm 27. I'm on Tinder. I probably go out on a date a week, sometimes go home with the guy. Like, what's your advice for me?
Let me just interrupt really quick, but I'll have Ali come in. Mike, thank you for the Canadian $100. So just a heads up for anyone who's in Canada or Australia, I don't know what the conversion is. If you want to trigger TTS, the conversion, if it's through Super Chat, it has to be converted to 100 USD. So whatever that would be in Canadian, but I'll just read it now just because you probably didn't know. So any Streamlabs donations, if you want to, well, it's all through Streamlabs. So TTS has to be triggered through, the 100 USD, or if you do it on Streamlabs, it's 90 USD. So, Mike, thank you, man. If you act like a 304 while you're waiting for the perfect man to come along, then he may never come. The men who do come,
The Bobby donated $100.
You hide that there.
I'm 100% with pregnant, but I think the panel's goal is to not diminishing the young girls. These young ladies have been brainwashed by the crappy mainstream ideology for years. I think a softer tone will be better. Otherwise, they will be defensive.
Okay.
I would encourage.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
I agree with that. I would agree with that.
Yeah, I'm so just so y'all know, like a little bit of my history. Grew up in a single mother home. I'm a survivor of child abuse. Don't want these things for my kid, so I actively I work against it. I'm also a veteran. I'm very blunt with my words, and that's also something I'm known for online. It's just a personality thing, right? It's like if I wanted to be mean, we know how girls could be mean, okay? So I promise I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just a very direct individual. But you said earlier what my advice would be to a woman who's on 27 and who's been on Tinder. My immediate thing is get off of Tinder. Stop doing that stuff. And also when it comes to sexuality, there's this concept of pair bonding. So there are promiscuous people that are happy to smash and pass and they're cool with it, but they're at the extremes of sociosexuality. That's not most people. Most of the men that we sleep with, we probably want relationships with. What do you guys think about that? right? Like
Personally,
more often,
I would agree.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys think that?
I agree, yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys think that men, when they're sleeping with women, do you think like most of them want relationships with the women that they're sleeping with? Or do you think that, you know, they're just trying to get their rocks off?
I think it's 50-50, honestly.
Okay. What do you guys think?
What was the question?
Yeah, sorry, repeat it.
So I was saying that I think that women, because the majority of us are, per David Buss and his work, he's like I think an evolutionary psychologist. So like most of us are long-term mating strategists, right? So most of the guys that we sleep with, we probably want to date. Do you think that most of the women, that men who have access to women that they sleep with, do you think that they want to date those women?
I have dated every single guy I think that I've slept with. I have like consistently, I mean, it's not always beneficial, but I've like dated around and been exclusive with every single guy that I've ever slept with. I would say it kind of is just the kind of guy you're talking
about it.
It's just kind of the guy you're talking to. It kind of just depends what you're looking for and what kind of guy you attract or what kind of guy you go for.
Well, what do you think about like the guys? Like the guys that can sleep with women, most of the women they sleep with, do you think they want to date them?
I honestly say it depends who you pick. Like, I don't know. I would say in my personal experience, yeah, every guy that I've ever had sex with has wanted to date me.
Okay. Well, I mean, then you're good at you're good at picking. What do you guys think about like guys who have access?
No, most guys, they just want to like smash and just go. Like they don't care. Like you're just Yeah.
Okay. What do you guys think?
I completely agree. I think generally guys aren't looking for a relationship. At our age, I think that they're really just looking to sleep around, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's right, and just because I think if we sleep with them, I don't think that we're wrong, but I think it's more of the guy's fault. Like a girl can be wanting to completely date a guy and sleep with them, but that doesn't mean the same for the guy. Honestly, I don't want to keep saying situationships, but I've had relationships with people where I'm way more into it than the guy, which is sad, but I guess I don't know, it's whatever. But I think guys are more looking to sleep around, definitely in college.
Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm thinking probably 90% of single guys, sex is just, you know, a physical act that feels good, whereas for women it's an emotional, me it's a spiritual, like it's a deep thing, it's a sacred thing. I think it's the most intimate thing you can do with another person other than, you know, feel love for each other in a different way. But yeah, no, I think that the majority of dudes do not value the act of sex the way that women do.
Well, that's a pretty profound thing, what you just said. I mean,
which part?
Well, what you just said.
Okay.
In terms of how you value sex, I think probably I would say even a lot of people your age would not say that.
Absolutely.
So
I think that thank you. I think that it is so wrong in today's not only media, but just our culture, the whole, you know, sexual freedom and sexual revolution. Like there's certainly, you know, positive sides to what that has done. It's, you know, I don't necessarily think slut shaming in any way is good. I think that we live in America, which is the biggest gift any of us could have. And we all have the freedom to do whatever we like. But I believe that, you know, valuing yourself and your body is, gosh, more important than anything.
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you on that. So like, so the problem with if we get caught up, right, in being convinced that we're short-term mating strategists, which is like the small pool of men and women who can smash and pass and they're content, if we get convinced that we're actually long-term mating strategists, like we might end up alone from bad habits. You see what I'm saying? So like, that's why I would tell that 27-year-old who says like, I'm on the apps, first thing, you need to get rid of it. You need to stop having promiscuous sex, okay? And it's because
$99.99. This Generation Z is ultra sensitive to negative feedback. It's a huge issue and must be changed. On this panel I see undeveloped 18-years-old brains who are in dire need of a relationship mentor, or it will spiral down a bad road. Girls, read David Buss' Evolution of Desire.
Do you guys have a response to Stephen Crow?
I think that our generation is extremely too sensitive. I fully agree with that.
Right.
I feel like a lot of people can almost I think that everyone can.
I don't know anyone who calls our generation tough.
Yeah.
And I feel like, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
I feel like I'm getting called out because I was like, listen, I think you're being a little condescending speaking to us like this. But I am fully with you. I totally agree. And I can confidently say not many people in my generation could grow up in the household I grew up in. I was not beaten, but my parents were not soft on me. And I am as well a blunt individual. So if I feel like I'm being spoken down to, I'm going to speak up to you because I totally respect you and I think you're super smart and I'd like to have a cordial conversation. And I think that you're looking at us as, Gen Z, who I think that I am, would not morally fall into that category. I wish I could articulate that better. That's not correct. But, if we're going to have this conversation, I totally agree. But it's just is the you and them. And so I agree. Gen Z needs to hear all of this. But this panel, I think it's more of a conversation than a lecture.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I definitely... So I just graduated undergrad, too, in May, right?
Congratulations.
So, thank you. Yeah, I have a degree in anthropology. But I also saw, kind of the stuff that was going on in modern dating. And so, you guys are just so beautiful. And if you don't figure...
Thank you.
No,
you are too.
No, I genuinely mean it. And, being pregnant with a daughter has really made this, a reality check. Because I had a bias... in favor of men for a really long time because I also work predominantly in men's issues and men have been very good to me in these last couple of years in my life. But when I found out, when I had my ultrasound and there wasn't any dingleberries on my baby, I was like, oh crap, what are women's issues again? And this is because I'm married to a very good man. He treats me very well. So I've just been protected from a lot of things. I would say for it's going to be 2 years soon, but I've been married for a year. I just had my first anniversary. So now I'm being faced with this stuff. And so when you guys are talking about these guys that are using you, and it's a small pool of men. We know this, right? But when you're saying this stuff, I'm no, I don't want this for my kid, and because when you guys talk about these failed breakups and stuff, because I'm a woman too. So I just think about all the times that I've cried over guys. And I know you guys have done it too, 2 a.m., I hate this guy, I wish he was dead. But it's just because I think we don't understand how they work, So that's all I really do. And it can sound blunt and condescending, but I'm also just being faced with this. I have to figure out the world for my baby girl, and oh no, she's not going to be in California. I'm sorry, UC Santa Barbara, no thank you. We're going to stay in the Midwest. No, you got me messed up. No.
Yeah, well, so UCSB, it's... frequently ranked as the #1 party school in the U.S. Isla Vista, the community that surrounds it, it's basically 20,000 college students crammed into a space less than the area of a square mile. So, probably maybe not the most ideal place to.
No, when you're talking about your dating pool and your stats, that's not an Ivy. That's not in Santa Barbara. So,
really quick, just big shout out to Flan Life, Andrew there. Thank you for the. I think you've done 40 gifted memberships so far tonight, but you did 20. So thank you, Andrew. Really appreciate your continued patronage week after week. Really quick, because we didn't get to you on this, kind of your relationship situation, right? We didn't get to you. Did we?
No, we didn't. I talked a little bit about it. I can share more. So I'm 28. I've been married for a year. Also, I'm in an age gap marriage. So millennial men, I'm sorry, I know you guys are in the chat, but something is wrong with y'all. So I was yeah. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
No, Brian, I stand by it.
I am a millennial.
Yes.
What's wrong with millennial men?
I don't know what happened. It's
Wait, what?
I'm what's not? I'm also a millennial. I don't look it, but I'm 34.
Yeah, you're a millennial.
Yeah, and it's not to negate, there's problems with millennial women for sure, and there's problems with women that are Gen Z women as well. I do equal rights, equal lefts. Gen X men. Oh, thank you. Whatever the sound is about to be.
Oh no, I was just.
Sorry, okay.
Don't worry about it.
So Gen X men, this is what I mean by I'm in an age gap marriage, right? So my husband, he's 51, I'm 28. Gen X men, they had to. Well, he's got a six pack though, so it's like a.
That's
Sorry.
awesome.
It's feeling
Dating my dad.
Yeah, it hit different. We got a supercar, like it's cool, but
That's awesome.
So
Wait,
like,
you're 28. He's 51. You
So
said.
how many years was that?
in difference? Yeah, 23.
That's my dad's 51.
Let's do the math.
But it's
Chat.
like I'm not dating my dad though. You know what I mean?
How old is your dad?
I don't really have one, girl. So.
Oh yeah, she said that. Stella,
sorry, I didn't know
behave.
No, you'll see, right? Okay, so like I'm 28 and he's 51, right? So like when I am 50 and he's 70, is anybody gonna care?
No, not at all.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like nobody, like because I'm young now, a lot of people care and they think like, oh, like you've been groomed or blah, blah, blah. But I started dating him when I was 25, right? So like my point about like Gen X men versus millennial men have like bought into this equality stuff where they you know.
Sorry, hold
High
on just a
Value
sec.
Men donated $100.
Yo, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
These college-aged women are the children of feminism and failed ideology that is now causing the destruction of Western civilization. As I stated in a previous episode, older/wiser women used to keep younger, more naive women in check. Thank you, Allie.
All right, the chat's on fire tonight.
You're welcome, high value men. However, like checking women, they're not going to listen if you anger them. So you have to like talk to them with empathy. I know this is shocking, but so millennial men, for some reason they bought into this nonsense about like gender equality and I can have these more feminine traits. No, thank you. So Gen X men, they had to run game. They had to know game. And if you go look at like old 80s movies, there was like the jock and the cheerleader. There was like masculine and feminine. And so like these dudes, they had to get your number and you had to call and then you had to make plans and then so you got rejected in person. I don't know what's going on with like the social media and the swipes. These dudes have like no game, right? Now women, like we don't have game either because you know what the men tell me about like modern game? They say like we suck at conversation.
Yeah, most of us are pretty personality-less, I'd have to say. And I totally agree. You know, back in the day, dudes had to be a dude, be a man. But, there's just like, you've got all your numbers and I'm blanking on mine, but the levels of testosterone in men today versus in men 60 years ago are insanely different. Yeah. And that's not, just your fault. America's, food system is just an absolute joke, and we are just eating garbage our whole life, and everything's made out of soy, and it's not really to their fault. And I don't want to be like, screw the government, but there is a serious like biological lack there. So men today are half as fertile as their grandfathers. Like the same thing's happening to women, right? But it's like the testosterone is dropping, sperm count is dropping. So like we can look at environmental things, but I'm more on the romantic side of things when it comes to like I do want a masculine man that I look up to, which means I don't necessarily want to be equal to my husband, and so like that's why I ended up dating older. That's why I ended up marrying older. I don't think that I think there's a very small pool of masculine millennial men, and I think competition would have been probably really hard for me. I don't even know the kind of women that they would have married, probably more on the traditional side of things for those men that were willing to get married. But my husband has shared some stories as well. Like he just couldn't say no to women until he was like 35. You know what I mean? So I think sometimes it is beneficial to go older. So like don't forget that part. But age gaps to you guys, like 23 years is a lot, okay? But like an age gap to y'all could be like 4 to 7 years, and like just don't forget that you don't have to just date the guys your age.
Well, I think that's so normalized now, like dating someone older than you. Like I don't think that that's any bit off. The guy that you're dating is 20 something years older than you. I know this is a little bit weird because it was a long time ago, but my grandma is dating someone, I want to say 30 years younger than her. And they've been together for like 10 years now. And at first, like when I was young, hearing that, I'm like, what the fuck? But now I'm like, okay, it's a little bit more normal. And like growing up, I also dated older guys, so I don't think that there's anything weird about that.
Really quick on this. So what's the oldest guy that you've dated?
I want to say he was probably like 20, but I was like 16 at the time. So that was a little bit of a weird situation. That was weird. I'm not gonna validate that, but
that's grooming a little bit.
I had that. No, yeah, that was weird. But you asked the oldest guy I dated. Right now I'm dating someone that's 2 years older than me. So he's about to be 20.
That's pretty standard. Really,
I don't think that's weird. You said you were 16 and he was 20.
Yeah, I feel like it's weird because I was 16 though.
Well,
in
like
California, there's laws.
Yeah. Well, if it's within 4 years and it's consensual, it's legal. So that was
like
legal.
Romeo and Juliet thing. Is
Yeah,
that what you're talking about?
if he's, you know, I think I want to say as long as the younger party is above 14 in California, they can date to 18, and then I think if you're 15, you can date 19. I you know, I could be wrong there. Don't quote me on that, but I think that there is a law there that until you're 18, you can date up to 4 years older than you.
I think honestly, just wait until 21 to even hold hands.
Yeah.
Anyways, okay, joking. Okay,
yeah, I don't think that's weird.
Really quick. So we have Flan Life here who donated 50 memberships. 50 memberships triggers a fit check. We gotta get a fit check on everybody. So if we can have everyone stand up, do a little fit check, you know.
But we'd just be sitting, so.
Yeah, the sweaties.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Do we twirl?
Yeah, you guys can do a little spin. A little turn. Okay. Well, you don't. Yeah, and then.
I mean, you know,
the belly.
Not that sexy, I mean, which is good.
Do a spin.
Yeah, you want like a maternity?
Oh, maternity spin. All right.
I'm making life. No,
Okay, yo, Flan Life, really appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'm trying to kind of recall where we were kind of heading before we got into all that.
Talking about childlessness, that's fun.
What branch of the military were you in?
I was in the Army.
The Army?
Yeah.
Thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Did your parents raise you like on the conservative side of things?
Yes.
Oh, sis, up top. Come to Kansas. That's where I'm from. But
I'm going to move to Nashville or Tennessee,
yeah.
Once I graduate. Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Like, I've been hearing good things about the men in Tennessee. Like, please.
Good men in
California.
Tennessee.
Like, it's not it. But yes, I was active duty Army. Sorry, Brian.
Millennial. You don't like the millennials, the California guys. I'm just.
Well, I call it like I see it. I want a lumberjack, okay? But I'm also willing to be like that soft, demure woman to that lumberjack, because we can't have two lumberjacks in the house. Like, that's not going to work.
Eric, get me the red flannel. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, that was an interesting time in my life serving. And
Okay.
all the gender equality stuff is actually very damaging for women and disabling them. And I wish that the United Hi Joe Biden, if you could like stop pushing the gender equality for physical demands in the military, that would be great. Like my hips are shot for the rest of my life, and I'm not the only woman. There's other women too. This is nonsense and this is stupid. So maybe he'll like see this. I'm not sure. Whatever.
Maybe Joe Biden will see this.
Okay,
Joe
so
Biden's watching this.
Joe Biden's watching this.
He watches this.
Have any of you ever had a sugar daddy, or had an offer of a sugar daddy?
Yes.
Start here.
I mean, I feel like everyone's gotten like an offer. I've never actually done anything though.
Same. I've gotten those weird DMs from those fake
Okay.
Instagram accounts, but I've never actually replied to them.
No sugar daddies over here.
I'm not going to say I had a sugar daddy. But like kind of like I've had like I've, of course I've gotten the texts, but like yeah. So like I've gone, we can go around and I'll explain it when everyone's done if we want.
I've gotten those weird DMs, but just no.
Mm-hmm. No, I can't. Like, I can't think of a cheaper thing. Like, no, I'm sorry. I'd rather just have like the ring, the health insurance, dental insurance, and babies. You know, like I'm good. Like I could pay my own bills. So.
Wait, question. So you have a kid, right? You have a son?
I do. I have a son.
How old is he?
He's 4.
Do you want to have more kids?
I did. I did when I was married, but.
Now, no.
Oh well, I mean, I haven't found anyone to be in a committed relationship with.
Well, if you did, would you want to have more
kids? If I did, I definitely would. Yeah.
Okay. What was your thing about the sugar daddy?
So I'm going to agree with you 100%. It's really cheap.
Foodie calls? Is that where this is going?
What was it?
You did foodie calls?
No, foodie calls, is that when you go get food and you get paid and kind of...
A foodie call basically is like you're going on a date with a guy, obviously assuming he's going to pay for the date, but you don't really have any genuine intention. It could just also be like he invited you to the event, he's going to pay for it, but you don't have any interest in actually pursuing
Well, I wouldn't say it, like, kind of, yeah, but it was like the guy paid me to go on the date with him. And I see that as a 16-year-old, and I'm like, hell yeah. And I go, and then, you know, I'm like, as I grew older, I'm like, okay, like, you can just get a job now, you know, so.
Wait, he paid you to go on a date with him?
Yeah.
How much did he pay you?
$500.
How old was this guy?
He was pretty old. Like, he had gray hair. Like,
How
he was
old
big, like,
were
old.
you?
I was 16.
Bruv, what? This was in California?
Yeah, I had a friend.
Yikes.
I was safe.
Yo.
I had a friend who came and watched me.
Wait, who was the friend? A woman?
Yeah.
How she can't protect you? Who is she? She can't.
We
throw
were in
hands?
a public space. It wasn't. I
Girl.
never went anywhere. It was a public space. I made sure to be as safe as possible that you can be going on a date with an old man. But it's just like Tinder if you really think about it. I mean, it's like you're going on a date with a random man. So, I mean,
but like getting chopped into pieces, like that's real.
in the middle of a restaurant.
Girl, people are crazy. Like you got me messed up. I heard San Diego's bad. Is that
Well,
true?
you could. Yeah, it is.
There's
I'm from
sketch
San
parts.
Diego, but I mean, you could get
Yeah.
chopped up on a Tinder date in the middle of nowhere. So what if the guy's
that's
older?
why we shouldn't be on Tinder.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've never had a date.
Yeah,
There's
there's
some weirdos
certainly-
on Hinge too, though.
Huh?
There's some weirdos on Hinge too.
Yeah, Hinge you have to use strategically. You have to get like a professional photo shoot, and you have to be like conversational and cute and witty in the prompts. And if you don't do that, like you're just
Have you had Hinge?
I've helped clients with Hinge.
Okay.
Yeah, like it can be well done. You know.
Hold on, guys.
10 out of 10 super chatted $100.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Well done, Brian, for getting Pearl's spirit animal. Shout out to Just Pearly Things. On the show, something like 75% of Americans are obese or overweight, but you always manage to find good-looking women in our body positivity country. Maybe there's hope after all.
There's a high concentration of attractive women in Santa Barbara. What can I say? But 10 out of 10. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
The only thing that's good about California is like thin women. Like that's it. Like that's everything else.
And the beach. Don't forget about the beach.
Weather.
It's cold. I don't know.
It's warmer here than anywhere else.
I'm from Florida. I
okay. I take that back. I take that back.
It's different.
Never mind. I lied.
Am I stupid or did I didn't understand what that just meant?
That all of us
It,
are.
it might be because of the first thing that you just said.
What?
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. It's all good. So you didn't understand the 10 out of 10. Well, he's saying that he was basically, I guess, complimenting me for not having obese women on the panel.
Yeah.
That was funny.
I mean, you guys know that there's like this country's full of fat chicks, right? Like y'all know
Yes.
this, right?
The obesity,
yeah,
the
like,
obesity
okay.
rate is
country.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's like fat men too, but statistically, like women are getting fatter faster. Like, I think it has to do with hormones.
Thank you,
know, it
Flan
does.
Yeah.
But so like
It does, and body positivity, and again, our food in America, which is a huge pressing problem, and our
Lizzo
sickness.
too.
What was that?
Lizzo too. Like her audience hates her. Like why? They want her to die. It's not nice. But yes, so they make these jokes because a lot of like fat women, they still want dudes with six packs, and it's like, in what world, in what planet does that make sense? A whole clown. So yeah.
What are you thinking right now, Ren? What's going through your mind?
Does it show?
Does what show? Wait.
No. I just like.
What?
No, I'm just thinking like. I don't know. Nothing's going on in my mind. No, I was thinking like I just didn't understand I was just listening about the Lizzo thing. I was like, oh, okay, like that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about the body positivity movement? You didn't really say anything.
Oh, I guess I'm not like all here right now. Okay, well, like the body positivity thing, like what did you guys say about it? Like I don't understand.
Well, what's your opinion? That's what we want to know.
I just think it's like body positivity to a certain extent, like how you're shaped and like cellulite, stuff that you can't control, but like when it gets too bad, there is kind of an extent there. Like my 600-pound life is like, it's not good to have that as entertainment.
Mm-hmm. Adding on to that, I think it's harmful to be, what's the word? Praising super unhealthy
Obesity.
obesity.
Yeah.
I think it's unhealthy. People saying like, I'm kind of referring to TikTok, I guess,
Sure.
something like that. People saying like, "Oh, you're beautiful." I mean, obviously great. Like everyone's beautiful, yes, but I don't think.
No. Girl, don't play me. Like, go to an art
inside,
museum.
sure.
On the inside, I
Sure.
have met some like sweet fat chicks, but like on the inside though.
They're normally the
On
funniest
the
too.
inside. Yeah,
You have
know,
to
the
be
ones that don't
funny.
hate their
Is
lives.
this
Yeah, they're
TOS?
funny.
Any mods in the chat? Is this a TOS conversation?
Oh no, I think
does that
what
mean,
is it?
Steve?
Pearl's the only channel for some reason that she can't say fat on. I don't know why. She's not allowed to say it on her channel anymore.
What are you laughing at, Rin?
So somebody said, for real though, is Rin cooked right now?
I mean, it's Callie. Are you like?
Yeah.
Confirm or deny?
Deny. I'm not lying. Not cooked.
Yes,
Okay.
the body positivity is for sure, guys. Whoever said that in the chat.
Yup. Question. Do I do it? Okay.
Do it.
Have you guys ever used the term big dick energy or small dick energy?
Yes.
Yes.
Abhorrent. How dare you? I'm offended.
Why?
Like, what about small booby energy? Like, I can't.
I'll use
yeah.
it towards anything. I'll use it towards a girl. Like Lindsay gets up and like does something manly. I'm like big dick energy. Like it's
I'm not
not.
doing manly things all the time. But.
Well, yeah, Lindsay was just my first example because she's right next to me. But it could be anything. Like my car is like big dick energy or something. Like,
Your car is big dick energy.
that was just like an example. Like
Yeah. Okay, but here's my thing. Like, what if like dudes came out and said small tit energy? Would it be okay?
Here's a better one. Well, first off, let me just go around the table really quick. So, just show of hands, actually, let's do it like this. Have you ever used the term big dick energy or small dick energy? Show of hands.
Like unironically?
Ironically,
Yeah,
figuratively,
I've said it.
literally.
I've said it.
Rin, our dog.
No, I haven't.
What's your nickname? Huh? What? Do you have a nickname?
My nickname?
Yeah, your name's Rin, right?
Yeah.
What's your nickname?
Rin.
Okay, that's a good one. Okay, so have you ever used the term?
No.
Oh, okay. So, what do you think? And I guess imagine those times where you did say, how do I want to frame this? Rin, you have loose pussy energy.
yeah, I would say that too.
You would say loose pussy
I
energy?
told my dad the other day that he was growing a vagina because he was being
Oh.
lame. You know, like
Wow.
I have, once again though, my dad was in the Navy. Like I have a foul mouth. Like I have
Okay.
a sailor's mouth. Like my first word was probably fuck. You know,
Yeah, that's fair.
it's just,
yeah.
I would say I have no filter. I'm more of an offensive person. I get what you're saying kind of, but it goes both ways. Like I'll be offensive towards the female gender as well. It's not just, you know, I mean, I don't think it's like, once again, like you're super sensitive if you think saying big dick or small dick energy is like, you know, and then you turn around and you get offensive if someone says loose pussy energy. Okay, then don't say big dick energy. Like I get what you're saying.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is that big dick energy, small dick energy is so kind of almost accepted term, and like people don't really give it a second thought. But if a guy were to drop loose pussy energy in casual conversation, you'd be like, excuse, like a lot of girls would probably like
Yeah, definitely.
not be cool with that.
Well,
you know?
that's what I was saying. The generation is very soft.
This is really funny. Like,
By the way, you don't have loose pussy energy. I was just
oh, I know. I saw it in the
you
chat. So I
said
was
it.
like,
You
oh, you're
already
saying
said it.
No, I heard some people say. I've heard like guys be like, she has like toxic pussy.
what the
I've heard people say that.
Wait, they've told you that
No,
about
not
your
me.
pussy?
Not me, but like I've heard people like it's kind of like, you know, like big dick energy, like, oh, he has big dick energy. Like I know some guys go like, that girl, I bet she has toxic pussy.
What is toxic pussy?
Yeah, like that's what they say.
Like some meow meow to simp over, like ruin your life meow meow.
I guess, yeah, like that's, yeah.
Toxic pussy.
Okay. Like I mean, I think I've heard like kung fu grip. So like I think I've heard
Gorilla
that
grip. I've heard that one.
Yeah.
Toxic.
Okay.
So you got toxic pussy? What is it? Huh?
I've like asked them, I was like, does it look like I have it? And they're like, no. I'm just like,
I would not like ask men that question.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't do that. No, because it just
You're
like
right,
it
you're
opens
right,
up
you're
to like some really weird stuff. But like y'all don't think it's weird that, you know, we can say things like small dick energy, but if like dudes can't say small tit energy?
I feel like they do.
I feel like that doesn't make sense.
Like
It's not a term.
They don't. I
It's
don't
not really
think
like
it's not like a
used.
thing. But I think women. I have a theory. I think women made the word big dick energy because I can't imagine dudes like sitting around like, what's a cool phrase to describe my confidence? big dick energy. There's no way a man came up with that. Like, I think we did that. That's just my theory.
I don't know.
I think so.
Are you toxic though?
Am I toxic?
Are you toxic?
Devil's advocate. I'm toxic if you're toxic first.
Have you ever slashed a guy's tires?
No.
Tire slashing?
No.
I've thought about it.
You've thought about it?
We've all thought about it.
Okay. All right, let me get a couple super chats here. All right, guys, just a little reminder. We did adjust the super chat and donation triggers. So it's $50 and up, just I want to keep the show moving. And then it's $100 and up. That triggers TTS, text-to-speech. Also, if you donate through Streamlabs, streamlabs.com/whatever, it's a little bit lower, 45 plus to read and 90 plus to trigger TTS if you do it through Streamlabs donation. So thank you guys. All right, we'll do this one. By the way, are you guys cold? Yeah. Eric, can you grab that cover that's over there and just give it to the girls? It's over by the couch somewhere. Yeah, the little blanket. If you guys want to drape that along your legs, it's like yellow or some shit.
Can I say something really quick?
Yeah, what's up?
Someone in the chat said that I don't respect my dad for saying that he has a vagina. I fully 100% respect my dad. We just have a very no filter relationship. That's just the way it is. So I do respect my dad. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I am a veteran. My husband's in the military. Like, you know, our household is pretty big on the profanity there. But like, people wouldn't understand it in the culture. It's just like you were raised by a single dad. So I think like you're gonna have, you know, more masculine personality traits and things like that.
Yeah,
just inherently.
for sure.
Which is like it can be a problem if you're trying to like, you know, end up with a total lumberjack. But you know, yeah.
But she kind of has.
It is. Yeah, I have. My
Like,
boyfriend's a firefighter. He's super hot.
Oh, well, I mean, you should be teaching women then. If you've been together with a firefighter for 2 years, like, you need to share your secrets.
He's awesome. I love him so much.
Oh,
but I will also say your boyfriend is really freaking awesome, and I think that he treats you really well. And I don't know his family, but from what you say, he was raised like really properly, and he treats you like a princess, and you know, you treat him like a man, and it works out well. And I think that's a two-way street. You know, it's hard for women to be nurturing and loving when they're forced to, I don't want to say like go work and be the man, because I love working. I work like I think I'll always work, but you know, he supports you like that emotionally, and so I think he fills that perfectly.
All right. By the way, Flan Life, thank you for the subs. All right, let's get these super chats really quick. So, Stifler, ask the ladies to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. We're going to go around the table on this. Go ahead.
One eternity later.
Sorry. It's like I'm going first. Like, I have no time to think. 8.
Okay.
8 as well.
Without makeup, 6. With makeup, 8.
Oh.
Well, when I look in the mirror, of course, I want to say 10, but like to someone else's eye, they might not think that. Maybe like just average, an 8, a 7.
Okay.
Girl, 5 is average though. You know. Like
You think? I feel like the
majority
so,
of girls.
So 1 to 10, 5 is the
but
average.
the majority of girls in Santa Barbara are going to be prettier, so maybe a little bit higher.
All right. What
Do
about
you
you?
agree? Did you just agree?
No. I mean, so like, I'm just very practical. If you're gonna be a beautiful woman, so we'll do like 8 to 10. You're probably gonna be offered a beauty contract, a modeling contract, and some of us just don't get it. Like, we can't all be Adriana Lima. So like, I fully embrace being an adjustable 6 until, you know, I hit like whatever this magical wall is where I start getting wrinkles and my collagen like fails. But I don't know. I feel like pregnancy has to be a ding, but the amount of simpery these days, like, I'm not sure if that is. But I will do the responsible thing as an adult, and I will rate myself as a 4 because I'm 7 months pregnant. If you still think I'm a 6, and you know, like, I just think there's something wrong with you, my guy. Like, what about you?
I think like a 6, maybe 7. But I mean, I also don't look my age, so there's that.
You don't look your age.
I don't look my age.
You look younger.
I've been told I look like 10 years younger, and I'm just like, I agree. Are we
You're
looking
34?
at the same thing? Yeah.
34? Okay.
So you know,
I'm
they're
34.
wanting it. Yeah.
All right. Stifler, thank you, man. All right, we have Mike here with the Canadian 50. Thank you, man. I'm going to have Rin read these because she wants to read. Go.
The guys don't want anything real because of what you were putting out into the world. Check your Insta, check your dating profiles. What's up, Brian? We DM'd earlier.
Yo, Mike, thanks for the Canadian 50. Merci beaucoup. Much appreciated. I don't know if you're in the French-speaking part of Canada, but thank you, man. Appreciate it. We have Steven that came through as a TTS. Thank you guys for the TTSs that came through. Natalie, $50 super chat. Thank you. Go for it, Rin.
Can we stop overvaluing marriage and kids as a starter pack to becoming a successful woman? Brian, ask these women where they see themselves in 5 years professionally and personally.
Can I respond?
To this one?
Yeah.
Or maybe we should have the girls go first?
No, sure. I just don't like this lady.
Oh, you don't like you know her?
No, that's rude. I mean, that's why I said, I'll wait, Brian. It's your show. I'll wait.
Oh, okay.
To flame this chick.
Sure. Let's have the girls just kind of go first. So where they see themselves in 5 years professionally and personally? Sure. Really quick answer. Why don't we start with you first, and then we'll go this way, then we'll have Allie come in.
Well, personally, I don't know. I'm a single mom right now. My focus is my son, and I'm going to school to become a PA, physician's assistant in neuroscience. So hopefully in 5 years I'll be a PA. But other than that, that's
okay. You said you were married, right?
I used to be. I was.
Right,
yeah.
but you're divorced. Is he still in the picture? Does he pay child support?
He's still in the picture. Great dad, shitty husband.
Okay.
But I
shared custody, split
shared
custody.
But the relationship got so bad that I didn't want anything from him, so I just did everything clean cut. You don't owe me anything. I don't owe you anything. I always knew I was going to make more money than him anyway, so I'm not about to pay any more into that.
Okay, so focus on your kid and go become a PA. Okay, what about you, Stella?
Personally, I see myself, just growing with the same guy. And then professionally, I mean, right now I'm a leasing agent. I want to say I'll be higher up. I want to say maybe I'll be having leasing agents work for me, hopefully. Maybe I'll be like a property owner or own a brokerage or something like that. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. That's what I'm working for.
Question, are those glasses prescription, by the way?
Yes, they are.
All right, you need them then.
What?
You need them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
In 5 years, I see myself owning my own business. I don't know exactly what that's going to be, so please don't ask me that.
Okay.
But
do you want to be in a relationship? What do you?
Yeah, I hopefully in 5 years I'll be in a serious long-term relationship. I don't think I'll be married by then. I think that is, in my opinion, a little young to get married. But I do hope to be fully committed to someone who's also fully committed to me, working towards marriage. Yeah.
What about you, Sophia?
In 5 years, I'll be 23. I'll be right out of college. I think I'm going to do travel nursing, so that'll be great. I do want to hopefully be in a relationship by then, hopefully long term, but I also agree with Lindsay. I don't think I can see myself getting married super young. My mom got married when she was, I think, 32 or something, and I think I don't want to be married in my 20s, I think.
Okay.
I strongly recommend against travel nursing. Like it's for women with commitment issues. Like there's other ways to travel. I'm serious. Like
I disagree.
They make a lot of money, Allie, but like I've encountered travel nurses on dating apps and whatnot.
On dating apps?
Oh, so you're on the dating apps. Are we gonna shame him too?
Well, I'm just no. I'm saying right. You're like, I've seen the travel nurses on the dating apps. I'm like, Brian, that's why they're on the dating apps, because they're travel nurses with commitment issues.
Travel nurses are like, first off, they're in a new city every couple weeks, every couple months, and so it's just like astronomical body counts. Astronomical.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, just pick somewhere cute. Recommend the Midwest, Tennessee. Go with her to Tennessee. Be a nurse there.
Oh,
there you go.
You know what's worse than travel nurses is flight attendants. Bruv, new city every week, every
new
day.
Country. Flyovers.
Bruv. Yeah. Yo, they.
Yeah. Are you a nurse?
No, I'm not a nurse. Like I told y'all, I talk to women every day. I get like the craziest DMs from men and women, singles and marrieds. Like something's wrong with the travel nurse women. Like it's cute, like when you're young and you're like, I just want to travel the country. Like that's cool. But then it's like, you're 35, you're still a travel nurse. You just never picked anywhere to live, never picked anyone to marry. Like I usually think they're using it as a way to run from someone. Because there's people that have you noticed? I don't know if you guys know people that are like in their like 30s or whatever. There's some women that they just can't stay in one location for long. and they just keep moving around, right? And it's cute if it's like something that makes you happy, but it's like not cute if you're coping with something. Do you see what I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Personally, I've always been really into travel. I'm very well traveled for how old I am. My parents have taken me to so many different countries, and I think it would be really cool to just experience new places. I don't necessarily see it as I'm running from somewhere. I mean, I could totally see myself still live. I know you're against California. I don't know. I love it here, but I don't know. I think it's just cool to be able to experience different places and maybe live there. And yeah.
Rin, where are you going to see yourself in 5 years?
Okay, don't play it. Okay, like 5 years. Yeah, I want to travel too. I want to travel too, like around the world, and I will be single or something. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I also want to travel around the world. And, like,
Remind me, you're in
different
school,
countries.
right?
Yeah.
What are you studying?
Communications.
Aren't you doing content creation too?
Yeah. So.
Do you do OF?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought that.
No, I don't.
Okay. So are you trying to be a content creator, or what are you trying to do?
I mean, I get like really cool opportunities being a content creator, but like I don't know if it would be like a long-term job for like career for the rest of my life.
Oh.
High Value's been donated $100.
Thank you.
Is it ironic that the ginger is dating a man who carries her up staircases through feared walks? Winking face. Also, Ren, I thought Asians were supposed to have the highest IQ. It must be an act. Just FYI, men view a woman's career like women view a man's shoe/gun.
Okay, Ren, do you want to shoot shots back at High Value?
It's just like every time I go on a live stream, like people roast me just by bringing up like that I'm Asian. Like, be creative. I was just talking about this earlier. Like, be creative. Have something else to say.
Yeah,
And,
roast her because
No.
she wears a Hello Kitty necklace or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I like Hello Kitty. Look,
Is that actually Hello Kitty?
Yeah, it is.
All right, Allie, you wanted to say something to Natalie here.
Oh yeah, well I'll get to Natalie. I'm coming for you, ma'am. Okay, because you're just not a happy person. But I wanted to say this. Like, did you know that you can travel and be married? Also, be like in a dating and a committed relationship, and sometimes it's better. Like traveling alone, it's cute. But if you meet that guy, that's like your world to an extent. Let's not idolize him because that would be that's really bad to make him like godlike. But you do miss him. Like I'm traveling right now. I brought a girlfriend with me this time. Good woman. She's been in a long-term relationship. Very frugal as well. So shout out to you, sis. You're really helpful. But I genuinely miss my husband, and I wish that I was with him. And the times that we have traveled together have been so much more enriching. So I would just say, like, don't forget that. Like, you can travel married, and I know you want to wait to get married as well. So, and there's lots of different ways to travel. You could do it through college, like study abroad and stuff like that.
Totally.
But in any case, let's pull up this Natalie super chat. You rude heifer. All right. Can we stop overvaluing marriage and kids as a starter pack? Oh, so like marriage and kids, like that's a starter pack to you. That's just not nice to joyful marriages and children. We live in a society that wants you single, fat, broke, and childless. And you're adding to that with your $49.99 donation of, just like, what do we want to call it? Like apathy. Right. Ask these women where they see themselves in 5 years professionally and personally. For myself, hopefully, I will have 2 biological children, 1 adopted child, and I'll be raising them, which is just as valuable as if I got a PhD or if I was making 6 figures. It matters just as much, and for me personally, it matters more. So how dare you degrade married women who want to reproduce and do a good thing for society? Like, you're a problem. And the fertility stats show that you're a problem as well, because 50.1% of women in the UK are childless by age 30. This is unprecedented, and most women want to have kids. So thank you for the $49.99 of coping. That is all. It's just rude. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Like, marriage and kids is a starter pack. Like, starter pack to who? Like, that's not nice.
All right, we have Andrew Johnson here, 50. Thank you, man, for the super chat. Shout out to Allie, perfect woman for the show. Shout out to Brian for having her on. Just pearly things. Hey, Andrew, thank you for the super chat there. And wow, that's a lovely beach volleyball serve you have. Yeah. All right. We have Ellie Goodgal, $50 super chat. I Let's
This
have
one too?
Rin.
Okay.
Rin's dying to
do it.
read this.
I said
Actually, you know what? Let's have Sophia. Sophia, let's have you read it.
I said before on comments, more or less 12 age gap, in my opinion, is too much. Nothing beats marrying closer to your age, building wealth and a life together, and growing old together. I'd never be attracted to a much older guy than me just because of high status.
All right. Well, let me break it down to you. Number one, okay, my husband was 48 when I met him. I was 25. Well, okay, knew him for a couple years. I started dating him when I was 25. The man was built like a Greek god for decades. Was he at his hottest at 35? Yes, but he was looking like a whole snack at 48. Okay, so it's like, it's not like, you know, a fat dude who's in his late 40s. All right, he was cute, number one. And I'm not just with him because of his high status. I just wanted freedom to be able to do things that I wanted to do, like raise children and not have to work. I want the option to work, and my husband gives me that. You're just shaming older men for marrying younger women, and you're mad because we can. Like, if you think about it, wouldn't it be over, right? So like the women that are in their late 30s, if you guys just woke up tomorrow and in mass, if young women woke up tomorrow and realized that 35-year-old men are hot, it'd be over for them. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be done. They wouldn't be able to compete.
35-year-old woman?
Huh?
For 35-year-old women?
Yeah, like if we just if like a mass of young women woke up tomorrow and we're like 35-year-old men are hot, like it'd be over for these older women. It'd be like just like that in a heartbeat. So like they just get really rude about these age gaps, because would anyone care if I was dating like let's say I was the one that was 51 and let's say that my husband was 28, would anyone care?
I think that might almost be weirder.
Yeah, it is weirder. It is weirder.
Well,
so
it's certainly
like
less common, but I also think that in general, like women are more mature than men their own age. So I do believe that women should date up. And, you know, and Stella said she was 16 dating a 20-year-old. You know, most people are like, oh my God, call the cops. But like, I feel like at a point, you know, you become an adult. You are smart or not, you're mature or not, and if you can look out for yourself and you can take care of yourself, and this guy is not a total psychopath, like there's such thing as love and there's such thing as feelings, and not everything's so, you know, disgusting in Law and Order. Like there's such thing as relationships, and you know, this lady said just because of status, you know, I'm not marrying anyone just because of status, but if I meet a guy and he just so happens to be 5 to 10 years older than me, I'm looking at that as a plus. You know, he's smart, he's experienced, hopefully he's got some more, you know, work behind him, and, you know, like I'm down for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also he smells good. That's like number one reason why
yeah,
I
they can afford cologne and they shower regularly.
Yeah, no, I say that all the time. People are like, what's your favorite thing about being married? I'm like, well, it's the way that he smells. Like, I don't know if that's a bad answer, but that's my answer. So.
On this topic, what is the oldest guy that you would date?
Since I'm 20, I would date like 25 as oldest.
23.
At 18, I'd date 24, but in 2-3 years, I'd date 5 to 10 years older.
We know you're in a relationship, but let's assume.
I'm like nobody. I want to say like 26, maybe 27.
Okay. What about you?
Well, I'm 34, so like I think 40 would be my max.
DeFact donated $100. Why all the chicks who don't know how to talk always in calm major? Also, Plaza don't say you're independent. No one is. Independent means you're okay to die alone. If you're not okay to die alone, start planning now. Finally, can't believe I spent 200 on this.
Oh wait, is this the one that came through as the Canadian?
I wish they would like call us out more. Who's he talking to?
They're not. You want them to roast you more?
No. But when they say things
like
was
name?
that at Rin?
Yeah.
Well, the first part at least about the communication major.
Yeah, and then I lost it a little bit there. So if you guys could be more clear with your insults, that'd be appreciated. So
let
we
me
could
keep it moving here.
accordingly.
All right, we got Flan Live, Canadian $50. Thank you, man. Merci beaucoup. I have this theory that if you cut off Kiki's hair, she'd look like a British. Whoops, where do I? There it is. She'd look like a British man.
I think that's a Mean Girls reference.
Is it?
Oh,
I'm pretty sure.
it is.
I have a theory if you cut off Regina's hair, she'd look like a British man.
You are fun. You're fun.
As if.
Okay, we have Frankie K here.
That was
Thank you, man.
Clueless.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Good movie. Okay. Frankie K, $50 soup chat. Thank you to the panel. Actually, wait. Rin, go ahead.
To panel, would you rather be with a wealthy man who loves you but cheats, or cruise the poverty line with a loyal but poor man? Also, in your early 20s, you have the highest dating market value right now. Don't be hoaxes. Being a... Hoaxes?
Wait, say it again. How do you pronounce it?
Hoax?
Yeah, I think that's how it is.
This is embarrassing.
I think that's how that's pronounced.
Don't be hoaxes? Haxes?
Yep. I think you're close. Try it again.
Hoaxes.
Yep, you got it. Read the rest.
Being a hoaxes?
Yep.
Is bad. Okay.
Well done.
Damn, people are going to call me stupid.
Does anyone know what he was trying to say there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I work on YouTube though, so
Yeah.
it's like.
Yeah.
Okay, do you guys want to, so would you rather be with a wealthy man who loves you but cheats, or cruise the poverty line with a loyal but poor man?
Well, I'm taking the
Really?
loyal but poor because, you know, I can work and hopefully we'll work up together. So maybe we're poor in the minute, but as long as we're both hardworking individuals with high aspirations, I'm taking a healthy marriage.
Sophia?
Well, for how long would you like, you know what I mean? Like if he's not making progress by X amount of years, you would bounce.
One.
Hey,
You know, if he's not, you know, every day is not a I'm gonna do better, then he's probably a loser, and I'm not down for a loser.
That's a fair point.
Wait, really quick, just to bring up, does anyone else want to answer that?
I'll answer.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think, yeah, sure. People would love it if you were like rich and you can just be like, oh, we're just like married on paper, but like have other people on the side. But like, I think it would be so much more fulfilling to have like a loving marriage that's like in poverty. But as long as like they're trying, just like how we're saying, it's like I feel like it's like a lot more fulfilling and like, yeah.
Sophia?
I agree. I'm reading a comment and it said the hypothetical would be that they're always poor.
Oh.
And I think that I agree with Lindsay. I think if the man is willing to work and to like make something of himself, I don't want someone who's sitting around all day and he's poor and he's can't even afford food, or he wants me to buy him food every day. You know, I mean, I'm gonna work to support myself, but I don't need to be supporting you as well. But I would like a loyal relationship. I don't want a man who's cheating on me every day, even though he's rich, you know.
Okay. Anybody else?
Poor man. My boyfriend wasn't a firefighter when I met him. I helped him get there. I don't want someone who cheats on me. That's awful. I think that's like a very disrespect. Like, just don't commit if you're gonna cheat. You know. I make my own money. I can be with someone who's a little bit poor for a little bit.
Go ahead.
I would go for poor too. I feel like loyalty is everything to some people. So if you can't have that, then what's the point?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I don't know if you had something you wanted to add to that. I do have a follow-up question.
What are the two options again?
It was loyal but poor, and rich but he's going to cheat on you, basically.
Rich but he's going to cheat on you, loyal but poor. But, like, does he stay poor? Like, I'm going to be real. Like, I've been poor before. I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm trying to do that again. Like, you know, I'm not for cheating, but if you're going to make me, like, play the hypothetical game, I'm sorry. Like, I have been with a man who was making me poor, and I would never in my life ever do that again. But this is a hypothetical question. I am married to a faithful man and also pregnant. So there you go.
Okay. So this is kind of bringing it back to the.
Beaten Cheeks donated $99.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
These new age girls need to stop listening to Drew Afualo and her followers because they refuse to take accountability in what they put in their mouth. Weight is controlled. Height is not. Being a hoe is no good. I must go to bed. I have an Arby's chain to run.
Yes, if you guys don't know, Beaten Cheeks, he's the very successful proprietor of numerous, we're talking dozens of Arby's on the East Coast. Very successful
funny.
man.
Arby's is really gross.
I love Arby's.
Whoa.
I hate Arby's.
Guilty pleasure.
Okay. Wow.
So good.
There's some disagreement here on the quality of Arby's. That reminds me, we do need to react to Drew Afualo because she did a video on me.
She did?
Yeah, she did.
But you're like one of the nice ones.
That's the funny thing. I'm like the tamest dude. It wasn't even that. Anyways, so we're gonna react to that. Drew, what's it? How do you say her last name? Is it Afualo?
Yeah. So that's.
Oh, the cackling. Yeah. Anyways, So the question I was going to ask is, by the way, Cheeks, thank you for the 100. So bringing it back to the age gap thing, in terms of the oldest guy that you would date, is there... Actually, no. I was going in a different direction. So you guys said you'd prefer a guy who's loyal, but who's poor.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question. What if the guy is also really high status? So like,
But
think
poor?
of like your favorite musician, or like a famous actor. Would you then tolerate infidelity? Okay.
So
here,
on
tell
top-
me, we're gonna go around the table. Tell me your celebrity crush. Go ahead.
Ryan Gosling.
So many.
Ryan Gosling. Okay.
Henry Cavill.
Okay. Hold on. So Ryan, here. Let's start here.
Henry Cavill.
Isn't it Henry
Oh
Cavill?
my God, me too.
Yo, wait. Question for you.
Yeah.
Would your husband give you a pass for Henry Cavill?
No, my husband wouldn't give me a
Huh?
pass, but like in an
But you hear about that shit, you know?
No,
Like
no.
you hear people giving each
No,
other.
you know, I've actually been in a room with millionaires, right? Like on multiple occasions, I've been in rooms with millionaire men. But like my relationship is so good, and my husband takes like such good care of me. I don't look at them. I mean, in fact, I would say honestly, because I value masculinity so much, like most millionaires kind of disgust me, just because they don't bring like that grit, you know, like that rugged masculinity.
Yeah, they're not the
Yeah.
blue collar men of the world.
Yeah, like I got a
very
paralegal
prissy,
collar.
like-
He does a white collar job, but he does it for the military. So I'm like, oh, this is perfect. Yes. No
Okay.
pass.
That's awesome.
Sure, of course. So what about you? Do you have like a celebrity crush?
I do. Brad Pitt.
Okay.
But like 20, not now.
Oh, young Brad Pitt.
Young Brad Pitt.
Okay, babe status, Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
Okay, what about
status.
Ryan Gosling.
you? Ryan Gosling. Okay.
No.
Sophia.
Young Leonardo DiCaprio.
Young Leo.
I like that you specified
How about
that.
like
Yeah.
let's say?
Oh God. Now.
He'd date you now.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you'd still get
What's
with
his
Leo though?
He would date you.
He would.
What does he do? He breaks up with all of his girlfriends before they turn how old?
25.
25, yeah.
Yeah,
but
but
you
he
still
can,
have a
though.
good
Like,
couple
let's be
years.
honest. You'd get with Leo,
I so would. And I
Yeah.
don't think there's
not young Leo.
Sure.
Current
Now.
dad bod Leo.
Now.
Okay.
To say you
So
did it.
Leo.
because of his status.
Because
Is
of the
that what-
status.
and-
Okay, and the yachts. Okay, what about you?
My celebrity crush, Kim Tae-hyun.
Um,
Who the fuck is that guy?
who's that? He's like a
Y'all gonna hate
K-pop.
me. He's a BTS member.
I
Oh,
literally was gonna
BTS.
ask. I was gonna ask that. They're cute.
Hey, you're keeping it in the culture, so you're like, that's good. That's good. No, that's like a good thing. You know what I mean?
if I were to say like, I also have another celebrity crush. I like Luke Hemmings from 5 Seconds of Summer. And if I said that, I already said it.
Is that guy?
I know who that
Luke
is. He's
Hemmings?
cute.
Yeah. And then like people would be like, oh, she's Asian. She loves white guys. So I was just like, I'm not gonna say that.
Oh,
Hey, man, you like who you like. You know, I'm.
I
with
still
an-
like Kim
Leonardo
Tae-hyun.
no Caprio.
wait. So, would you be willing to be with those men, knowing that they would not be faithful to you?
No, just emotionally, I would just cry every night. Be like, I got my celebrity crush, but he doesn't even want me.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Realistically, I'd do it. There's a lot of networking to do up there, and I would.
with Ryan Gosling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, he's opening
He's
doors.
39 too, by the way. So that kind of
Yeah,
plays with it.
yeah,
You know,
well-
you said like what 25 is your limit.
As of now,
As
but
of now.
you know,
There's
in
always an
2
exception, right?
years, I would certainly.
In 2 years when he's
I
41.
think it grows. The age difference I would go
Sure,
for grows
okay, fair
exponentially
enough.
the older you get. Yeah,
Okay.
but I would do it.
No, I wouldn't. And specifically because of their high status, even more. Because then your business is like all out on the internet. Now everyone's going to know that your boyfriend's cheating on you. It's not just, oh, my boyfriend's cheating on me and nobody knows. Now everyone's going to know because he's famous.
Okay. And then
Definitely not.
Can I change my answer?
to a different guy?
No, like my answer to the thingy.
The thingy?
Thingy.
Okay. Yeah, go for
Yeah,
it.
well, like I agree with what you guys said. Like if it's like there's like a lot of networking. Like yeah, like I would do it for the networking. But like if it was just simply marriage, like the only way I'd make it work is if I actually had like an actual faithful, like, you know what I mean? Like if it was just like, if it was like a like we were just together, like to other people, like married and stuff. But like if I had like a secret, like my own, we had our own relationships on the side, that's the only way I'd be happy. But then if like I would marry just to like for like the networking and stuff. Yeah.
So you said Henry Cavill. Okay.
Yeah.
You both of you apparently. Well,
Yeah,
you
like in an alternate universe where I was single, if Henry Cavill would be in a relationship with me, I would entertain it. But like infidelity, I don't know about that one. Like he'd have to be in love with me, you know. But in this like alternate universe that exists somewhere in the ether, he'd have to be in love with me. It wouldn't make sense any other way.
All right. By the way, guys, I think there's 2,000 of you, about over 2,000 of you watching right now. So drop a thumbs up on the video, guys. Like the video. And okay, so you said Henry Cavill. Are you aware that Henry Cavill is a avid video game player?
I am.
You got to speak into the mic.
I am, yeah.
He plays World of WarCraft.
I've heard.
Do you play World of
I
Warcraft?
do not. I don't have the attention span for that.
Okay, I want to paint.
The time.
I'm gonna hold on. Let me see what I got here. Okay, I'm gonna paint a little picture for you here. So, okay, so Henry Cavill, right? Top tier World of Warcraft player. But let's talk about a regular guy fulfilling the same video game role. So, Eric, can you lower the volume a little bit while I just do this segment? So, this guy's in the top North American hardcore rating guild in World of Warcraft Classic. He's got 4 level 60s, a rogue main, you know, warrior primary alt, warlock mage, all level 60s. He parses in the 99th percentile on Warcraft logs. So all pink parses. I want to open this up to all the girls. He's a pumper, like DPS pumper. Do you go for that guy?
What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Like a pumper. Like his DPS is, he's a Chad.
DPS?
He's like a gamer.
No.
You don't go for him?
No.
But he's a like top parser.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, don't they make a lot of money
But
on like Twitch and stuff?
Yeah, they can.
I wouldn't.
No, like he just does it for the passion. He's like a passion player.
No, I'm sorry. I find that super unattractive and I can't even back it up. I'm not a fan.
I don't know.
What if it's like like I said, he's in the top guild in North America?
Is he bringing in a lot of money?
No.
Then absolutely
his
not.
mom.
The only way I'd be like, I understand this is working. Like if this is your job, I can respect it. I might not like it, but I can respect it. If you're doing this for shits and giggles, count me out.
What about like if they full clear Molten Core and BWL in like 30 minutes?
I don't know what any of this is.
Yeah.
He has.
Is that cool?
He has Dragon Fang Talisman. Oh, he has Dragon
How
Fang
much does he
Talisman?
play?
Yeah, what is
Like a
Is he-
casual, like 7 hours a day.
No.
Like also,
Can't do jogging?
but here's the thing. Like, okay, so during like the first phases, here's the thing. Like during the first phases, right? So there's like the honor system. He's grinding for High Warlord because he plays Horde, right? So he's gonna go for rank 14. So that's like a 12 to 14 hour day commitment every single day. Like just PvPing Warsong Gulch, AV, and if they stagger, hold on. If they, yeah, how dare you? How dare you?
Sorry.
Like if they stagger the release of like the BGs, Battlegrounds, then he's like out in the like world PvP. Then he's like really like that's 16-hour commitment, like PvP real world.
It sounds like you want to date
I
him.
know.
We're all a hard
I'm
no.
just trying to say, like,
Yeah,
I think you're trying to
they're
hype it
familiar
up
with
because you're about to
gaming.
turn the question around.
No, I'm just like, would you date this guy?
No.
I think
Okay,
if you're
let me
spending
add-
that much time on the
I wouldn't
internet,
date a
you're
guy
loser.
who recreationally plays any game 3 hours a day. I'm certainly not dating a guy who does this, so passionately, but, isn't getting anything out of it.
So, like, let me ask you this though, right? Because like I'm prior service military. Like there are like top tier dudes, like stone cold killers, right? I mean, you guys are like, oh, like kind of, but it's also kind of sexy. So let's stop. But like, there's some of these guys. They do play video games though. So like, would you be cool with it? Oh.
High value men donated
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
$100. Women value, experience, provision, attractiveness, and protection, competence. Men value beauty, youth, purity, and femininity. Are there any plans for you to go on Pearlie's show or vice versa? Brian, BTW, 10 out of 10 humble, is the same person as me.
Hey, thank you, man, for doing that through Streamlabs. Appreciate it. Yeah, I've been talking to Pearl, and we have a cordial acquaintance, I guess you could say. And I think she's moving her studio to Chicago, I believe, or in the States. And so, yeah, I'd certainly love to have her on our show. I'd love to be on her show. And what was the last part of that? I forgot. Did you guys have a response to his initial thing?
I don't even remember what
Here, let me see if I can pull it up really quick.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so women value experience, provision, attractiveness, and protection, competence. Men value beauty, youth, purity, and femininity. Your thoughts on that statement? Go ahead, Rin.
Like, I guess.
Thought that was... Okay, go ahead.
I hate the conversation that men value purity. I'm not gonna lie.
Sure, we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Why? How so?
That conversation.
You like the conversation? Mm-hmm. I
just explain it a little bit.
It kind of has to do with the age gap thing a little bit. I don't know. I don't like when there's nothing wrong with dating older or having an age gap in your relationship, but I think it's really gross when men want younger women because they're pure, because, you know, they're less like ran through, I guess. That's like...
Well, okay.
I mean, there's nothing like...
Before I respond, I'll allow the other girls to come in on this if they want. So, do you want to continue?
I mean, well, we can keep going. Yeah.
Well, no. But so you object to the purity thing because you take quarrel with the fact that men want women that don't have a high body count and...
Not the body count thing. I think it's just like the purity thing. Like I want...
No, but that's what you just said. You just said you said the whole thing about being ran through and having a high body count.
Because a guy can call a girl ran through if they've slept with two guys. I mean, yeah.
I wouldn't consider that ran through. But
some people do. They're like, oh, if you're not a virgin, then you're ran through.
Very few men have that standard.
Guys prefer virgins, though. Honestly.
Well, they do. However, most women aren't, and we do have to operate in reality here.
Sure.
Like in the same way that perhaps it's ideal for you to date a billionaire who's 6'5" and incredibly attractive. It's also ideal for us to meet a virgin. But are we going to get it? No.
Mm-hmm. I think that has. You said you're 18, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that has something to do with your age. Like, I find that the younger men are, I mean, just like in the DMs and the conversations that I've been having, and then also like I have a little brother. He's in high school right now, so I think that's like an expectation for your age group. Is like he's like, yeah, I think that 2 is too much. If you're 18 and he's 18, of course he's gonna say that 2 is too much. But then if he's like, like 35, talking about a woman like a body count of 2, like you wouldn't hear that from most 35-year-old men unless it's men that were inexperienced with women. So I think that's like a normal standard for your age group and for men, for sure.
Yeah.
I want to get everyone's take on this. So on the purity thing, she kind of has an issue with that men want purity. Agree, disagree?
The thing is with me...
I'm gonna get you. You gotta be quick with it. You gotta be quick.
I don't even care. Like, I mean, I don't want a guy who's ran through either. So
okay. All right.
I think that when we say purity, I can understand, and as I stated before, I don't think that sex is just a physical act. I believe it's a meeting of the body, and it should be a meeting of the mind, and it should be something important, and I think you should do it with someone you love and respect. And I think that, if you're sleeping with X, Y, and Z, and you happen to love and respect them, your levels of love and respect are probably kind of skewed. And I wouldn't want anything to do with someone who doesn't have a good image of love and respect. So I'm gonna kind of twist it, and I don't think that guys who are like, oh, I won't be with her because she's been with so many guys. Like, I think that from purely a sexual standpoint, it's like, okay, then you're probably just insecure. But overall, like, I can understand why a guy's like, I'd prefer a girl who's not just who values this more than a girl who doesn't value the act of sex.
Why is a guy insecure for wanting a woman who's not promiscuous or who has a low body count?
Let me think about this because I'll be able to articulate it properly.
Okay, did you want to come in? And we'll come back to
something. I have this argument a lot with my coworkers. I work with all guys, and my boyfriend. So I see both sides. I definitely understand, the purity thing, because women have their own standards too.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand the male's point of view. You don't want someone with a high body count. Yeah, I get it. It's almost like a hard pill to swallow. It's something that I definitely didn't agree with for a really long time. And I was like, no, fuck that. Like, girls can fuck who they want. But also taking...
Women can fuck who they want.
Well, of course they can.
But men can also not
consequence.
want to be in a relationship with women who have slept with a lot of men.
Taking a lot of psychology classes as well, I've learned that women take sex a lot more seriously, and it affects them physically and emotionally a lot more than it affects guys. So also seeing it from that kind of standpoint, I kind of get, it's more intimate to girls, and having a fewer body count would, I think, less damage the girl's mental stability, if that makes sense a little bit.
Okay, what about you?
I agree with them too. I think having a low body count is good, but what exactly is pure? To each their own. What's your definition of pure? What's my definition of pure? May not be the same, but if we can agree on it, then we can compromise. But I do agree that there are some men who, and I've had nothing but guy friends, and I've heard the way that they talk about women, and it's just horrible. So the things that they say about these girls.
What do they say?
Like when I was in high school, I had my guy friends were like, oh, I just dumped so-and-so, but like, if you want to hit it, go ahead. Like, we're going to go to the party, like, just, whatever.
You got talking to the mic.
So I've had guys like that. They're like, just pass off the girl onto the next, like it's nothing, so.
Wait, you overheard them saying this?
Yeah, I've had my own guy friends, like, tell the other group of guys, like, oh, I broke up with so-and-so, like, we're going to go to this party, so if you hit her up, like, it's cool, it's fair game.
Well, I have a question. Why is that so bad? Because I've also, been seeing a guy, gone on a date with a guy, and then, for whatever reason, I'm not interested, he's not interested, it doesn't work out. I'll say to my girlfriend, I don't care, like, go ahead, do your thing. Like, you can court them if you like, not necessarily just sex, but like, why is that statement so bad?
If you've slept with them, I feel like that's different, because the sexual thing, the connectivity thing, that's different. So if I'm just talking to you and it doesn't work out and so-and-so wants to hit you up, that's fine, go for it.
Okay.
But when it comes to sex, that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so you wanted a moment to collect your thoughts. Go ahead.
Well, I think that what I was just trying to say is, if a guy is like, oh, she can't have slept with more than 2 or 3 guys, possibly he could be insecure about his own performance and doesn't want her to be able to compare it to anything. I think that that's less of an instance, and I think I said, a guy could be insecure as more of like a minor point, but that's what I had to say.
But I mean, that was the first thing that you went to was insecurity. I'm not denying that couldn't potentially be the case for a guy preferring a low body count, but
donated $100.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Men and women are different. Body count is a legit double standard. The fact of the matter is society values what's hard/difficult. Women can get laid, while men have to work hard to get it.
Yep.
Men visualize every man a woman's been with too.
Okay, we're gonna actually do something with this one. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
So he says women can easily get. Okay. Women can easily get laid. Men can't. Agree, disagree?
I agree.
Okay. So it's easier for women to get laid. Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
Agree.
100%.
Agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't need to like agree. It's a fact. Like that's what the data says, and it shows that it's out there, that it is like harder on self-reported things. It is harder for men to get sexual access to women, and like that's fine. Like we're the pickier and we're the choosier sex. Have you ever heard the joke from men that nobody's ugly after 2 a.m.? Yeah, like it's real. But like when we're talking about these sex differences, we just have to be mindful about testosterone. Testosterone is a sexual impulse. We have testosterone too, but we have like 1/17th to 1/75th of the amount of testosterone as men. So like men value purity, but they also really want to have sex. Now, is it like helpful or beneficial for a man to be absurdly promiscuous and give himself sexual diabetes? Like, no. You know what I mean? But to say that, you know, men are insecure if a woman has a high body count, I think that's fair, because the men that are looking for relationships, that are looking to commit to women, of course they're not going to want to commit to a woman that has a promiscuous past, because behavior, your habits are a good indicator for how you'll behave in the future. But like, I just think that that's a really sexist thing that we do. You know, he doesn't like a promiscuous woman, so obviously he's insecure. I don't know what the female equivalent of that would be, of men saying anything like that, but And it's also true, like, it comes down to the quality of men that you're hanging out with. Like, if you're hanging around men, like, if you hear that conversation where men are saying out loud, like, oh, yeah, I was with her, you can have her, then we need to be changing our friend groups. We cannot be socializing with, I mean, it's just, like, it's degenerate people. Even if it was a woman, like, if one of my girlfriends was like, yeah, I had him, you can have him too, I'd be like, this friendship is over because there's something wrong with you. Like, that's purely degenerate. We can't, like, be crossing streams. Like, this is inappropriate. Yeah, it's not cool. So.
Well, I think that I probably should have used a different word. I realize that the word insecure does have a negative connotation, but I believe insecurity is something every single human deals with, you know? We're all self-conscious. I'm just the first to admit it. Kanye, whatever.
What are you doing?
Like,
my ADHD cannot right now.
Like, I think that it's just a fact. Like, you know, it was not supposed to be like, oh, my, you know, this guy I'm dating can't care about the last guy I dated. Like, I didn't mean it so much as a negative thing, but I think that you know, you asked, why do you think men care?
Yo, what are you doing, Rin?
Somebody was like, Rin's, I was like doing this, and then people were like, Rin's like doing a BTS dance. So I was like, why not actually do a BTS dance?
All right.
Just it distracts from the show, though. But I was gonna say, like, the thing about it is, like, you're not the first woman to say it. Like, if you take time, and you could watch their content too, it is like a standard thing that when men have standards in relationships, we shame them, we shun them. When, like, if you have a brother or a father, and, like, let's say your father was dating, right? Like, you would want him to have standards. Like, that men are allowed to have standards, but we kind of, like, shame them for having them. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Multiple times that phrase comes up. He doesn't like promiscuous women, and I know you clarified later with 2 or 3. But, like, there's women that'll say, like, let's say, you know, her body count was like 25 or like 35, right? So if we present this situation, the scenario, and a man comes out and says, well, that's too much, I'm not okay with that, women will still call him insecure. There's some women out there, like, she could have a body count of like hundreds, right? That would be a
but
very
at that
small
point
minority.
I don't think it's about insecurity. At that point, I think it's just like, you've, you know, done this with so many different people, you must not value it, you must not respect yourself. That's how I see it, that's how I view it. So I think the insecurity part, I won't even go over that, because I think we're on the same page. Like, that's whatever.
I think we unpacked it.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems to me that as soon as a guy says, here's what I want in a girl, here's what I want in a woman, it's almost always going to be met with, that's either a misogynist or you're insecure, small dick energy. It's always going to be met with some sort of contempt, shaming. So it's just funny. Women are allowed to have preferences, standards, and boundaries, and men are not.
Yeah. Well, I actually think it's the total, I won't say total opposite, but I think that women are more outwardly allowed to have those boundaries and standards when it comes to having sex. And that's why we said, you know, women are the pickers and choosers, but men have it with marriage and relationships.
I actually kind of disagree with that.
Okay.
Well, women control access to sex, but, like, most men are invisible to most women. So actually most men don't have choice either when it comes to a relationship.
Okay. Yeah, that's
now,
super fair
like,
to say.
top tier guys, yes, then they are the ones who decides who gets a relationship.
Right.
It does happen to be the case, it happens to be the case that most women are chasing after those top 10, top 20%
right,
men.
because we're
And
taking
so,
the ones that we choose that we would
Once
physically
you've-
be intimate with, and then we're looking at that, you know, small group of people and deciding who we would truly like to be in a relationship with. And then those guys have also been other females' choice to be intimate with. So then, you know, you're nothing special when it comes to their dating pool.
Yeah, so if you've said yes to them, a lot of other women are prepared to say yes to them. So they have really no incentive to commit.
So what's your dating advice? Say no? Keep saying no? Like,
well, I
what
think
was the
one,
point?
have a reasonable self-assessment of where you stand in the sexual marketplace. So I think you guys, you know, none of you said you were 10s, but we do have girls that come on the show. They not 10s that say they're 10s, and it's like,
do you tell them right there? You're like,
I tell them you're not a 10. And they'll fight me on it. I'm not rude about it. I'm just like, and I don't give them a rating, but I'll say, you're not a 10.
Yeah. Who is a 10? Who's your celeb crush?
Eric, do you want to pull up the Instagram?
This has been discussed before.
We just have, this is Eric's saved Instagram. So these are, like, I wouldn't say they're 10s, but they're, like, I would consider very attractive, like 8, 9, 10. So we got Wolfiecindy here. Keep going.
Oh yeah.
She's beautiful.
Just keep scrolling, Eric. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down.
Is that Katarina Dem?
Probably, I don't know. They're just, anyways.
Okay, so now I have a question.
Exceptionally attractive women.
These girls are so hot, super hot. The girls that are posting photos like that, is that wife material? Like, does that not? Because as a girl, and this is funny to like think about. You know, if my dude were on the internet posting just, you know, totally naked pictures all the time, I would be like, yeah, like objectively he's attractive, but it, you know, in my like dating rate, like you go to a 0. I wouldn't want to be with someone like that. Whereas for men, like you see that and you're just like, oh, she's a 10. Like the second you see her posting that, you know, that's not a 10 from me anymore. But these women are also making a lot of money and making a bag, and I respect that. Like,
I don't.
And they probably don't look like that. And have you seen, what's her name, Wolfiecindy? Have you seen her in real life?
She's pretty
bad, but she doesn't look like that in real life.
well. Yeah, obviously there's some Photoshop and makeup and
so there's
filters
that,
and all
and then
that.
the good point that Lindsay made, when girls, you know, I personally, my boyfriend, if he likes a girl in a bikini pic, I'm like, don't fucking like that picture. But I don't post pictures like that. So I expect him not to like those. So what's your opinion? Would you wife up Wolfiecindy with her posting pictures like that on her Instagram?
Would I wife up Wolfiecindy? I mean, I don't know her. I haven't met her. So
great personality. You love her. She checks everything, but she still posts.
She's a
but she has
whore.
an OF.
Oh,
like,
she's a whore?
She like
Wolf,
she has
I don't
like
think she has OF.
like 20 plus body count, and she's posting that. So no, ignore OnlyFans. She's 20 plus body count, and she's posting that on.
Does Wolfiecindy have a 20 plus body
Probably.
count? You think so? I don't know.
She's in Hollywood. I'm guessing. I don't know. She could have 5 bodies. I'm just in the instance that she did, would you wife her up? I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Because of the Instagram photos or because of her hypothetical body count? Because she's a like she is a model, so the photos is like. I mean, to me, that's not. She doesn't do OF like she's.
But she's not a real model. Arguably, she's not a real model.
I think
she's closer to a porn star.
She's an Instagram model. She's not a model.
No, I think she's like she does like actual.
I think she's been to like Miami Swim Week, but
Adriana Lima is a model. That woman is not a model.
Giselle is a model. Arena is a model. Like
get Wolfiecindy on the show.
Like there's.
I like her. If
I'll
she
tell her
sees
to
this,
her
I don't
face
mean
that
it.
she's not a model. Like you can bring her. She's not that. You're not a model.
My buddy knows her. My buddy knows her.
I'm
but
sure he
apparently
does.
she doesn't do like interviews.
So, but would you? Would you?
Would I what? Wife her?
Wife her? Would you put a ring on it?
Well, here's. I mean, I'm
Yes.
already. No. Hold on.
Status.
Well, first off, I'm already disqualifying myself just based on looks.
You're just.
I'm disqualifying myself. You're saying she's just into me?
Yeah,
Wolfiecindy, look, I'm realistic about where I'm at in life.
Okay, but we're in a hypothetical that we get to make up.
Let's do hypotheticals.
Yeah,
though. I'm married and I did a Henry Cavill hypothetical for the show, and that was like dodgy for me.
So okay, give me the breakdown. She's great personality.
Great. She's everything you want in a woman.
But she has
likes
a 20
you. She's
plus
attracted
body
to
count.
you. She wants to date you, or
20
you guys are dating. She wants you to marry her. 20 plus body count,
and she posts
her
this
Instagram.
every day.
Her boobies out. Yeah. She does lingerie shoots where you can see your nipple, and she posts it on Instagram. Everyone can see your boobs. They're supposed to be yours.
Brian, it's okay if you like hoes. It's okay.
Whoa,
like,
whoa,
a lot
whoa,
of men
whoa.
do.
Yeah,
just say it.
okay.
Like,
just
like
say
there-
it. We just
there's-
want to hear.
Whoa. Hold on.
A lot of men do. How do you think she's getting paid? It's okay.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
She does not have OnlyFans. She's like not.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's
So she
fine.
doesn't
So
have
OnlyFans is a hard line for you. Instagram modeling, in a swimsuit, is that a hard
Yes
line?
or no?
Like,
I wouldn't. No, the swimsuit shit. I don't really. Okay,
Lingerie.
let me frame it like this. Would it be? Let me frame it like this. Would it be my preference that a girl didn't even have social media? Yes. However, like
realistically,
like to me, there's much higher things on the list of things that I care about than that. So also, I'm like, money is my vice. So I'd probably say that the opportunity in terms of partnering with Wolfiecindy would be substantial. Like there's there's some value there.
Yeah. So maybe you would date her and
The finesse.
use her to network, but possibly not marry, or would you?
It's such a
Would that be a deal
hypothetical.
breaker?
Like she kind
but
maybe
you give
has
us the
20
hypothetical.
bodies.
We did it. So,
I know, we got it.
I don't think there's like an L. You
He's
know,
like,
like
"This
if
is
you
my
think that a
podcast."
really beautiful, attractive woman who checks all the boxes but posts these pictures on the internet, like you're in California, like
Well,
that's pretty standard for this place.
I also have to be
Yeah.
realistic with like the women that I'm surrounded by. Like there's not a lot of women who don't have Instagram, aren't posting these kind of photos.
Yeah, fair enough.
So like I could be in my ivory tower on my high horse, say I would never date a girl who has an Instagram. Well, I'm gonna be celibate for a minute.
Yeah.
We're not gonna find.
I'm not gonna get laid for a minute. So like, however, would it be like brownie points? Would I think it's great if a girl didn't have Instagram or wasn't posting these sort of revealing photos? 100%. But I live in Santa Barbara, California, incredibly liberal, very,
It's just not a
open.
deal breaker for you.
It's not a deal breaker.
It's fine.
not a
Like
deal
for a
breaker.
lot of liberal men, they're cool with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which
Go
I
you,
personally,
body
no.
positivity.
20
yeah.
body count though, that's gonna be tough to wife up. So I think on the
that's
body
like
count
majority
thing,
of
that's
women in cities.
It is.
bruv. We've had some 18-year-old girls on that have 30, 40, 50 bodies. So like,
Yeah.
on that note,
Not my
let's
job.
talk about body count. Okay. Did you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I did. Do you just save those and make like a collection in your Instagram of hot girls?
It's just like it's in the,
That's
come up
that's
before.
interesting.
Yeah.
it's favorited for the show. It's for the show. It's for the show.
It's for the show.
Listen, these girls, they come in, they say they're 10s. Bruv.
You have to show them what a 10 is.
I don't even, half those girls are like 8s and most of them aren't
Like,
10s.
are there's like successful men that are married to like like not promiscuous, but like hypersexual women that are public online. Like they totally exist, right? I can't like I'm Midwest and I don't look at that stuff, but is there a couple that comes to mind? Like there's women, there's tons of people that do that, yeah.
Yeah, no,
That do
I would
what?
agree.
High status men who are married to women who present hypersexually on social media.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's think about
Yeah.
pro athletes. I
Yeah.
mean, there's a ton of
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
maybe
they're
those
doing
just aren't high value men. They're high status men who just happen to know how to play a sport really well.
I think so. Here's the thing: like, there is an element of a trophy wife, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, as long as she
Yeah.
doesn't embarrass you in public or like have like public scandals or get pregnant by another
Yeah.
dude. Like, I think a lot of guys are willing to have this very like a perpetual 10 that
Yeah.
you get to invest millions in.
Yeah.
Because the thing is like that stuff takes upkeep, right? You know, like they can afford things to keep them looking like hotter for much longer than like me. I mean, that's not gonna happen for me. So I think like there's an element of a trophy wife. You know, that's okay.
Well, and look, okay. Also, I'm reading the chat. A lot of y'all in the chat saying I'm a simp
I saw that.
because I would, bruv,
Stop.
have you guys, okay, Wolfiecindy is an exceptionally attractive woman.
She's okay. She looks like the majority of Instagram models, in my opinion.
In
Bruv.
real life,
You're not gonna find. You're gonna find.
Bro,
10 other
she has, like-
Wolfiecindies.
You should
No, no,
invite
no, no,
Destiny.
She's
no.
beautiful. Yeah.
No,
but
hold
you
on.
can find another one. She look. There's another.
Bro,
girl that
she
looks
has
just
like
her. What's her name?
1,000-year dynasty genetics.
Okay, but you're in here's another
That's how
factor.
attractive she is.
She is a beautiful, curvaceous, dark-haired, I believe dark-eyed, gorgeous woman. There's some guys who find her unattractive completely. They're into, blonde hair, blue eyes, or African American women. Like, she's really not, maybe in your opinion. And I'd like for you to meet her in person. I don't want to
Set
like
it up.
that too.
Set it up.
So would he.
I don't have. Her
Yeah,
number.
I think that
and I
she's
feel like
sexy,
I'm-
but I wouldn't call her beautiful. Like when I think about models, I think
she's
about
beautiful.
traditional models that like Marxism cannot compete. Like some women are just born that
Wait,
beautiful.
Marxism?
Yeah, like
Wolfiecindy is a
the
Marxist.
whole no,
plant.
I'm not talking about her, right? And I realize the libs coming out, but it's like no, like there is an element of Marxism in our culture where it's like everyone can be a model and everyone can be beautiful because Instagram exists and we can do that, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot to be said about her body, and like I'm not gonna act like she's not sexy. This woman is 100% sexy.
Yeah.
In my perspective, like I don't find her to be beautiful. I find rare women to be beautiful. Adriana Lima or
I
Gal
think she's
Gadot.
so beautiful.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Gal Gadot is
Gadot.
better looking than Wolfiecindy. What?
I think Wolfiecindy
You like
is
sexy
beautiful.
chicks.
I
You
think
like
she's
sexy
so
women.
beautiful.
What do you mean? I like sexy women.
Yeah. Like the difference between sexy and beautiful. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes, I sort of know what you mean, but I like beautiful women. I like sexy women. I mean,
so you like them both?
Yes, but
I
think that you can be. I think that you can be beautiful without being sexy, and you can be sexy without being beautiful. You can be both. You can be neither.
Some people don't know who she is. Everyone's saying that she's like not. She's mid too. I think she's very beautiful. I think she's a super beautiful girl. I do. I know what you're saying though. Some people have the more unique model look.
For me, it's like it's the plastic surgery Instagram thing. Like
Totally.
that's my thing, right?
It's like
because
everyone.
Beauty, you're
it's not
born
natural.
with it or you're not. Like you can't buy it. She is sexy. Like I
don't think she has plastic surgery.
She definitely has Botox.
She
for sure.
definitely has
lip fillers. She has lip fillers?
Yeah,
her
she definitely
boobs are also. I think she's
Really?
had her boobs done. I mean, there's just.
Oh, that's
looking at female bodies.
Guys
Boobs.
can't even
I feel like
I can tell.
now.
If you're looking,
I can tell.
No,
I
most
haven't-
dudes
listen, I'm
can't.
not-
Most guys
If
can't
you are
even
looking,
tell.
listen. If you're looking at a voluptuous woman with a great rack and a nice butt, and she has a flat stomach, that's not real. Women's bodies are not built like that, and that's okay.
Yeah, that's true. Like I ran my breasts off in 2018. Like I'm not joking. Like I fell in love with running, and then that's when I found out. And because my husband and I have had this conversation, he's like a medical nerd too. So when you see like these Instagram models,
No fake tits, by the way. I'm looking.
Like if you're a woman, if you're a woman that's sub 20% body fat, majority of women that are sub 20% body fat, like they're not really going to have breasts. Like that's a small percentage of the population that has breasts that are that large.
That's not
it's like
healthy.
It's like 10% of women. The last I checked, it's like the percentage of women that have big racks naturally, it's like 10% of them. Last I checked.
Yeah. And are if we're going to say like, if we're talking about thin women, you're probably not going to have a huge rack. And if you do, they're probably fake, or you're just born, you're God's favorite, which is awesome and good for you. I wish I was.
I'm on the beauty train. You know what I mean? Like if you can pay for it, like that's not beauty. It is sexy, but I don't think that that's beauty.
Yeah.
And I think that like that's a perfectly okay thing to say. I wasn't born at 10, and I, hopefully like baby girl, maybe you'll come through, but I don't know. For me, it just wasn't in the cards. Yeah. But I think that's okay to say. But this was fun. I liked rating this woman with you guys. This was good.
Yeah.
So, whoa.
We came to the conclusion that she's sexy, she's hot, but she's
not beautiful.
Well, the thing is, to be beautiful, you can't be fake.
Is she fake though? I don't know.
Yes.
We just went over this. The proportions of her body, and I say this out of full jealousy.
I don't think she has fake titties.
They're too nice.
She could be.
The way her stomach, 100%. Her butt, like there's just been help there. I agree. She's super attractive, but there's been help there.
She's hotter than me for sure.
That's coke.
I just don't think. I said
no,
she's
no,
hotter.
not you.
What does that mean?
Coke.
Just
Coke.
like
She did a lot of coke.
some women, look, some women are using Photoshop. They're squeezing their fucking their ribs in or whatever.
Yeah.
Some girls are Photoshopping that shit. Some of it is angles, etc. But you can't deny that some women, now obviously there's like the really extreme Photoshop that's just impossible, but like there are some women that do have a really thin waist.
Yeah.
Of
like
course,
there are some women
right.
that
But they
have
don't
fucking
have
like,
there
in
are
reality.
God's
beauty.
God's favorites are
That's
out
beauty.
there. They really are. I don't think that's Wolfiecindy. And I think that it also promotes an unhealthy standard of, what women should look like. And, the girls are looking at her, you can't have a big boob, can't have big butts. All you want to do is lose weight. It's not healthy. Like to want to be a certain size, to want to be in your healthy body is a good thing. But, if the only thing you think you can achieve is a 6-pack, that's not healthy for women. Like women.
I think there's actually much harsher physical beauty or physical things on men.
I think dad bods are in, and I don't think that's true.
Stop the cap.
Yeah.
I'm not capping. I feel like that's so in. Like on TikTok right now,
women
everyone's
say
talking
that,
about
but it's
dad
not.
bods. Really?
You just have to look at movies. Like, have you noticed that they're making the female leads in rom-coms more mid? Like Amy Schumer.
Yes.
Yeah.
However, the men are not changing. Like, they're still
not.
hot.
Yeah.
They still have 6-packs. Like, it's okay if you don't get it as a woman. Like, not all of us are going to get the dude with a 6-pack, but it's like, those dudes are, like, objectively sexy. I have arguments about this all the time online. So it's like, dad bod, like, through the years, having a child, we work out less, but we love each other that much. Like, 15 pounds, right? But objectively, like, would I choose a dude with a dad bod if I was single over a dude with a 6-pack? Like, no way. Like, why do you have that?
No, I agree, but let's also agree that you know, it's more common for a woman to date a man with an incredible personality and a great life and this and that and the other thing with less of the looks, you know, whereas for a guy, looks are a huge proponent. I think
I don't think so.
Disagree.
Like, have you seen
disagree?
the amount of have you seen the amount of single men? Remember I said 60% from 18 to 29. This is like Pew Research data that just came out. And I'll show you guys all this after the show. Like, they're single and they're not even looking. There's an element of nihilism because a lot of men are invisible to women. There's other data too. Only 1 in 3, and this was actually like per the state of California. But I mean, you could just like see in public if you listen to your ovaries how many men you'd say yes to, how many men you would say no to. So it's like 1 in 3 and 1 in 5 men has sexual access, right? And part of that 1 in 3
and 1 in 5 men. What does that mean?
So it's because it's a reference range, right?
Okay.
So I've seen studies where it's as stringent as 1 in 5 men are having sex, and as like liberal as 1 in 3 men are having sex, right?
Okay.
But then with that 1 in 3 stat, it's actually like 1 in 3 men either hasn't had sex in the last year or is a virgin by age 30, right? Do you see like where the stuff is a little bit, we like to say, yeah, you know, I would go for a guy that was a little bit not as attractive,
Eric,
who just
you can
had
pull
all
up
the
the
great
chart.
stuff. But
Go to the
are we
infographics.
actually doing it? Because at the end of the day, like the men that
Yes.
you're picking,
I can speak
y'all
for
think they're
myself.
cute.
I am. Like, I
Yeah.
100% am.
My boyfriend is 5'7". I've never dated a boy that's over 5'7".
Hold on. Like, I don't
Just
mean height.
saying.
Like, is his face cute to you?
My current boyfriend, yes. The other ones, I've always dated men who are like boys, who are much less attractive to me. And in my personal opinion, and I feel like maybe some of you guys can agree with this, I like dating people that I am more attractive than.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Wait, you like leverage. That's fine. But it's like, hold on. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
You talked
true.
about those guys, right? You said your boyfriend right now. You like his face.
Yes,
you
I love
said
his
the last
face.
guys. You're like, eh. But that's what I'm saying. Like, where
But
are
I
they
loved
now?
them at the time.
Where are they? But
The
but, like,
personality broke the deal. It was not the
Yeah,
face.
it wasn't the looks.
No. Like, I'm saying, like, okay, that might be fair. I'm just saying, I think it's possible that we're choosing men that we find attractive, and we like to say, like, we'll go for like the broke, sweet dude.
And also,
Yeah,
women
but
also
I don't want a
because I
broke
wa-
sweet dude. I want a hard-working man. Like, and
also women overrate themselves in terms of their own physical attractiveness.
is that true?
Yeah, like
We have
data
girls come on the show that say
statistics,
they're
no,
10s.
But like, talk to most women, because it's like this weird thing happens when you hit a certain age, where women can't psychologically comprehend or process, like, oh, I'm not as beautiful as I used to be, right?
Yeah.
Like, I peaked at 24. I'm completely okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of single older women freaking out on TikTok over that stuff.
Yeah.
So like, in order to cope with that like I aged, maybe I don't have the guy that I want, they'll start to go through these mental gymnastics and be like, no, like I'm a 10 because I like inside, like that makes me 10 outside. No, like beauty is a harsh judge, and some of us just don't have it. So a lot of women are like that. Is there data statistics that show that? I mean, we'd have to ask Rolo Tomasi, so I'll try to find out for you.
I have a question.
What's up?
Have you guys seen, there's this new website, and some guy made it, and it's like
the calculator, the delusion
Yeah.
calculator.
Have you guys seen the delusion calculator? So my boyfriend
I don't want to look at it either.
is like, I don't know, I want to say, like, I can find, he's like 11% of the population or something. And I don't know.
it
there's just-
looks
you guys
wise.
should-
Is that what that means?
So it's a calculator. Do you want to explain
Yeah,
it? I feel like
you
you
can
could
pull it
explain
up.
it
You
better.
wanna do it?
It's
People like when
basically
we do it.
delusion calculator, where women
maybe
can put
later.
in their ideal men and see what percent of the world is actually.
Basically,
and they have one for women too.
It's in the
Yeah.
well, it's within the United States, and the metrics are age, height, income, race. I'm trying to, like, is he obese?
Yeah,
is he
things like
married?
that.
Body
Is he
style,
like, how many of us
divorced.
are, like, real talk, like, how many of us are trying to pursue obese men, right?
Nobody.
Zero.
Right. Okay, next question. How many of us are trying to pursue overweight men? That might be different.
Not me.
Not you? Okay, 73.6% of the American population is overweight to include obesity. You see what I'm saying? So, like, we're like, yeah, well, like, we would forgive his looks, but are we doing it, though? And it's okay to have those standards.
but that's different. There's weight and then there's looks, because looks you're born with. Weight, to me personally, throughout my life, I have had some health issues, and at a young age I learned to very seriously value my body and how I treat it. I exercise religiously. I try to eat very well. It's
High diet.
very important to me to treat my body well. This is a vessel that God gave me, and it's important to treat it well. I think that the majority of overweight people do not treat their body well. And if you're not eating, you're not eating well, and you're not exercising, you're probably not respecting your body. That's the deal breaker for me. If you are a big boned person who takes care of yourself and, you know, eats well, works out, then yeah, I and you have a great personality, I could see myself being with someone like that. But someone who does not take care of themselves, no.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's where the guys are coming from, because like most dudes would date and also marry too, because it's like they associate marriage with sex. They're like, oh, like if I marry her, she's gonna sleep with me, right? Most of those guys, they would date or marry in general, the male population, they would date or marry an overweight or obese woman, right? Whereas like for us, we're like, no, like that's not gonna fly. So that's a lot of the times what people are talking about. But I mean, eggs are expensive, sperm is cheap. That's a common phrase that's used. I don't know if you guys get that phrase. Do you guys get that phrase?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm like, you know, it'd be like that. All I'm saying is be worth it. Like you can't demand, you know, a high value man and then be a low value woman yourself. That's just not cool, right? It's not what I would want for my son.
It's never going to happen. You're never going to find a relationship.
Yeah.
A good one.
So I want to bring it back here to body count really quick, because you mentioned the whole purity thing. You had an issue with it. Rin, did you have any thoughts on that? I want to bring you in so you're not compelled to dance mid-show.
No, I mean, I already said like my thoughts, like let it cook. Like just like I don't want somebody who has like a high body count either.
Oh, right. Okay, I remember.
But you said you
that.
wanted to wait to get married though.
Wait.
When did I say that?
No, you might not have. Like I've talked to like a lot of women, right? So it's like I might be placing you wrong.
Not all. Okay, I'm not gonna.
No. So that was a literal question. Like, I can't remember. I'm a human being who forgets things sometimes, right? I could have forgotten or misinterpreted what you might have said earlier. That's normal. I'm a person processing data and information. So, like, did you say earlier that like you wanted to wait to get married or something? You said it wasn't on your mind.
No.
Wait,
what?
I think
did
you
you
did
say
say
that?
that.
No. Like
Here,
wait. What's she saying? Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, what do you mean? Like, I want to like get married like later in like my life?
Yeah. You said, yeah. Okay. So like you want a guy with a low body count, but you want to get married later in life. You see what I'm saying? Like that was the point I was trying to get at. Like, how are you going to achieve that? Because I mean, if he's like a 27-year-old virgin, he might be like, You're like,
well, I mean, like, I just don't want, like, just the thing is, like, if somebody has a high body count, just in my mind, like, I'm not saying this is true, but in my mind, I would see them as like, oh, so they find like many girls attractive enough to sleep with, and that would just make me insecure. Like if I were to marry him.
So you're saying he'd sleep with an ugly chick? Is that what you're saying? And you'd think like, am I ugly?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I feel that.
Like my question was just like, you said marriage wasn't on your mind, but do you want to be married one day?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you said like you don't want a guy with a high body count, but if you like wait to get married, like most likely the longer you wait to do that for both men and women, the likelihood that these people have had like higher body counts, it kind of goes up. That was the point that I was making. I'm not like trying to checkmate you or anything like that.
I never said that.
Okay,
moving on. Let's talk really quick about body count. So should body count matter? Just a quick yes or no. Go ahead.
Should body count matter? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't believe that. Yes. Sophia.
Because of what I said earlier, so kind
I don't
of
believe that. Well, I mean, the yes itself didn't sound particularly convincing, and
do I prefer?
Okay, let me rephrase the question.
Yeah.
Do you take issue or do you take quarrel? And I'm asking this to all of you. If a man has a preference for a woman with a low body count, do you take issue with that?
Yes or no, or just like, or explain.
Whatever.
I don't think it's like a huge issue. Like everybody has like their own preferences. Obviously, it's like the way they say it. If they're like, oh, like she's a slut, like it's like, okay, like calm down. But if he has his own preference, like that's fine. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I was saying earlier, it's preference, but also I think when it gets to the point where it's like a fetish almost. I don't know if that's the right word for them to be pure or be this like, not like she hasn't been touched, like she's, you know, like a virgin. Like I think when it gets to that point and it's just starts to get really gross. It's like, do you want to date a child? Like
there it is.
You know what I mean?
All right. So men who want to date women with a low body count are pedos?
No, definitely
no.
But when it gets to the point where that's all it matters so much to them, you know.
I mean, an adult woman can be a virgin.
Yeah.
Past
totally.
18.
Well,
But I think that there's a huge problem with like.
I think that what she's
Hold
trying.
on, let her finish.
I think you can.
No,
you go ahead.
I don't know how to articulate this correctly, but
Attempt.
Children are born virgins is the point.
No, you're
like you're young. You have not done that. So sometimes when it gets to such an extreme and people.
Is it extreme to want someone who's not
promiscuous?
not
at all.
No,
but if someone is like, I would never sleep with anyone that's even been touched by a man, like, and I don't think that's very many people at all. I don't think that's
all
very
Christians
many
and all Muslims. You're saying that they're pedophiles. Is that what you're saying?
There is a high rate of pedophilia in those religions.
What?
That's
not a good thing to say.
No, like that's just not a good argument. Like that's a straw man. Like I understand what you guys are saying, right? The reality is, and this is what I was talking about earlier, and I don't know, like, for some reason why this is, like, perceived as a racial lens or something like that. I just literally talk to a lot of women. It has nothing to do with the way that you look, okay? It was just, the chat was doing a lot, all right? The chat was doing a lot.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Right, but, like, what I'm trying to say is, like, when it comes to a low body count and being a virgin, it does correlate with age, right?
Yeah.
But we have a hard time, like, separating the value of purity versus, like, the value of, like, a woman being more girlish. But some of this stuff isn't necessarily bad. Like, have you noticed that women that are petite, and I mean like short, and they're also like small, right? A lot of men seem to really enjoy that. Have you noticed that?
Absolutely,
yeah. So like it triggers a protective instinct in men that's like coveted, and it's this concept called neoteny. Because if you think about it, when a woman acts kind of like a girl or looks more girlish, right? Just short, petite. That's valued. If a guy is like small and boyish, is that valued?
No.
Yeah, right, because it's only attractive if like women are closer to that girlness, and even if she's like a tiny old lady, right? There's still like an element of that there,
right?
So it's like we often try to demonize this thing because men value purity when we probably don't need to be doing that, right? Like it could just be a fact, and that's okay, right? Lots of men value purity. That's like it's a normal historical thing. I think that we get upset because the reality is that a lot of us, I think that we live in a world past hormonal birth control, right? Virginity is just not that common anymore. And that's really hard to recollect, both for women and also for men. But I think at the end of the day, people would still, that are looking for relationships, want people with low body counts. And that's okay. That's perfectly acceptable. But if we're going to value that, then we need to be coupling up in our 20s. Do you see?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Little Red Riding Hood need a reality check.
Which one is that?
I'm guessing that's me.
Was Little Red Riding Hood a redhead?
No, but that's
like
probably
red.
what they're just calling me. Why?
Okay, so bringing it back to body count really quick. I don't know if everyone got to go around on would you take issue with a man who cared about your body count?
Would I take?
I think
issue
you
with it?
answered.
No, I wouldn't have an issue if a man cared about my body count.
Nope.
Okay, what's your body count?
I don't feel comfortable saying that to like millions of people.
Yeah, I'd rather not say.
Yeah,
Anybody
no,
want to share?
Definitely no comment.
No comment. No.
And before anyone says anything, that doesn't mean that we're.
Yeah, no, I
or
personally
we're-
keep that part of my life. Like, I think that's a sacred thing, and I like to keep that private. And I just, that's something for me and anyone that I choose to share that with. Not for the public.
All right, I'm gonna get through some super chats here. Stephen Wagner, thank you for the 50. Go ahead and read this.
No one should down marriage. I married my wife when she was 24 and I was 20. 18 years later, we have a 12-year-old son. She wanted to be married because of her cultural Japanese. She's feminine, I am masculine, so she is happy having a family.
Yo, Stephen, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yo, Martin, thank you, man.
Rin, as impressed as I am with your proper pronunciation of the letter L rather than R in the place of L, unfortunately, you've reached your limit on the word like for this evening. Okay.
Okay, Martin, thank you, man. Appreciate it. And,
whatever that means.
You paid $50 to say that.
I know.
That's
it
really
could've been
funny.
funnier.
By the way, guys, if you're just tuning in, we did adjust the super chat threshold and the TTS threshold. So 50 and up to be read, 100 plus triggers TTS. If you do it through Streamlabs, it's 45 plus to be read, and 90 plus triggers TTS. Eric, can you pull up the Streamlabs tab? I'm going to read a couple of these. Let me know when you have it. Yeah. I think it's the first one. Go a bit bigger. Up. Nope, we're good. It's just this one. Thomas, thank you, man. Ladies, men give love to get sex, while women give sex to get love. It is always a transaction. Also, men fall in love with their eyes, while women fall in love with their ears.
That's poetic.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Real Shakespeare in the flesh. Thank you, Thomas. Much appreciated.
Snaps.
All right, so we're going to react to a video. Do we do the Drew Afualo? I'm sorry, I can't pronounce her name. It's the title of the video. I guess we have to do it. All right, so if you don't know, this was from like 2 shows back, and we were kind of talking about this. So a girl on the show said she was a 10, and I wasn't mean to her, but I just said, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. You're not a 10. I'm not going to rate you, but you're not a 10. You know, it's a bit blunt. However, you know, I wasn't insulting about it entirely. In any case, this fairly famous TikToker, Drew Afualo, she's got a podcast. I don't know. She's got like 7 mil on TikTok or so. I don't know how much she has on TikTok. Maybe like 700,000 on Instagram. Anyways, she reacted. So we're going to react to that. Eric, I may have you pause it at moments. So if you can pull up that video.
Women have dating on easy.
Nope. It's the Drew Afualo one.
Do you know who it is?
Oh, good.
It should be up.
Good.
Yeah, we're pretty cool.
Angry feminist.
Oh, blue hair.
There should only be a few videos on the tab. It shouldn't. Don't read the name. Just find one of the videos. Okay. I may have you pause it, Eric. So go ahead.
Okay, so you think you're a 10?
Yeah. I think I'm gorgeous. I think I'm perfect.
Listen, don't take this the wrong way. You're not a 10.
Please lay it on me.
You're
I've
not
seen
a 10.
this.
Okay. That's just your opinion.
All right. First of all, every time I feel like we stamp out a roach, aka a white man with a podcast like this, he contributes
That was rude.
That was rude.
That was so rude.
So I just want to point something out to you guys. She said, every time we stamp out a cockroach, aka a white man with a podcast, that is first off on its face racist. Which, by the way, apparently it's acceptable in society to be racist against white people.
Well, it's not a thing. You actually can't be racist against white people.
Wait, what?
I'm just kidding, but
that was a joke.
Oh, it was a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of an actress.
If she said cockroach, aka a white person with a podcast, that on its face is a racist statement. She's saying white people with podcasts, white men, I suppose, are cockroaches. Bruv, if you said that shit, and she has, keep in mind, she has like a legit production around her. She's like, I don't know what she has going on. She's got some major deal. Like, bro, you would be fucking canceled if you replaced white man with anything else. So right away, I'm just like, bro, you ad hominem. Anyways, continue playing the clip, Eric.
stamp out a roach, aka a white man with a podcast like this. He contributes literally nothing other than his bigoted opinions that he thinks are
bigoted,
new and
by the way.
inventive.
Bigoted.
2 more replace it.
That's what she's saying.
You bitches are multiplying like bunnies, huh? I digress. You know what I mean? This clip literally proves what I've said over and over and over again. This man is looking in her eyes and telling her, no offense, you're not a 10. She's going, that doesn't offend me. That's just your opinion. And there's this like pause where he's like, did you hear me? I just called you ugly. She goes, again.
Nope.
Just
didn't say that.
It doesn't bother her that this fucking bitch who looks like he sells Bibles for a living thinks she's ugly.
Okay.
It bothers him that it doesn't bother her. He like continues to try to antagonize her.
Not
I'm
really.
not gonna rate you. Listen, I'm not gonna rate you, but if I were gonna rate you, it's not a 10. This bitch doesn't fucking care. Not even a little bit. And that's how you all should be. You know why? Because social currency with men is fucking worthless, bitch. Look at this man. He could be 48 or 21. If I were to seek counsel on the opinions of good look, why the fuck would I ask the general manager of State Farm, bitch?
You can pause it there.
Why would I ask him? I wouldn't. See, that's
you can pause it there.
Men hate nothing more.
Oh, actually, sorry. She was about to say some other dumb shit. Go ahead. Keep it going.
Ask the general manager of State Farm, bitch. Like, why would I ask him? I wouldn't. See, that's the tea. Men hate nothing more than when you don't give a shit what they think about you, especially when it comes to looks. Same thing goes for when they call you fat. You say that to me all the goddamn time. First of all, fat's not an insult. Second of all, I'd think that too if I still had to sit in a car seat. You know what I mean? Like, my response to that is send me a picture of you. I love to talk about what other people look like. I'll do it for free, bitch. Their opinions of me especially and my looks are worth nothing more than white dog shit, bitch. Instead of going on godforsaken podcasts like this one, tell them to crawl back in that sewer, bitch. Those kids aren't gonna eat themselves. Bye.
Yikes. That's, I don't know if that's BPD or what that is, but and by the white dog shit again.
That confused me.
Huh?
That confused me.
I think she's talking about white people again. Like, racism is basically streamline, mainstream, acceptable against white people. So first off, I don't think I'm like a fairly average looking guy. So, I'm not saying, oh, I'm fucking hot and you're not. We have a segment on the show where the girls rate themselves, and she rated herself a 10. I'm pretty sure none of the other girls on the panel rated themselves a 10. I'm gonna tell her, I'm just be honest. I'm gonna say you're not a 10, because one of the major issues in the dating marketplace is when people have a delusional or unrealistic self-perception of their own attractiveness. If you think you're a 10, you're going to be chasing guys who are 10. If you think, how many, like, for both men and women, how many cocky, do you guys know any guys who think they're hot shit, but they're not?
I do.
Yeah. And that's not good.
Absolutely.
I think both men and women ought to value humility and humbleness.
Right.
And so by asking this question, if someone's like being ridiculous with their answer, I'm trying to offer up a bit of humility and humbleness and be like, look, if you think you're a 10, like, the big thing I see is if you think you're a 10, you're going to look at a guy who's actually on your level and be like, I'm settling for that guy. You're not going to treat him well, or you're just not even going to give him a chance to begin with. So my thing is like, that's kind of the issue in the dating marketplace now is the guys who are actually on your level, a lot of, and this is mostly women, some guys too though, you know, you hear this trope about like these basement dwelling trolls or whatever that just play video games, live in their mom's house, that want Victoria's Secret models. I actually don't think that's true. I think the reverse is true. But you're not going to be able to secure like that guy. If you think you're a 10, anyway, in any case. Do you have a response? Do you have any thoughts on the video?
Well, I mean, sure you have like some female viewers in here. Like, I would encourage you as women, like, you really need to curate the content that you watch, because my problem with Drew Afualo is like not necessarily that she's out of pocket or anything like that. Like, it's gross, it's not feminine, it's disgusting, sure. And she does like a lot of ad hominem attacks, but she makes a lot of misandrist content. She makes a lot of man-hating content, because did you see what she said? She took what Brian did and she said, men hate it when you ignore what they think about your looks. Like
generalize.
Generalizing. Like, that's not true. That's not how most men are. But every time she makes these TikToks, she says, this is how all men are. And she has a very large female following. So if you're a woman and you're wanting to get married or have children, or hopefully like both, right? Like, you know, build your life. But if you're wanting that, you cannot be watching this misandrist feminist content. It's the same thing that if a man was wanting that and he was watching misogynistic content, it wouldn't, like, how is that going to work? Like, you're brainwashing yourself to being dysfunctional to where you can't have relationships with men. I don't recommend it. I think it's abhorrent. That's what I think about her. I mean, she's just, I don't know. She just does a lot. So, yeah.
Anybody else have any thoughts on that? Otherwise, I'm happy to move things along.
I thought it was funny.
It was funny.
Yeah, I thought it was really funny. Not that she like made any valid points. I just thought it was like I was laughing at her. It was silly.
Oh,
and I think when she said that you looked like
what was it, the manager
a priest, or what she said?
She's something about selling Bibles. Yeah.
I said that she looked like my youth group counselor when I was younger. I just thought that was funny too.
Okay. Do I look like a...
You have a wholesome little look to you.
I'm a wholesome...
You should have like a guitar. And like
a guitar.
Sing the flannel
I do have a guitar upstairs.
It's not you, Brian. It's Callie. Okay, like this place just does something to
failed
people's fashion.
Society.
Like you can't tell if they're homeless or if they're just from here. It's
tough.
That's funny.
Failed society.
Okay, wait, Brian, I have a question.
What's
so
up?
when you ask, girls to rate themselves, do you ever follow up with a why? Like, why are you whatever number they pick?
I usually just take them at their word. I don't prod too much, but
All right.
yeah, I don't think I've ever asked why.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe I should.
I feel like that lady wanted to be asked why, and she was really pushing for it. But I'm just wondering because I feel like a lot of people will defend. Obviously they'll defend themselves and what they say, but it would be nice to know like what their mindset is.
Sure.
But like what could she possibly say? And look, I'm not trying to like dog on her, okay? But she's not a traditionally attractive
definitely.
woman.
I'm with you on
what
that.
reasoning could she come up with to be like, I'm a 10? Like even if it's like, well, I'm a 10 because of what we're on the inside. No, like we're rating looks,
That's where I'm going with. Like, are you you're just going off appearance, or are you like, oh, I got a great personality? Like,
men are the same way if you rate them by social status, right? So it's like women are sex objects and then men are success objects. So it's like if you ever like call the dude broke and he's like, ah, it's the same thing as when an ugly chick, you're like, just so you know, like you are ugly. People freak out the same way.
Yeah.
We have one more video to react to after we get through a couple questions here. So I want to open it up to the table a little bit. What is your most controversial dating take or opinion? Rin.
Let me cook a little.
All right,
me
cook.
going first is...
What you got for us, Sophia?
I need to think about it a little bit. Yeah.
Anything?
This isn't too controversial, but if a guy's like, hey, given the rarity that a guy is like, hey, let me take you out, like that is when I'll go out with someone. If he does not get out of the car and given he picks me up, if he does not get out of the car and open my door for me, I'm not getting in the car.
Wait.
Like, a man should open my door. A man should open your door, and if he doesn't, I'm not getting in the car. I will walk back into my apartment.
Okay, so you're talking about chivalry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, like these days, the gender equality. We wanted equality, and the men have answered, right? So
that's fine, but I'm not dating all of America. If a guy's
right, so like what I'm trying to say is like, because I actually care about you guys and want you to be fulfilled. Like maybe let him know that might be an expectation. Because these dudes these days, they think y'all want to be independent.
Dudes will be respectful, but if you've spoken to me enough to ask me out, probably have had a few conversations with you, or I would probably not go out with you. If he can't pick that up about me, then
well,
I don't think they will.
That's kind of dog shit communication. No offense.
She said it was controversial.
A guy needs to assume.
that's true.
Hold on. A guy needs to assume that you want the car door open.
Yes, a guy should assume I want him to be the man.
They're not going to
that.
go.
I mean, bro, that's.
The
I think you're asking for a lot.
3 dates
there.
I've been on, they've gone out of the car and opened my door.
Oh, well, okay, so keep doing.
So I'm
doing.
dating the right guys. That's what I'm trying to say.
Effective.
You said what's my most controversial take. I wouldn't get in the car with a guy who doesn't open my door.
Wait, so hold on. You've planned a date, and has that ever happened?
No. Because
Oh.
I don't say yes to guys that I don't think would open my door, and I've happened to be right.
I mean, it's
not going on all that many dates,
but-
so it's not like.
Hold
No,
on. No. But it's to me, it's plausible that you would encounter a guy that you otherwise think is fantastic, but he's not picking up on your very covert cues of.
No,
Maybe he fucking strained his back earlier on in the day.
Then he could
doesn't
tell
wanna
me.
get
Well, he can.
he
Come on,
can-
you'll work through a
wait,
strained
hold on.
back,
So
buddy.
he
We can go on a
can-
date. You can work through a strained back. If I got to the car and he didn't get out, maybe I'd go to the driver's side and I'd say hi. And if he didn't stand up and get out and greet me, shake my hand, give me a hug, whatever, I would, probably be like, okay, well, it was nice to see you. And if he did get out, I would walk over to my side and I would not touch the door. My parents, my dad opens my door. When I'm home, my dad opens my door. Doesn't matter where I am. So
It
that's my
sounds like
standards.
you're dating like conservative men. So it means like that. What you're doing is good and effective because you have replicated this thing.
Yeah.
You've replicated it 3 times. You've selected men who open the door for you and they can tell or they already know. So what you're doing is good. However, like I do want, like for the women that are watching, before you throw that man away, you might want to let him know that that's something that you expect or value. Okay, because she was raised right, okay? But the rest of y'all, you know, just be considerate because these dudes are not mind readers. Like I can't tell you how many.
Open your door. What the fuck? I'm not your servant.
That's really funny.
That's fine.
No,
You're not my
husband
servant.
opens my door. My husband opens my door. But you know what I will say? Like when I first met my husband, I opened my door a lot, like quite a bit. And then something happened where we fell into these very traditional gender roles for us or conventional. And he just like magically started opening my door every single time. And now he opens my doors like consistently. And it was just something that he did. And I thought that was like a really interesting change where you can bring that masculinity out of a man.
That's amazing. That's fantastic.
Could somebody remove that piece of... Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, I think that so much of it, like at this point in my life, I'm not trying to, I don't want to say find a charity case where I have to teach a boy manners. Like my little 14-year-old brother opens my door when I'm home too. Like I expect that.
The floodgates are open. We are not what's that fucking term? Not putting it back. There's a saying.
You can't put the toothpaste
the
back
door.
in the thing.
Cat's out of the bag.
There's a whole bunch of them. In any case, feminism is here. We have gender equality. You can open your own door.
Yes, I can. I can physically open my own door, but you know it.
Nope. For me, anyways. For me.
So you would, if you're going on a date with a woman, would you open her door?
So I'm picking. First off, I would never pick up a girl on a date.
What?
Oh.
Why is that shocking? I would never
drive to you and pick you up.
Or
well, I would meet her.
There?
I would meet her there.
Okay, then that's fine. You're just not the kind of guy that I think that a woman who values a manly man would do. You know, that's a man should do that.
Well, I disagree.
I would say conservative because there's plenty of it's rare these days, but there are masculine liberal men. They're just like, no, like we just have this equality. We have an egalitarian relationship.
Mm-hmm.
So like I get where you're coming from, and your strategy is effective. I think like a better question to ask is like, what's your plan in the long run? Let's say you land this guy and he doesn't live up to certain expectations, like.
He stops opening my door?
No, not because the door is small.
Yeah.
But we're talking about like we have very, very high standards, and I know you do, and it's because your parents raised you well, right? Mm-hmm. And you know, hopefully, like you can get what you're looking for in the dating market, right? But it's like, what's going to happen? You end up in this long-term relationship where you're married, and he isn't meeting an expectation or a standard.
Then I would communicate it with him.
Okay.
When I decide I like a person,
guys, let her talk.
If I am in a relationship with a person, at that point I respect them enough to have a conversation and communicate. But I do have a high standard to even considering.
Okay. Let me tell you why I don't think the guy should open the door and pick you up and do all the shit. The genie's out of the bottle. Thank you to whoever said that. And maybe the chat's going to disagree. Look, traditional gender roles are gone. They're done. The fucking cat's out the bag, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Look, modern women, I'm not going to do the nice guy thing. I'm not going to be the gentleman if she's not a lady. And most women are not ladies.
Right. So that's why you're not dating most women. Have some standards for yourself and say, I'm not going out with a girl who, you know, wouldn't act like a lady. If that's what you're into, you know, if you're into some weird shit, then you're into some weird shit. But I know,
weird shit.
Like, I can't think of what the inverse of a man not opening the door would be. So I don't exactly know how to compare the situation, but the men that I am looking to date are high value men who are looking for a high value woman, which I strive to be. That's important to me. And so I do expect my door to be opened, and I will act like a lady.
Do you want the guy to pay? Do you believe in gender equality?
I believe that men and women are equal, but for completely different reasons. Women have pros, women have cons. Men have pros, men have cons. I think it's the most beautiful symbiotic relationship created by God, and that's why our world works.
Sophia, what were you going to say?
I was going to bring up the pay thing because an opinion for me, I guess it's controversial now. I think a guy should pay for the girl when they go out to dinner, I think.
Do you consider yourself a feminist?
I wouldn't say like.
Do you believe in gender equality?
Yeah.
So why should the guy have to pay for you on the first date?
Just like what Lindsay's saying, I think that there's a difference. We can separate.
Okay, so
things.
Are you guys traditional women?
That's a really broad question. I think that
You're expecting men to adhere to their traditional gender roles. Are you a traditional woman yourself? Because equality is not a buffet where you get to pick and choose that which benefits you and you say no to that which doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Well, can you give me some traditional women behaviors that I can, I do or don't do this?
Mm-hmm. Well,
go ahead. So yeah, I can do this. So, and it's not you gotcha. We're just like, we're playing with mental models here. So like you said, your parents raised you conservative. So I'm going to ask you a question, but before I ask you the question, I'm going to let you know, like, I'm Christian. So my next question is, are you Christian?
No, I'm Jewish.
Okay, but you're Abrahamic.
I'm kind of a bad Jew. Like I went to temple growing up. I would consider myself a spiritual person, not religious.
Do you think that you hold Jewish values?
Yes.
Okay. So like, do you understand the concept of submission when it comes to women?
I understand the concept, yes.
Yeah, okay. And so when it comes to, like, if we're talking...
Alvin Sam super chatted $99.99. I had enough. Girl in the middle, you want chivalry but you sound extremely combative and entitled. Are you traditional or entitled? If you want chivalry, you better be soft-spoken and gentle. You are neither.
Right.
Can I want to just butt in here a little bit. I understand what you're saying about opening the door, but my boyfriend opens my door and I reach over and I open his. I understand that, like, I've never had a boy that opens my door, but then I never open another boy's door. You know what I mean? I get that it's equal, it's hand in hand. There's supposed to be something that comes with that. And with the paying with the meal, if someone asks me on a date, I expect them to pay for my meal because you asked me on the date.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I've asked a guy, like, hey, want to go get ice cream? Sure, I'll pay for some fucking ice cream. But I do believe in roles in a relationship, and I think that that's controversial, and I think that a woman has her place and a man has her place, and I think they're different, and man has his place too, and they serve both very different things, and I completely think that that's controversial, and that's my hot take on it.
So like, thank you, but I'm still like trying to like work with this particular example because a lot of the times we'll have like Christian values, or we'll say we're traditional, or we'll have Jewish values because these are still Abrahamic. Jewish theology still holds submission for women, right? Do you believe that women should be unconditionally submissive?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's
do you mean to their husbands?
Yeah. Yes, this is a husband.
Partners.
No, because people are not perfect, and I believe
So good, okay, but follow me here. Do you think that your man should love you unconditionally?
No.
Okay, so then you have more like leeway with that, right? So it's like, I think the question is more so, how traditional are you?
I am not super traditional.
Okay.
I believe that I'm certainly not Orthodox. Like, there's a long range, but I think that in today's society, I would be considered more traditional and conservative than most people.
So I think like the bigger question, because you have like these high standards for your man, right? What are you prepared to offer him?
Well, myself.
But what do you think that the kind of wife that you would want your son to have, what would you expect her to offer him?
Well, are we talking personality? Like, I think I'm a very kind, loving, loyal, supportive more than anything, loyal again. I love to take care of people. Absolutely. I find myself pretty maternal. I want to be a mom so badly one day. My goal in life is to be a great mom and a great wife. And so that's what I have to bring to the table.
Okay. So are you prepared to be of service to your man?
It depends on, what extent are we going to that?
Well, just like he loves you, takes care of you. That's the premise. You're married, right? He protects, provides. Are you willing to be of service to him?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So then like your standards make sense. But it's just like when we're like, if you're gonna, like when you share.
No, I understand. I feel like you have a lot of blonde-haired bimbos on here saying, "I want this and I want that," and they don't back it up. I feel like there's been some assumption everywhere.
There's been some brunette bimbos too.
Okay, so you get what I'm coming at. Like, I understand that. People look at me, I don't dress the most conservatively. Like, I enjoy fashion. I like to do my thing. But I just think it was off the bat, like, this girl's probably a dumbass like the rest of them. Like, and I totally understand because, unfortunately, I walk into most rooms believing most people are that way anyways, because it's so common. So I just think that
we weren't making those assumptions about you. At least I wasn't.
I was
but,
just like playing with mental models.
Okay.
My whole thing though is with the car door opening thing.
Okay.
You mentioned that you want the guy to pay for you on the first date. Let me go around the table really quick on this. Do you want a guy to pay for you on the first date?
Yeah.
Yes.
If he asked me, then yes.
If he asks me on the date.
Yeah.
And well, you're married, so I'm assuming yes. I'm assuming for you, yes.
Absolutely.
So, okay. Why should the guy pay?
He asked
Hold
me.
on.
Sorry.
Let's start over here really quick. Just a layup every time. Okay. Okay, you go ahead.
He asked me on the date. If I'm asking a guy on a date, I'm probably going to pay for his
Okay.
meal, but I'm never asking a guy on a date.
That's convenient.
It is.
So, okay,
isn't
well-
it?
Well,
Right?
when second dates and third dates come along,
I'm talking
same
about
with-
first dates. I'm talking
For
about first dates.
date, I'm going to go ahead and make the assumption that he asked me out. Hey, Lindsay, I'm into you. Let me take you out to dinner. Or, I actually have a weird thing about eating in front of people. I do not like to do that. It's like
Well, yeah,
my
dinner dates are
nightmare
an
first
L.
date. So, like, if even more than that, if a guy's like, hey, let's do something, he better have a plan of what we're doing. If we're going spending the day together and doing something, he better have that planned. It's not like, hey, Lynn, like, what do you want to do?
Okay.
So it's even more than paying for it. There should be some more thought, some more effort. The initial, maybe first, second date, if you continue to ask me out, because as a lady, I think that I should wait to be, asked. I'm not going to say, well, when are you taking me out next? I think that, once you're in a committed relationship, I'd be happy to put down my card. I'd be happy to leave the tip. I'm not like, I need someone to pay for everything.
Okay, let's let some other people get an opportunity to speak. Go ahead.
I mean, it's a date. We're not just hanging out. If we're friends and I'm hanging out with my guy friend, maybe I'll pay for his taco. Doesn't matter. I'm not expecting him to pay, but this is a date. I think if you're trying to, and I don't want to say, because I'm not a prize, but if you're trying to win me over, I think that you should be doing these things,
And then your take.
I agree. I think if you're asking me out and you're going to take time out of my schedule, I mean, this is just first date, right? So first date, yeah, pay for me. But if there's follow-up dates, then take
Okay,
turns.
so all of you said either whoever asks or the guy should pay. Have you ever asked out? Who said whoever asks should pay? You two. Have you ever asked a guy out on a date?
Yes, actually.
Of all the first dates you've ever been on,
when I've asked.
how many first dates have you been on?
5, 6.
So 5, they asked you, 1 you asked.
Yes, and I did pay.
When you asked.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
I have never asked a man on a date.
How many first dates have you been on?
I want to say maybe like 6 or 7.
6 or 7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you've been asked out on all those dates.
Mm-hmm. But he has not paid every single time.
Most of the time, did they pay?
Every time except one. The one that he didn't, I never talked to him again.
Oh, so okay, when he didn't pay, you'd never. So that's another question really quick. If you went out on a date with a guy and he said, hey, I'd like to, the check comes or whatever, maybe you get food, maybe you get tea, maybe whatever, you get coffee, you get a drink, and the guy says, hey, let's split the bill.
So embarrassing. I'll just put my card down.
Mm-hmm. But you'll never see him again.
If I really like the guy, I mean, in the instance, how am I really going to like a guy after a first date?
Let's just say it's like average
No.
interest.
No.
Okay, what about you?
I don't think so. And it's like
You wouldn't?
first impressions are everything.
Okay, what about you?
Seriously depends on how the date went. And we already said, if we fall in love with a guy and he's broke, I would be willing to work with that. And I don't want to say financially support him, but if we're going out and doing something together.
Okay, he's just asking.
No,
if
I
you
wouldn't
want
see
to
him again. I
split.
think you're going to get that answer from all of us. We all just said no.
Okay, allow them to answer. Go ahead. You'd not see him again.
Not because of that, but I mean,
That's what
this
I'm
is
asking.
actually an
That's what
instance.
I'm
This has happened to me, actually.
Okay,
kind of.
tell us quickly what.
This was just this was a Tinder date. It was stupid. I went on a date with this guy, and he had me drive him around, which is also fine. Okay, he asked me to drive. We went.
He had a DUI or some shit.
He was just his truck something. It was stupid. And we're hanging out. He's like an SDSU frat guy. I'm not into it, whatever. The whole vibe is off. It's just terrible. And then he turns to me and he tells me that he's hungry, like I'm some sort of Uber driver or something. And I was like, okay, let's go get food. So we go to McDonald's and he turns to me after paying. It's at the kiosk. He gets like a 20-piece nugget and he goes, so who's paying, you or me? But it wasn't even for me. He was asking, and then it's a joke, and I'm like, I thought he was joking, so I was like, okay, let's rock paper scissors, like, to see who pays. And I lose, and he looks at my pocket. He's like, so you're gonna pay for that? And I pull out my card and I pay for his stupid nuggets.
You didn't get anything?
I didn't get anything.
What a fucking legend. Yo, W's in the chat for the fucking SDSU frat boy.
Like,
finessed.
No, like, do you remember at the very beginning of this where I was like this is dysfunctional?
Tinder, yeah, it's all.
Yeah.
I can totally see that.
No, like that's what I'm saying. Like, here's the thing.
Let's have her go. Go ahead.
What was the question?
Bro, are you just not listening?
No, I am listening. It was just like,
okay,
it's like
you're on a date with a guy, right? Let's say he asked you, but he says at the end of the date, do you want to split the bill?
The thing is with me, like, maybe like last year I would have been like, oh yeah, like I'll see him again. But like now people are trying to tell me to be more like, you know, like have him take care of me more. So like, I don't know, like I feel like I would make excuses and be like, yeah, I'll see you again.
Okay, so it wouldn't bother you?
No, not really.
If the guy, wanted to split the bill?
Yeah. Like it depends though.
Okay.
It should bother you, like that and I realize, like, I'm married, but I still have like functioning ovaries, and I also study, like, you know, literature and art. Like, it should bother you. If a man likes you, if he thinks that you're valuable, he's going to pay. Even if you invite him, okay? Like, if you invite him, you say, like, I want to take you on a date or something like that. Like, if he enjoys the time that he spent with you, he's going to make sure that he pays. So, like, my question is, well, number one, like, why are we choosing these men that want to split McNuggets, ma'am? I don't know what was going through your mind, but, you know.
I mean,
did he hit? Did he hit?
No.
Stop the cap.
Come on, bruv.
Yeah.
You were like, who's this fucking Chad who just made me pay for his nugs?
Like I think we have.
What about, like, maybe not hit, but did you, like, you know?
Did he get a smooch? Did you kiss him? Did you kiss him?
Oh, you made out.
That's just as, I mean, not just as bad.
After
but, like,
or
that's
before
still
the
bad.
nuggets? After or before the nuggets?
Before, like, we kissed and then we went to McDonald's.
Was there a kiss after?
No.
Okay, whatever. Go ahead, Allie.
The thing about it is, like, if you guys are wanting men to be masculine, like, you are gonna have to find and figure out some type of way to be feminine, okay? And I think, like, in the West, we really struggle with this concept of femininity, and it requires that you're more demure and that you follow his lead, which means, like, you have to allow him to lead. So if you start off, like, relationships with that premise, like, yeah, I'm okay with paying, how far is he gonna, like, take that assumption, right? Like, I'm okay with paying the rent. Like, it happens to women, but, like, we do have to look at ourselves. We're asking for these men. Are we worth these men? Most women, you guys could be, like, very different, because obviously, like, nobody's overweight or obese here tonight. Shout out to y'all. But like, a lot of women have that expectation of men, and they are not willing to femme up, and they should, because we constantly tell men to man up, but we never tell women to femme up. Because I think, like, that's like a complete, you know, just like complete taking advantage, right? Like, I think that men, if they have a bad time with a woman, I think it's completely acceptable that he just throws cash on the table and walks out, like, pays for his half of the meal and doesn't pay for the whole thing. But men don't pay for a bad time with a woman either. So just be pleasant and be worthwhile. You know what I mean? Like, respect that a man is spending his resources for you on the date. But yeah, like, this is what I meant at the beginning when I was like, I worry about these things. This sounds dysfunctional. Like, that's dysfunctional as hell. McNuggets?
Totally.
McNuggets.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Girl,
I never want to go on a date like that again. That was awful.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So, as far as the whole, like, who asks thing, for those of you who said, well, whoever asks should pay, from what you answered, you said, well, maybe one of you asked one time. The whole whoever asks thing, your answer may as well be men should pay. If it's whoever asks, if you never ask men.
Well, not never. not never.
Okay, but men overwhelmingly are the ones that initiate.
Yes, and she just completely answered that question.
It's an ish test. I'll curse here for the sake of it. It's a shit test. That's what we're doing. Like, we're shit testing these men, right? Because it's like, as a woman, if you invite a man out, you should be just ethically prepared to pay for that date if you ask him out, right? Do we actually want for the man to let us pay?
No.
Typically, no.
Right?
So, like,
no.
we're testing them. So
No.
this is like, if you fail this test, like, then we don't want to continue seeing you kind of thing. Isn't that crazy that we play these mind games?
I think that we're being, I don't even want to say smart right here, but like the instance that, you know, I suggested to my friend, like, hey, let's go see this movie. And he was like, okay. Before we even got to the movie theater, I had bought the tickets online. Like, I wanted to do that for whatever reason. I wish I could share that now. I don't know why, because I know if we got to the movie, he would have paid. But possibly because we were friends before, and you know, it was kind of first.
I think like what they're just trying, because it's a male viewership. I think what we're trying to say is like, pay for the date, even if we say that we're going to pay for it because it's a test. At the same time, though, like, there are some issues when it comes to we want equality with men, but then we're like, except for these things. Except for these double standards that happen to benefit us, and then we don't want equality with men. So I think we just need to fess up to that. And if we have like internalized feminism, because we talk about internalized misogyny all the time, I think we're like, if we have internalized feminism, we also need to like kind of check that.
Do you consider yourself a feminist?
No, definitely not. Like, not in any way, shape, or form.
Do you think that men and women are equal?
No, we're different. Like, we're equal in importance for the human race, but we're not equal by design, and that's okay. We're apples and oranges. I don't want to compete
totally
with a man.
agree. I totally agree.
Chivalry is dead, and women killed it.
Yes.
I don't think, men, you need to protect yourselves, because men, the big thing we don't want, men care about respect, and men don't want to be made out to be suckers. And the fact of the matter is, when you're back 20, well, it's gotten worse since social media and dating apps. Back 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago, if you went on a first date with a girl, the likelihood that she had a genuine interest in you and wasn't just using you because she was bored, or she wants a free meal, or just the fact that we have so many options today, that the likelihood that any one given first date even ends up becoming a second date is very small. Most first dates don't lead anywhere.
I'm sorry, is that nowadays you're saying?
Nowadays.
Okay.
In the past, you'd maybe go on like 3 first dates and then you're married. Now motherfuckers be going on 3 dates a week.
Yeah.
And men, you need to protect your, like, I know, look, here's my thing. Are you probably going to lose girls if you don't pay for the date? Yes. However, it's a matter of principle. I'm not going to be paying for a girl on a date that's fucking another dude. And most of these chicks are fucking other dudes. Like, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
A lot of girls, most girls have some dude that they're sleeping with, or they're dating other guys. I'm not going to adhere to my traditional gender roles with a woman that's not adhering to hers. In other words, basically not being promiscuous. Most women are promiscuous.
So so are guys. I'm dating a guy
No,
who's probably
that's
dating
not
a couple
true.
other.
That's actually
That is
not true. There are more women who are promiscuous than there are men.
Okay,
most
but-
men have no options, whereas take an average woman. If you take an average woman, she has the equivalent sexual pull of a male celebrity.
I see your point here, but I'm going on a date with a guy and he goes out the next night and we're not, exclusive or anything, and some 8 throws herself at him, he's going to take it because, like you said, men are easier than women are.
Right, but there's the value exchange on the first date. Y'all just said you want men to pay for the first date. Why should the guy? You're adhering to your traditional gender roles. You are giving value by paying for the date. So as a woman, like if the guy, he's fucking other chicks, but he still pays for the date, like you're not made out to necessarily be a sucker in that situation. Whereas men are going on $50, $100, $150 sushi dates and shit. I don't think you should be going on dinner dates, but a lot of guys are going to do that. And a lot of women can command men that will do that.
So,
I think the
like
better question is like why do you deserve, as the company, the guest, why do you deserve that man to pay for that first date?
Like I said, it was controversial. You asked what my most
I'm talking.
controversial
That's
take was,
we're not talking.
I
We're like
think
way
that-
past.
Well, that's
what you
for the
brought
man
up.
to decide.
No, hold on. Like we're way past the point that you brought up, right? This is a genuine question, and we should be able to answer this, like as people that are dating, right? Why do we deserve for that man to pay for that first date?
I bring a lot to the table. I think that that's just, like I said, I'm more of a traditional woman, and I think that that is what I expect. It's just what I expect.
Okay. So, like, I live in the Midwest. I talk to tradcons. Traditional women, typically, like, that actual standard, the benchmark, is if she saved herself for marriage. Point blank, period, the end, right?
Well, of course. That's why I said more traditional.
Yeah, okay.
More on that. It's a spectrum now.
Yeah, so...
It's been a little...
Why can't we
disheveled
answer this
throughout the
simple
years.
question? Like, it's a very simple question. Why do we deserve for that man to pay for that first date?
I
Like,
just
think
said-
about...
They don't.
I brought...
The
I
second
bring
he
a ton
asked
to
me
the
on a
table.
date, that's when I earned
I
it.
don't think that's
like,
enough.
That doesn't make any sense. Like think about this. Like, you're spending time. Time is a finite resource. You don't get it back. We're all gonna die one day. Each second is valuable.
For sure, but women also spend time and money on their appearance and looks,
Like,
and
but
sure, men do too. But think about the money that goes into the vanity that we all have to deal with every day.
Okay.
That's just
Hold
a
on,
bad explanation.
But I think it's such a silly question.
No, it's not.
Wait,
why
let me-
is that a silly question? Because it's like we would tell them the same thing. Like we would quickly tell a man, I deserve for you to pay the first date, and we can't even say why.
I
Right? Like
think
what
Brian
are
is
you
trying
bringing
to
to the okay? But this is a simple question. You say, like, I bring a pleasant time. I bring a good time. I bring good banter. I'm easy on the eyes. Why can't we articulate these things?
What's
Are we
the
not
answer you're
bringing
looking
anything?
for? That I'm a virgin?
No.
I'm confused because you agree with us. A man should pay on the first date.
Yes.
I'm so confused. What is
No.
the answer you'd like to hear right now?
Because it's crazy that we cannot articulate as women who are dating why we deserve for that man to pay for that first date. I just gave you guys like a pretty substantial. I gave us like a pretty substantial answer. You bring a good time, a pleasant demeanor, good banter, genuine desire, you think he's attractive. Why can't we say that? But men automatically know they have to pay for a date. We should know why we deserve that time paid for.
That was my first answer. Was I bring a lot to the table.
But then we...
And that was also
That was
my...
the first thing
yeah.
that I said.
Okay, you said that one of the reasons that it should be more important, or not more important, that men should pay for the first date is because women have a higher financial burden of getting ready for the first date by putting on makeup. Let me ask you a question. Do women wear makeup for men or for themselves?
Both.
Men.
Oh, well, that's... Most
I'm
women don't admit to that. But
sorry. I wear mascara to look hotter because I want a boyfriend. That's what I do. And now that I have a boyfriend, I don't wear mascara on my
okay, let
boyfriend
me
all
ask.
the time.
I feel like I got to start over here. Okay,
Sorry,
Rin,
that was really
Do you wear
controversial.
makeup? Do you wear makeup for yourself or for men?
Both.
Both.
Myself.
You wear it for yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you think one of the reasons a man should pay for a first date is because you spend more time getting ready? You have to wear makeup. That costs something.
I mean, it does cost something, but it shouldn't be everything. I think if the connection is good, then that should kind of.
Well,
be based off of
okay.
it.
So it's so interesting because on one hand, a lot of women will say, "Well, I don't wear makeup for men. I do it for myself." But then they'll say that
The reason
the
that
guy should pay for the date because I have to get ready. I have to do all this.
Oh, okay. I understand. I'd like to address that. But that was not truthfully my answer to your question. I was confused on the answer you were looking for because I believe I stated it before when I told you I'm loyal, I'm compassionate, I'm loving. I as well bring a lot to the table. So I was confused on the answer you were looking for.
Right. So it's like these are all women have a really hard time articulating what they bring to the table, and I think sometimes it calls into question, like, are we actually bringing something to the table, right? Because we think like, well, my company's enough. It's like a lot of women can offer their company. What makes you special? What makes you different? What makes you worth? Because when we think about this money that men have, we take it for granted, right? This is time that man spends out of his life to earn those resources to share it with you. Why are we deserving? And why can't we articulate that? If we're going to be dating, and you said you're looking for marriage and hopefully children, I think, like, did you say that earlier?
I said that, yes.
Yeah. Like, that's my question, because men don't know automatically off rip why they have to pay.
I cannot speak on behalf of all women. That's why if I were a man, I wouldn't be dating all women. I think I'm engaging, I'm funny, I'm thought-provoking, I think I'm pretty cool.
Men don't care about if you're funny.
I understand that, but I cracked myself up, so
no,
I'm gonna
you
count
really?
that as
No,
a
keep
pro.
going. Like you're doing well. You're doing well. Like you're answering very like this.
I think that I'm pretty thoughtful. I'm sorry, I just didn't know you wanted a list of why I think I'm so great, because I've been seen myself called egotistical and a narcissist like 97 times, which is totally fine.
Don't worry about that.
It's totally fine. I just, I didn't realize you were listening.
You said funny. Where on the totem pole of what men care about in a woman?
I heard something the other day that was like, when they asked a bunch of men and women, like, what's important to you when dating? And they both said sense of humor. Men define a sense of...
Stop the cap.
No, this is true. Women define a sense of humor as a guy that makes them laugh. And then men define a sense of humor as a guy who thinks...
that the woman
thinks that he's funny.
Okay, yes,
right.
I see what you're saying.
So I think we all can agree, like, men are kind of the comedians, but I'd like to say I have my silly moments. Like, I like to think of myself as like a good time and funny.
She's funny.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, you're like, I would say you're okay. Majority of women are just like not funny to men, just because they have a different sense of humor.
Totally.
But like,
totally.
you bring the silliness, the playfulness, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like we just have to be prepared to ask these questions, because we're constantly being like, this is what I deserve from men, and we're not willing to say like, well, gee, like, did I earn that? You know? It's just a good question to ask. That's all that it is.
Yeah.
'Cause I know we're in that. Like, did you see what happened? Like, you said that I, for some reason, thought that you needed to be a virgin to have that first date paid for.
I was truthfully trying to understand the answer you were looking for, and your answer was a list of qualities that I myself possess.
Yeah.
I thought you were asking a broad question. As women, why do we deserve to have the first date paid for? We don't. Like, every single woman, no, I don't think every single woman is great. I don't think every woman is marriage worthy. Like, that's the whole point of dating. That's why you have to feel them out, see who is your vibe. But
you know what's like a good answer that you could say too, that for some reason like people don't want to say it, is like, you're hot, right? Like, I mean, you guys can't tell because y'all can only see her from the waist up, right? But you work very hard on your body. Like, you can actually leverage that. Like, you can say like, well, I'm actually beautiful and I put a lot into my fitness and I put a lot into my nutrition. Like that, you don't have to shy away from that being a quality too. But just so y'all know, like, looks get you in the door. A personality is what keeps. Don't get me wrong, but looks get you in the door. So like, we have women out here looking like a whole like adjustable 4, okay, trying to be like, I deserve to be paid on a first date. It's like, boo,
Yeah,
the kind of men that want you, like, you're not going to be happy with them.
Okay, so is what I'm hearing, the answer you wanted from me was because
about you, the person. Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I was looking for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Men don't give a fuck about if a woman is funny. Like, that's just so low on the totem pole of what we care about. Give me a boring chick. I love boring chicks.
Really?
Like, truthfully?
I shouldn't say like boring, but
Don't say that.
I don't need... See, a lot of women look to men to be their dancing monkeys and their entertainment. Women are looking for the vibe, the chemistry, the click. We don't care about that. We want a girl who's mellow, who's calm, who's submissive, who's demure.
Yeah.
I don't need a girl to be my entertainment. However, a lot of y'all, if a guy's boring... Actually, we have a video on this. There's
You don't like a silly girl? Like, if she's silly, you're not going to be like, oh,
Playful's
she's
okay.
cute. Like, that's fun.
Playful's okay.
Petulant. There's a difference.
Do you here's a question.
But I don't need a girl to be witty and like have these amazing stories.
But you don't think it's like hot if she's smart or something like that, or hot if she's like
you
like,
can be
make a
smart.
good joke.
You can be smart and also calm and mellow and.
Yeah, of course. But I'm saying, do you think it makes a girl more attractive if she's smart?
If she, to some degree, I would say so. Yeah, I think.
She's like a STEM major.
Most of the women I date are STEM majors.
I heard that STEM majors are like freaks.
Well, here's the thing. Like these, I would say also, I like introverted women. I like more calm, mellow, almost shy girls.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer shy girl over like the outgoing, extroverted chick.
Mm-hmm.
First off, well, and you mentioned like freaks, right? Extroverted, like basic chicks, kind of boring in bed. Yo, the shy.
You just said that you like boring though.
No, boring. Like they're not.
Mm-hmm.
But like shy, introverted chicks, bro.
They're freaks, and they're STEM majors as well. Is what I'm
Yeah,
getting
most
at.
of the women I date are STEM majors.
And they're freaks.
Yeah, but shy.
You're 33 though. Why are you dating girls that are still in college?
Well, hold on. Let
I'm
me
just
address.
kidding.
no,
I'm
no,
just
no,
kidding.
no, no,
I'm
no,
just
no.
kidding because
We'll
we
go-
talked about that and I was on the other side.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would. Most of the women I date are. Well, I mean, I dated a grad student recently who was like I don't know, mid to late 20s, and she was getting her PhD in.
That's awesome.
In the STEM field, I forgot precisely what, but
Women
STEM
in
girls.
STEM.
Okay. Where were we?
So like here's the thing, right? Like for some reason we seem to think that men value smart women. A minority of men do. Like my husband is very.
Who said that?
You like are making this argument about like intelligence
I just asked
women.
if he just asked his personal opinion.
Well, I mean, okay, like just let me make a point. Like I'm not using you as an example. Like depersonalize it. It's not about you, right? I'm just saying like this is a conception that women often have. It might not be you. That's amazing, wonderful. So like for some reason we seem to think that men value smart women.
Mm-hmm.
Like what do you want to be with a man that you're smarter than? Wait. Yeah. Do you want to be with a man that you're smarter than?
I was, and it was horrible.
Yeah. Do you see the problem with that?
I absolutely do.
We're
and
not
I
on the same intellectual level, and it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Because you want to have like a good, strong conversation, and it's just not there. It's like the lights are on, but nobody's home.
Absolutely. I think it's super important to be with someone that inspires me, and that includes it in, makes me want to be smarter. And, we were talking about upbringings and, well, why do you think that? What did your mom teach you about dating? I mean, growing up, if I was like sitting on my phone, my dad's like, put that shit down and go read a book. Mm-hmm. Like, I love my dad. I respect my dad. He is an incredible dad. And he always taught me, like, go read a book. We talk every day about, worldly things. And in my family, it's important to be smart. It's important to add to the conversation. So I do think, I would like to believe that men want to smart women. And I did not have some crazy GPA. I go to a community college. Like, sure, not on paper am I a genius. My IQ is maybe not that high, but I would consider myself a smart individual.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, I would say the statistics and the data, which I can show you guys sometime after the show.
I want to see this one, yeah.
Yeah, or I can show you like probably like on my YouTube channel I can do it. But women usually don't want to be with men who have lower IQs than them. In general, yeah.
Women need to be mentally stimulated, I think.
No, I don't even think it's about like mental stimulation. Like we don't even have that, like with men, we don't even have that much in common. Like I can play around with politics with my husband. That's like, but I'm the exception to the rule. Like, I don't want to get pedicures like with my man. He doesn't want to play spades with me. Like we have different interests, right? So it's like, in order for a man to lead you, we probably want a man that's more intelligent than us. But how are we going to find a man that's more intelligent than us who can forward project and protect us if we're out here thinking that well, men really like smart women. Like a lot of the times they probably don't. They don't want to be outshined either. You know what I mean? Like that's just, it's a power dynamic. It's a romance thing. It's polarity.
Are you encouraging us to be dumber?
No.
I feel like
that's
you're
not
taking
the point.
this way too
I love
it.
There's nothing I love more than not using my brain.
Do you understand the plight of women who have high IQs to where majority of the dating pool of men?
We're talking about IQs though, but can we agree there's book smart, on paper smart, and there's other kinds of smart?
No,
I don't even want to say street smart. Like I've never been in a fight, but
IQ is objective. IQ is cognitive ability and power. It's the ability to think. That's objective. You're either born with it or you're not. That's the other thing about it too. Like I'm not talking, because a man can be a high IQ, never gets a PhD, just happens to be a really strategic fisherman. Mm-hmm. We still want men that are smarter than us in the long run, because it's like it creates a problem, right? Well, if I'm smarter than you as the woman, then I can out earn you. Then what good are you to me in 2023 when I can bring home the bacon? It's $3 a pound.
Okay,
what good are you to me?
What's throwing me off here, and I feel like you also kind of were talking about this. It seems like we all agree like the majority of people are not up to the expectation, and it seems like you both have kind of insinuated like, well, that's right, we should stoop down to that level, not date up to where
I never said that. Like you're making like an implication. Do you understand? Like I never said dumb yourselves down. But that's when I say what I said, which is objective. There's data that shows the higher an IQ a woman is, the harder it has a time with mate selection, right? So I never said dumb yourself down. All I said is that we tend to choose, if we can choose, men that are more intelligent than us. Why is that the automatic association or response that I said to dumb yourself down? I would never ask my daughter to dumb herself down. I have not dumbed myself down. I competed for a man that was smarter than me.
Can I just say, I asked Brian a simple question about some girls being freaks or something if he likes smart girls, and I feel like this is way too deep. Like, you're making this a much bigger point.
Okay, so we're talking about smart girls. I brought up IQ and really interesting mental models, and then now I'm doing too much.
Let me do some super chats. Why don't we just
I think that's a really good idea.
Let's move it along. On that note, I would say introverted shy chicks,
for the win.
They're better in bed. Anyways, okay, we have, let's see, did we do this one? One of you read this maybe, right?
Yeah, we
did. We read
that. We did that.
Did we do this one, Stephen Wagner?
Yes.
Yeah. That one came through. All right, Julie's Auto Garage, thank you for the 50. Rin, all yours.
Seems like there is a lot of high expectations for men, but low responsibility for these gals. I feel like there's a lot of cap going on here from everyone. Separately, Brian, no car door policy? You're wrong there, bro.
Yes.
So, I mean, my response to you, Julie's Auto Garage, by the way, thank you for your patronage, much appreciated. Look, they can put the toilet seat down. They can open the car door for themselves.
The toilet seat?
The toilet. The toilet seat thing. Whoever uses it, they can.
No, that's such a big argument with me and my boyfriend. He's lazy with that, and that pisses
Your boyfriend's
me the fuck off.
a fucking legend.
He's a fucking lazy piece of shit when he doesn't put the fucking.
Your boyfriend is a legend.
Like, everyone's gonna be like, oh.
Sir, what's his name? Chad? Is
Dylan.
his name Chad?
His name's Dylan.
Yo, Dylan. Keep leaving that toilet seat up, and actually, while you're at it, leave the seat down and pee a little bit on it, just for spite.
I think that's so annoying.
Just out of spite.
And you know what? Too, we'll go home for Christmas, and he'll do that, and his dad will notice.
Is he watching, by the way?
His dad will chew him. No, he doesn't know I'm on here because I called him to tell. It was a last minute thing.
Oh right, yeah.
He's probably gonna watch this and be like, "So what the fuck are you doing?" But yeah, it's a big argument.
All right, Martin, 50. They bring a lot to the table, always down on all fours, sitting around the house all day long, doing nothing.
Doing nothing. I have a job.
All right,
yeah.
Martin.
Yeah, I work 2 jobs. I'm a full-time student.
Oh wow,
I work
impressive.
full-time. I'm a single mom, and I go to school full-time. So fuck you.
Oh wow, Sophia, do you want to read this?
Traditionally, men pay for first dates because they both knew each other beforehand, and there are social repercussions to accepting a date when the woman is not actually interested in the man and looking forward to the second before the first. That's not the case anymore.
Yo, Sam, thank you for the $50 super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, so I mean, Sophia, you said that the guy should pay for the first date.
Yes.
That's all I gotta
Why
say.
are you shaking? I mean, we already went over this.
Yeah, we already talked.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
The woman, do you one day hope to get married?
No.
Okay.
Oh, then that's it.
Really?
I feel like that was obvious. It's California.
No, I mean, I think you can be, I think, well, marriage is just a big L for men. There's no reason as a guy to get married.
Well, I think that companionship is a huge thing for human beings.
Well, I didn't say I could have a life partner.
Yeah.
I can be monogamous with one girl.
Yeah.
However, marriage, the way that the laws are.
Yeah, the ring on the finger.
You don't
I
wanna be
understand
legally
that.
binded to someone
Okay,
for like the rest of I get that.
Well, I could be with someone for the rest of my life. In fact, I think that's quite desirable of a situation to be in. However, the way marriage, as far as the laws go, it's terrible for men. But you were gonna say something. Go ahead.
Okay, so this person you could see yourself committing to.
Yeah.
It is high up on your list of things you know, attributes of this person and things you'd like to feel about this person. Do you want to respect them? Like,
you think you can't respect someone if you don't want to get married to them? Or
no,
what do you,
no,
I'm just trying to
no,
understand.
not at all.
Maybe
I should have framed that the other way, but
my partner, I certainly hope so.
Okay. I feel like you said a few things like, I don't care if she's funny, I don't care if she has personality, which is totally fine, you know?
Well, I don't.
I think you said bland.
The funny thing,
You said
yes.
you like a boring girl.
I think you said bland, but I just, I am wondering, like, is respect you feel for your partner? I think this might play into the smart thing. Like, I feel that I am most respected when someone understands my intelligence. So is the person you see yourself with long term a smart intellectual that you respect?
She need not necessarily be smart or intellectual. I don't have anything against. I've dated women who are.
I mean,
hold on, let me finish. I've dated women who I would say are smarter than me. In fact, I'd honestly say that the previous girl I dated she's a PhD studying like brain, something with the brain, like probably at least on book wise, smarter than me, more intelligent than me. Okay. Perhaps in other facets, I'm more intelligent than her, but I'm open to dating a girl who's more intelligent than me. But it's not like I don't care. Like it's not really part of the equation.
I feel like that's so funny because you run a podcast. Like you must like good conversation. Don't you want to be with someone that can hold a good conversation and add something to it?
I mean, like if I can have a conversation with her, but I don't need a girl who's like got insane charisma and can tell good stories and has a witty comeback to like everything.
Okay.
It's a very low priority.
Okay.
I don't care. I care about other personality traits. Chiefly, does she bring me peace? That's the most important thing personality-wise a girl can bring me, because I have a very stressful job. The last thing I want to do is have a girlfriend that's always wanting to argue.
Yeah.
We're always in some sort of conflict. The biggest thing a girl can bring me personality-wise is peace and calm.
Okay.
I have a brother. I love him very much. And when he tells me about what he wants in like a girlfriend or like somebody to like be with for a very long time, is just like the compassion and empathy and like just to have somebody like to be there with him, for him, and to like support him. And just, he said, just don't make our lives hard.
Yeah, I mean, and also I think one of the reasons why women tend to want intelligent men is if you're intelligent, then you're more capable of providing provisioning. If you're intelligent, like intelligent people tend to be higher earners. Whereas like we as men, we don't really care about a woman's ambition or her success. Do you have a response? Do you have a thought on that?
No comment, actually.
Rin? Oh, she's waking up.
I just like the stuff we were talking about before, like you guys had it down. That's why I didn't really say anything. But like, what were we talking about? We were talking about oh yeah. So a lot of men, like they want their women to help them feel more masculine. Like my dad, he likes dating girls that like he can take care of because he feels more like, like they like feeling like men. They like feeling masculine.
And I think that plays into the fact that, men and women have different roles in life. And I think that in a perfect relationship, a man brings out a woman's femininity and a woman brings out a man's masculinity.
Okay.
So things like opening a woman's door should play into that.
Okay,
First date.
but okay, so you kind of made a grimace when I said most men don't really care about a woman's ambition or her success. What, Sophia, you made a face too. What?
I don't even think that's true.
This is why I make a grimace, because one day hope to be a great wife, and I want to believe that is not true. I think that when you're born, you have somewhat of a personality, and my whole life I've been ambitious and I want big things for myself, and I look at that as a pro. So whether a man does or doesn't value that, I wouldn't want to be with a man who just wants a trophy wife. I want someone who can respect what I'm doing and care about me. I'm not just a physical object like I do. And I totally agree. The best thing in a relationship is when you bring each other peace. So the grimace comes from the fact that I don't believe that, it's a turnoff for guys that I have.
I'm not saying it's a turnoff, but men don't really prioritize it.
Okay.
It can be a turnoff in the sense that if you want to be successful in business or in the corporate world, you need to cultivate a certain cutthroatness that you wouldn't otherwise need to cultivate. And we spend most of our time at work. when you start becoming cutthroat in the corporate world, in business, that's going to seep into your broader personality.
Yeah, I totally understand. I grew up with corporate parents, and my dad's an attorney. So I haven't had to be in the work world to get those things.
You mentioned attorneys. Attorneys are typically have to be very disagreeable.
Yes.
So for example, a female attorney, she's going to have to cultivate her ability to be disagreeable because there's negotiations. There's you need to know you like very much by the rules and by the book. So it's not necessarily like you can still be very feminine and also be successful, but a lot of women who get into the corporate world become very successful.
That femininity.
They do lose a little bit of it, but the main thing that I would say to this, it's not so much that, it's you were like, oh, well, I would hope that a guy cares about my success and ambition. All of you at this table said that you want the guy to pay for the first date. Yep. I assume you also want that guy to continue providing throughout the relationship. Men don't care about your money and your ambition and your success, chiefly because you do not share your resources with men the same way that men share their resources with women. All of you said you want the guy to pay for the first date. So we don't receive a benefit. Men don't receive a tangible benefit by your success.
I don't think that that's true at all.
All the girls here said they'd want the guy to pay for the first date.
But let's say we're married. If a man and a woman are married and a woman has income, I would hope that she helps pay some bills. And I think that that's okay. Unless the man is so stable that he can take care of the both of them, or the woman is choosing to be a mother and she wants to devote her time there.
Okay, but there are definitely women that even beyond the first date still want the guy to continue paying for dates.
There are some women.
Look, I can prove it. Did you want to continue? Or?
Yeah, I think that a lot of reasonable women would say, into the relationship, if you have shown your interest in me enough, by asking me out and treating me well and putting your card down the first couple of dates, I said I'm happy to start, paying, splitting, tipping, this, that, the other thing.
After the first couple dates?
If I know that I like you, I would love to be in a relationship where I do this for you and you do this for me.
Okay, so
I think what a lot of men have a problem with, like the boss babe thing, and why the boss babe thing isn't appealing, is because we kind of have this expectation that he should be okay with being second to a career, where like your boss that you work for will replace you tomorrow, and your man will not. I think that's what men have a very big problem with when it comes to, well, I want this high status profession. He's like, okay, well, how much am I going to matter? Because there's also been, and this would be anecdotal, right? But there's been conversations where men have asked their women to quit their jobs because it's dysfunctional with the family. There's something going wrong. And the woman says like, no, absolutely, I will not quit my job. So you're literally choosing, your boss who would replace you over him. And that's not okay. And I don't think your job should come first as a man either. But I think oftentimes, and because family should be first, but like if you're a man and you have to deal with being in this high status profession to create that umbrella of financial security, like, yeah, it's okay if your family's on the back burner, because you're not truly on the back burner for your career. You're going through that so that you can benefit them. Like what man wants to be second to a career? Like these companies don't care about us. Like
I don't think he's
like
be second to a
really circumstantial kind of thing. And
it's not that circumstantial.
Like I'm not second in my job. Like I can't. No one's gonna. I mean, of course, everyone's somewhat replaceable, but it's like I feel like you're just kind of spewing like these words, but they don't really have any meaning.
So
I can give you the data.
I have a question. Is your
you.
answer to all of this that women shouldn't work? Or that, I should quit my job because, my dad's not paying my rent. Like, someone's got to do that.
Attorney? Hello?
Yeah,
no.
he raised me right. He also said...
Like, first of all, you said that this is, like, circumstantial, right? And there's also, like, broad swaths of data where, like, these are things that are going to happen to women. They're already happening. Like, when we're talking about making women equal to men in the marketplace, in the job marketplace, it sounds good. There are unintended consequences. One unintended consequence is like 50% of women are projected to be single in 2030. No, 45% of women from ages 25 to 44, right? So
because of their job?
No, because of being past the Industrial Revolution and because of economic mobility, right? That this is the unintended consequence of the boss babe culture. That's one aspect. And then we have this other aspect, 50.1% of women in the UK are childless by age 30. That's another statistic. So like we've made it to this point where like we've made ourselves completely equal to men. And it's like, that sounds really good in theory, but if you're going to be like a mom and have children, you're going to have to make compromises and structure your life differently. And a lot of women, like, they're not getting this. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying like you need to quit your job and you need to stay home, right? But we need to like plan and act accordingly, and putting a career ahead of your man is not a good way to get there, because he's probably going to need to cover you. Like, a lot of this gender equality stuff sounds really cool and like all this independence. A lot of women who say this have not reproduced. I have very much needed to depend on my husband in my pregnancy, first trimester, last trimester. Any woman who's had a child knows this, but we want to pretend like it doesn't exist. And I think that the reason why we have these like made up constructs, because, you know, like everything's a social construct, is because we just are not seeing people get married and build families.
No one is pretending like it doesn't exist, and no one said that they would put their job over their husband ever.
Right.
No one said that.
Okay, like,
I feel like that's another thing that you're kind of just making up. Like, I bet every
I think you have
person
super
here
valid
can
points.
I understand what you're saying, but I feel like every person here would say, of course I would choose my family and my husband over my job any day. And I think that your idea of this boss babe thing is like what you're making up in your head, but you're not considered a boss babe. You don't have a job. You don't, right? You don't.
I mean, I do work, but that's like, it's relative.
You know what I mean? Like,
income.
but I mean, like, you don't have like a traditional job. Like, so I feel like you kind of can't really speak on it because you're not in.
I
understand that you have a baby and you have a husband and you're in those shoes, but I don't think that like.
Okay.
You're trying to speak on the boss babe thing, but you don't really fully get it.
Like, I'm giving you objective truths that I can prove. I also have them on my phone. I will give them to you immediately after the show. Like, these are the consequences.
I believe you. That's okay.
These are the consequences of us putting careers ahead of men. Like, that's the
Who's
thing.
doing that?
Well, hold on. Like, women are putting careers ahead of men to the point that they would rather have that job than be with a man.
Then
that's
you don't
crazy.
have to do that.
Huh?
Then you don't have to do that.
Like, can you explain?
If you don't want to do that, then don't do that.
If
I don't think that
if
the
you don't
majority.
wanna do what?
If you don't want to put your job over your
Okay.
husband, then don't do that. I mean, you don't even have a corporate job. You know what I mean? And I think that you're saying, well, women do that. Where? Who? When?
This is what I'm saying. My subjective experience does not influence the numbers that I'm giving you. This is like to the point. This is the breakdown of the nuclear family, and this was all because we're talking about like careers and men taking a second seat to careers, right? This is the projection. Like, there are big banks and companies that are investing in like wine and cat food and stuff because they know that there's going to be a bunch of us that are single, right? So like what you guys are saying, your career is important. Just don't forget that your man and your family should come before it.
Okay,
corporate America will get rid of you tomorrow.
Thank you so much for reinstating that, because I believe that we all agree with you, and I think that that's why we're becoming disengaged, is because we all agree with you, and there's just so much we can hear about it. We all agree with you.
Okay, let's move it along a little bit. I'll just add a couple things here. So when it comes to the employer dynamic, so a lot of women are trading. Instead of being submissive to a husband, they're going to be submissive to an employer. And also something that you hear, is it really worth going into this? You hear when we kind of view money a little bit differently. So like when women make a lot of money, they think, I don't need a man. I'm strong and independent. When a man makes a lot of money, he says, I can provide for my family, my wife, and my children.
Okay.
So we kind of view that differently. Really quick on just the paying thing, because I just wanted to add to this. I would provide for a woman if she's going to have to be like 21 and in college or something. So but like if I'm dating a 27-year-old attorney who's making $200K, I'm not paying for the first date. Also, I'm not going to pay if you're going on 7 dates a week.
So then why are you going out with her at all?
Because I'm not
purely for sex.
I don't object to dating someone who's successful or who makes money.
Okay, but what's the end to your dating? What's the point? Like, why are you? Is the reason you're dating now just for casual dating, or is it because you're looking for that lifelong partner? And going back,
I value long-term relationships. I'm not interested in one-night stands or fucking someone once or twice and never talking to them again. I've always valued having a continuity with the women I choose to date.
Monogamy.
So what's that?
Monogamy. Being
Well,
monogamous.
monogamy, but also I don't want to just, it doesn't interest me to just fuck a bunch of chicks once. That's pointless to me. It's not fulfilling. It's a waste of time, and it's just.
Yeah, it isn't fulfilling. So what do you have to say about him? You know, I wouldn't pay for a date because this woman
I assume she disagrees, but.
No, I mean, it's not about me disagreeing. Like, honestly, I think Brian is just trying to smash. And if you're just trying to smash. No, like, it's it's fine. You're 33 and you're single and you make a lot of money, like, hello, millions of subscribers, right? Just trying to get some. Like, it's cool. Brian isn't trying to get married. It's okay. You don't want to pay for the first date. You're trying to get some nookie, you're able to do this. You know what I mean? It's okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not just trying to have a one-night stand with a girl. That doesn't interest me.
Well, so, like, here's my thing. You want this, you said that you want, like, an LTR, right? What do you want? Because, like, your results in dating, like, the goal, you have to determine what your goal is, right? So for, like, some men, their goal in dating, which I morally disagree with, but I'm not here to argue morality. Like, some guys' goal in dating is to just be able to have variety and to get some occasionally. They're not necessarily trying to settle down. And then there's other men who want to have a wife and children. That's different, you know? So, like, I can't tell you what I think about your metric in dating. It's like, is it working or not? You know what I mean? Like, that's what, you know, you're right. Like, he's probably not looking for a wife. Okay, that's his right and his prerogative to not be looking for a wife.
Well, marriage is an L, so I mean, I can't. I am looking for a long-term partner. But marriage is just, can't do it.
I tried it. I would try it again with the right person.
Yeah, so.
Allie, how do you feel about dating someone for 10 years? Because I'm just curious to hear what you have to say about this, because you know, I know people that are like, if he has not asked you to marry him after 3 years, he's not gonna, like, he doesn't see you as a wife. You're just a placeholder. So
that's probably true. Marriage right now sits at a rate of 6 per 1,000 people. They didn't include age. This is like CDC data. So I think it's just like the number of people, right? So marriage is the lowest it's ever been in recorded history.
Yeah.
So in terms of like what I think about it, I think that you do modern dating practices, you get modern dating results, and like it doesn't seem like men or women are really happy with that. At the same time, you know, are people willing to compromise and pursue traditional values and conventional values? Because liberal women used to be normal in the 90s. I don't know what happened. Things have changed. So it's like, what normally happens is you have the same likelihood to break up as you do to divorce, like per the data, right?
Okay.
And so if that's true, then yeah, you do have the likelihood to separate that's equal. On top of that, what people are doing now is they're cohabitating longer, right? So they're delaying marriage.
Don't do that.
Cohabitate for several years.
Oh, and we're against that.
Well,
don't cohabitate, guys.
Well, his argument's different. So like when we're looking at what people are doing and the results that they're getting, cohabitation is longer, and maybe you'll get married if you're one of the 6 per 1,000. So if you are with that man and you're cohabitating for several years, it's very, very statistically unlikely that he's going to marry you, just by the numbers. So I do agree with that. Like, if you're looking for marriage and this man's been with you like 10 years, he's probably not going to marry you. If it happens, amazing. You're an exception to the rule. But that's just what's happening right now.
Okay, so I have a theoretical for you. I meet a guy tomorrow. He's the most amazing thing ever. I love him so much. But I'm 18. I do not want to get married super young. My parents are divorced, and both of their spouses have been divorced, and divorce is awful and the worst thing ever. I would like to be sure that I want to be with this person before I put a ring on it and become, you know, I think that, you know, as if I'm in a long-term relationship with somebody, I will be acting as I would be, you know, as committed to them as I would in our marriage. But I think that, you know, dating someone for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, like, I think that it's a good thing.
Yeah, but then you're not a traditional woman.
Okay.
Right? Do you see like the compromise with that? Like, it seems like there's some things that you want with modern dating and there's some things that you want with traditional dating. And that is typically going to conflict in one way, shape, or form, right? So, like, if you're going to be cohabitating, it's very likely that you're having premarital sex. That's another indicator that you're not traditional. And it's okay if you aren't. Like, I didn't have the most traditional setup that allowed me to get married, you know, but I was able to swing a marriage. But every single statistic was against me. I'm the exception to the rule. I would never recommend for women to do what I did. What you're saying is what people are doing. My thing is, like, is it working? Because if marriage is 6 per 1,000 and a lot of women probably want to get married, then I don't think that it's working. But I also think that women we're more agreeable than men on average. Do you guys know that? Okay, so like I think we just suck at negotiating and being like, hey, I would like to get married. We just don't have that conversation. You know what I mean? Because we want to keep that guy when we could have that conversation. But are we prepared to walk if he says, no, I don't want to get married? Do you see? Like these are just different things that you have to like, I guess, consider. 'Cause I try my very best not to argue too subjectively, and I try to give you guys like objective data and stats. So like this modern dating is, I think the sexual revolution did not help us, is my point.
Gentlemen, don't get married. Never sign a contract with someone who is rewarded for breaking it. Don't sign contracts that don't benefit you.
Right. We should probably, I mean, it's another thing. So when we're talking about like security in marriage, we have it as women. Just so you guys know, the family courts are greatly in our favor. We file most divorces, we get more cases of alimony, and we get more cases of child support. So like a lot of the fear that we get, like you need to be really, really sure that this is the guy, because what if you end up homeless and on the street? It's very unlikely that that's going to occur.
Absolutely.
So that fear for women is made up. That fear for men, that is true.
My
like
fear
you really can steal half your stuff.
My fear is for my children.
Yeah.
And I think that growing up in a single family household, or I apologize, single parent household, even if they're divorced, is incredibly damaging. And, you know, I don't know. Oh, actually, I do know. So I think that we can all agree having divorced parents is not a good thing for a person growing up.
Yeah. I mean, it's like it puts your kid at every statistical disadvantage, like wildly so. Right?
Yeah.
So it just means that we need to try harder if we're going to be in long-term relationships for the rest of our lives, which means that like women are going to have to doing some more work. And that's the thing, like women don't understand how much autonomy they have over the quality of their relationship. You know, like we expect the man to fix it. And it's like, well, what if you just like took a, you know, week or two just changing something about yourself and seeing how that goes, right? Because other thing too, personality differences on average between men and women. We're higher in neuroses than men. Do you guys understand that? Okay, so like that's another thing. We tend to be a little bit more dissatisfied in general. Even the statistics between virgin husbands and virgin brides. The virgin husbands report being happier in their marriage than the virgin brides, right?
Wow.
So we're just a little bit more unhappy. And that's why that you'll see, I mean, I don't know what other dating podcasts, like what their goal is, but that's like the message that I preach on like my side of things is like, we as women need to take charge in the femininity department, and we can totally do it. And these traditional things that we say are like old school, they work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they're not going to work for most men. I think marriage sucks for most men who get married.
Okay, guys, get your last minute super chats in here before we wrap up the show. Probably going to try to wrap in about 10-15 minutes. So guys, get your last super chats and donations in if you want to. All right, so we do have a video to react to. Eric, can you pull up the other video? Were there 2 or 3 videos? 3. There's 3. Oh, pull up the there's a short one, I think. It's like a girl in a room, not the podcast one. This is, before you play it, actually, I'm just going to put it back center. So this is kind of related to the whole entertainment conversation that we were having about like women wanting dudes to be charismatic and charming and basically be entertainment on dates. There's Netflix for that, but okay, Eric, can you go ahead and pull it up? I met this guy. He's really, oh, can you, hold on. Can you pause the audio or mute the audio, my bad. All right. Client, I met this guy. He's really nice, but I don't care. I don't know. Next, or just play. I don't feel that much chemistry with him. He's boring. And get ready to pause. He doesn't trigger my anxious trauma response, which I confuse with love. So, any reaction to that?
I think that's super valid. I think that's super, super valid. And, you know, growing up, seeing an unhappy marriage between my parents and, you know, having an attorney as a dad, you sense love in different ways. And I absolutely have had to work through, and I'm still very much so trying to work through feeling comfortable in, you know, what would be a healthy relationship. And if a guy, you know, I mean, I've said to Stella, oh, we went out, but he was boring. Like, it just, it didn't, you know, we had great conversation, but I didn't feel anything. So, yeah, I think that's super valid. Yeah,
I mean, pretty much just when the whole vibe chemistry thing, it's, to me, it's just this nebulous term. What does that even mean? I mean, I often hear from girls, the guy could otherwise be perfectly pleasant, treat you well, even be attractive.
Checks all the boxes.
But you just don't feel that. And like, guys, it's just very different because guys, we don't look. Also, I think it's, the vibe is something the guy brings. It's the guy that's lacking something that is eliciting the vibe in you. The vibe. How often do women bring the vibe? It's just the guy isn't charismatic enough. He's not funny. He's not entertaining. He's not.
Well, what I'll say is I bring my vibe everywhere that I go. And if he has anything going on and it starts, and we're just, if it's flowing seamlessly, you know, if we're just talking and we can have good conversation and I don't have to think, oh gosh, what should I ask him next? Like, what should I remember to bring up because we're going to run out of conversation. That's what I mean by the vibe. If we are on the same wavelength, you know, intellectually, and we can have a solid conversation, that's when I feel the vibe.
But I think when you're searching for the electricity, the chemistry, the vibe, the click, the butterflies, whatever bullshit term you want to call it, this is why women fall for players.
Yeah,
because
they're charismatic.
They excite you. They tell good stories. They have charisma. But we as men, we are not your entertainers. If you want entertainment, go watch Netflix. Like, we don't exist to make you entertained. So I don't know. I think
she's just talking about the fact that a guy needs to be able to hold a conversation. Like, we're not expecting them to do a little.
Holy shit!
Mark Coons super chatted $500. Ladies, would you date a guy in the oil industry in North Dakota? By the way, I'm in my mid-40s.
Hold on, actually, that really quick, that triggers fireworks. Yo, Mark Coons, thank you for the big $500 soup chat. Holy shit, man. Dude, thank you so fucking much, man. I really appreciate your patronage, man. That's really nice. So, what was the question?
Would you date a guy that works in the oil industry in Dakota? He's in his mid-40s, by the way. No, I have a boyfriend. But if I was single, maybe.
Just because he's 40. No.
40 too old?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to move to North Dakota, personally.
Yeah, at this point, 40 is a little old for myself.
North Dakota, then?
I'd love to move to some random little state. I can't wait to get out of California.
He owns like 7 oil derricks. Have you seen There Will Be Blood? The critically acclaimed film by Daniel Day-Lewis?
No.
This guy's a direct descendant of Daniel Plainview.
Wow.
Oil man. He's an oil man.
Wow.
Okay.
That's old money.
What about you? Would you do it? Okay.
Sorry.
All right. What were we talking about? The vibe. Thank you. What was his name again?
I think you were just trying to tell us
Mark,
that
sorry.
energy is not a real thing, when I think it very much is.
We don't need you to do like a whole song and dance for us, but if you can, like she was saying, I don't need to be the one pulling the conversation the whole time.
I think it's a mutual thing. I think it's either there or it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
If I did what most women do on first dates, like if I didn't carry the conversation, I guaranteed that it would be awkward silence all the fucking time for most dates I go on.
So then you're
girls.
dating the wrong women.
No, it's just y'all can't really carry a conversation.
I wish
Y'all
you could
really
experience
can't.
myself on a date because
Okay.
I can only
Sophia.
speak for myself.
So hold on, Sophia, you and me on our date. I'm gonna do lead the conversation.
like we're first meeting, we're sitting down.
Hey, it's good to
Hello.
see you. Good to
Nice
meet you.
Where are you from? What do you, whatever.
Santa
Yeah.
Barbara. Oh, here, I'll sure. What about you?
I'm from Tahoe. Do you know where that is?
Yeah, it's like up north.
Yeah. Have you ever been?
Nope.
That's cool. Well, you should visit sometime.
Yeah.
Where'd you go to school?
Where'd I go to school? UCLA, and then, you know,
Cool. I have some
CC
friends.
first, you know.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Personally, I go to school in Santa Barbara.
Oh, cool.
Have you? Yeah. Do you like Santa Barbara? Do you visit SoCal very often? Or you went to school in LA? Did you ever go to Santa Barbara?
Yeah, occasionally. Like, we went to IV to, like, party and shit, you know. Got drunk, whatever.
What's the point here? Where are we going with this?
The fact that
role-playing conversation.
Yeah. He's
Pretend we're on
demonstrating
the
how
first
bland
date.
women are. But when
this is like you're
when,
supposed to be.
When you asked this woman out on a date, did you not already realize she's totally bland? And I thought you said you were into the bland.
You
like,
did say that.
It's a bit, I mean, it's a little different what I'm getting at here.
Okay.
I think what you're getting at is you're saying that why do men have to constantly carry conversation on the first date, as well as putting the pressure of opening the car door and paying, right?
Let me frame it.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
What's
No?
that? Well,
Yeah, that was a comprehensive analysis. Do you want to repeat it?
yeah. Go ahead, repeat it.
So I'm saying, like, apart from that, like, his point is that, you know, men are the ones that have to carry everything. They have to carry the conversation on the first date. They have to open the doors on the first date. They have to pay on the first date. So I think what Brian is trying to say is, what do women bring on a first date?
Sort of.
We had this
Sort
whole
of.
conversation.
Sort of.
Yeah.
But
he's saying, like, why do the men have to carry everything?
But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is that the vibe, the click, the chemistry, that is something that's going to be elicited by the man, typically through some conversation, or the vibe, the click, the chemistry can also be elicited if he is, say, 2 points or 3 points higher than you in terms of attractiveness. So a guy can elicit it by being very charismatic, but being equivalent to you in looks. But if he's also very attractive, you're more likely to feel the vibe, the click, the connection.
Yeah, women like to date
that.
more attractive men.
Right.
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to say is we're talking about like carrying conversations. Like, bro, if I, okay, on dating apps, for example, if I'm messaging with a girl, I almost wish we could play this out like on Instagram. If one of you were like messaging me, we role played back and forth on Instagram as if we matched on a dating app. Like, I could pretty clearly show you, like, as a dude, you have to carry and lead the conversation.
Totally. But I also agree, if you know, I'm not on any dating apps. If I were, I mean, I've had people slide into my Instagram DMs, so I guess I can speak on this. If someone hits me up and they say, hey, you know, and we happen to be in the same area, if they would like to set up a date with me or whatever, I would probably go ahead and do that. I wouldn't have him pick me up in that case because I don't know him. It would be a public place, midday, whatever. But like, I don't think you should be just going back and forth. What do you have to talk about? Like, I think that you should sit down and initially see if there's any attraction there. Like, there's a physical thing that you should probably test out first.
I don't think men carry the conversation. I think that when you go on a date, there's either a connection and you guys hit it off and you guys are both engaging in conversation and you get along really well, or you don't. And I don't think that necessarily like men have to carry the conversation all the time. Like, personally, in my experience, I'm a talker. Like, I love to talk.
Sure.
And
I'm not saying it's all women, but generally speaking, I would say that most women, if I did what most women do on a date, like kind of be held back and silent for a bit initially, if I didn't start the conversation, it would honestly just be dead silent.
If you're dating the most awkward girl ever, yeah,
nah.
but like
no, like
most
a
women
lot of women are just like bad at conversation. Remember when you remember when we were talking about like, you know, like, do you have to dumb yourself down, right?
Yeah.
Or remember when we were talking about like, well, no, I think like men do like smart women. Like they'll be in relationships with women who provide absolutely nothing to a conversation. They'll do it, and it doesn't sound good. And my assumption is that you guys are all in college, right? Yeah, you're already like a minority of the population. When we're talking about very regular things that happen in dating, a lot of this stuff isn't going to stick to you. Especially like, what was your major?
Entrepreneurship.
Yeah, that's not even I don't even think that's a common thing that women major in. Like, so you're like a unicorn. A lot of what you say is not going to make sense when it comes to like modern dating, right? Because you're out of the norm. Does that make sense? So like most chicks, a lot of the DMs I get, and I get them from single men who are dating all the time, day in, day out. They just don't carry a conversation. And the guy's kind of sitting there kind of like, well, geez, like, how do I even become engaging? You know what I mean?
Totally. I think that most girls are super bland because we have messages being sent out that's like, guys don't care about smart girls. And sure, maybe they don't, but women, we should still be ambitious to a point that we want to make ourselves smarter and better people and good company and fun to be around and smart, seasoned, like... I think that all plays in. And when we're talking about IQ, I don't necessarily need to make more money than you, but I still should be smart and I should know how to carry a conversation because I think that's so much more valuable than a degree or whatever.
Like, okay, I'm going to say this. Most people are so dumb, they can't carry a conversation, man and woman.
100%.
Right? However, men are dating men that are typically smarter than them, right? So it's like they're relying on him to be entertainment. And that's it's a really boring and stressful experience for a man at the same time. Like boring in terms of he's not being intellectually stimulated at all. And then it's stressful because he has to impress her. Like,
so what's your point to all of this?
So my point to all of this is you don't understand that you're a unicorn. If you tell me your life story, I've heard like enough about you already. You are like a very, 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 very small percentage of women. But when you talk about dating, you give a lot of your subjective experience, and there's credit to that. But okay. I'm telling you, like, most women suck at conversation, which is fine because most men don't care that you're smart. That's great. You just have to be like beautiful, sweet, and pleasant. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? You be like a high charging woman. You do that and you'll probably be with a high charging man. And that'll be like a superpower couple thing. But that's just not going to be what most men and women experience. That was like my point. It's just like, I'm telling you, they suck at conversation.
Okay, yeah. And we got that point like a long time ago. That's why it's like kind of just like.
I know you elaborate on every single thing you say and go and go and go.
Well, I would just imagine that I talk a lot being a podcaster. So
yeah.
It's kind of like what I
No, I totally understand. I totally understand.
I thought that this was Brian's podcast.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I guess really the point I'm trying to make, and I'm going to just try to wrap this up here soon. So along pretty much every step of the way, the guy has to initiate. The guy basically has to carry. And that could manifest itself in carrying the conversations, but the guy's going to have to, depends the context in which you're meeting. But for example, you guys say you don't really approach men, right?
I would say I approach men. I talk to men. I'll start conversation. I don't typically initiate a date.
Let me ask you a question. Have guys approached you before?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. When the guy approaches you, are you like immediately like full on into the conversation? Like you're immediately contributing to the conversation 50-50 as soon as he approaches you? No, you're probably like, he's going to have to do most of the talking initially.
If I find him attractive, I will be totally engaged in the conversation.
I do. I feel like I talk a lot. Like
really?
Yeah, like
really?
Immediately.
Bro, shut. Oh my God, Rin.
The reason why I'm not talking a lot right now is because like, you know, other people are saying more and it's like, I feel like I'd have nothing.
She talks a lot, boys. Okay.
But
allegedly.
Like, no, like
allegedly.
If someone were to talk to me, like immediately, I would just jump straight into like a big combo.
All right. Well.
And like, yeah, the thing about like the entertaining thing, it's like, yeah, because you guys already said like it's not every woman, so I was like, oh, it's nothing really to say.
Let me ask a different question. Who's here on dating apps? Okay. Do you message first or does the guy message first?
Both.
Yeah.
Okay. Assign a percentage. More often than not, is it the guy messaging first? Okay.
Like 80-20, maybe.
80-20.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, so right away he's already carrying. So from there, are you like, he's probably asking you a question or saying something witty, and then a lot of guys' experience, most men's experience is girls be given one-word responses. She's probably not that interested, granted, but like that's the game that men have to play. One-word responses, like.
Most of the time, I'm given one-word responses for them to start the conversation. They're saying, hey, they're not saying much, so I have to kind of pull the conversation. It doesn't matter if they texted me first, but if they're not contributing to the conversation.
But women also they won't even move along the conversation. I'll get to you in a sec. So, for example, does the guy go for the phone number? Does the guy suggest the first date?
Sometimes they don't.
More often than not, go ahead.
Okay.
The one time you asked a guy out.
I understand what you're saying because I have a brother, again. And so like, sorry, brother, like if I'm gonna tell a story, but like he would like ask me, he was like, hey, like Rin, like you know, like he had like this, he and this girl had like a date, and then like he like asked, he was gonna pick her up, and then she was like he asked for her address and she didn't say anything, and then the next day he said to me, he was like, should I text her again? And I was like, oh, like what did you say, like what happened? And then like he was the last person who texted her, and then I was like, oh, I guess like send another like follow-up text, be like, what's your address? And then she he told me that she responded, and then she was like, okay, yeah, like I was only gonna go if you like asked me again. And I was like, what? So like it's true, like they like kind of wait for you to like, yeah.
Wait, the girl did this?
Yeah. So
wait, can you I'm sorry, I was kind of blanking out. It's a bit late. I apologize. Yeah. Could you just repeat it again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. So basically, like, I'm gonna dumb it down.
Yeah.
She's
talking to a guy.
No, like you know, like they were like talking. They were gonna go on a date, and like he asked for her address to pick her up because they were planning to go at like 7. And so, but she didn't respond. And then the next morning, like the day of the date, like no one was texting. So then like I had to tell him like maybe you should like text her again. And then she was like, oh yeah, like I was only gonna like send it to you like if you asked me again. So I was like, like maybe it's true. Yeah. Oh
fuck! Hold on, sorry guys. Wait. So just to be clear, let me try to recap it. She was talking to a guy. They were kind of setting up a date. They had set up a date. He requested her address to obviously go and pick her up. She didn't respond, and she knew, she got the text. She was only going to provide the address if he asked again.
Yeah.
That's
so like, yeah, I see what you're saying, but yeah.
Fucking
yeah, that's stupid.
Toxic.
Yeah, that is stupid.
Send the asteroid boys. Yeah. Clown world. I mean, these are the games that are being played.
This is just what I wanted to say really quick. You kept using the word carrying. The guy is, you know, carrying because he has to message you first. He's carrying because he has to ask for your
guys have to do everything.
Everything. Oh my gosh,
men
it's
have
so
to do everything.
Like so taxing. He has to move his thumb so much.
No. It's more than that. But I'll go ahead.
But that's kind of what you're alluding to. If a guy won't message me first, if a guy wouldn't ask for my number, if a guy wouldn't like suggest the first date because it's too hard, it's too taxing, I'm obviously not worth it to him, and he's obviously not worth it to me. And you keep using this word carrying as if it's so much. If he won't message you first, he's not gonna be like, what makes you think he's gonna be a provider for you?
Well, there's a lot more to it than that. And by the way, men enjoy feeling appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Even a drop of you showing some mutual effort or initiative, most men will find that appealing. There are some like very masculine men that like, no, I have to do fucking everything, and like if the girl even initiates a little bit, then whatever. But like most men will genuinely appreciate you showing even a modicum of effort. When I say carrying, not to get fucking nerdy, like, I mean, carrying is a video game term. Basically, to carry someone in a video game is you are basically, they're doing jack shit, and you are basically, you're killing all the enemies, and they're just sitting
I've
back.
played team sports. I understand what carrying means.
So in the same way that there's like group projects.
But I thought we said men want to lead.
They do, but it's a burden. It's a burden, and also a lot of men want some degree of reciprocity. You would be surprised if you showed the same amount of effort that men put in. A lot of men would really appreciate that, and a lot of women make zero effort. But you say, oh, he's just moving his thumbs. There is like, men face rejection in ways that women don't. We have to make the initial approach. We're going to kind of carry that initial conversation. We're going to ask for the number. We're going to set the date. We're going to set the time. We're going to follow up. If you flake, by the way, most chicks flake on dates, and they're not going to give you 24 hours notice. You have a date on a Friday night. They're going to flake Friday 3 hours before, and then it's very easy. You've done it, right? It's very easy for women to get another date like that. Most men, most guys, if you flake on them on a Friday, you've just scorched their Friday. They're not gonna find a replacement.
I mean, I've also been canceled on. It's so shitty. Like,
men don't really flake at the same rate that women do. I'll say that. Women are incredibly flaky. In fact, I didn't bring this up. 9 girls flaked tonight. So if I've been a bit of a dickhead tonight, I have not been in a good mood. 9, or maybe it was 8 women were going to be on the show. Obviously, I found some last minute replacements. 8 women canceled. Like, okay. And imagine that in the dating world. And I've had a lot of experience with that. Women will flake. And I'm not even professional women, 30-year-old women who are professional women will literally, some bullshit excuse, will flake an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours before the date. Over the dumbest fucking reason. Yeah. Women are fickle and flaky, generally speaking. It happens all the time. I say this from experience. They flake.
So I have a question. There, you get flaked on by this woman. I'd be annoyed. I'd be pissed. Someone, caused me to commit to them for that night, whatever, and then they flaked on me. My initial reaction is like, okay, that's really shitty. But then I'm like, you know what? I'm glad I'm not going out with this person because they're a flaky person, and I don't want to go out with them anyways. I'm glad that they avoided wasting my time more than they already have.
It's a favor.
It's a favor, kind of.
Perhaps. But what if it could have otherwise worked out? Sometimes the girl just gets cold feet.
Yeah.
A lot of times girls get kind of cold feet, and so it could have otherwise worked out. And then also it's just like, it doesn't undo the fact that my Friday night that I could have planned with someone else is just scorched. Women, you guys, any of you could probably download Tinder tonight and fuck a dude tonight. Almost no dudes can pull that off. So to bring it back to carrying though, you mentioned, it's just texting. Every single step along the way, men have to do it. So asking for the date, getting the number, planning the date, showing up to the date, opening car doors, carrying the conversation on the date, paying for the date, trying to move it forward on the first date. If he can move it forward, hey, let's go back to my place. That's a move he has to make. Most girls aren't going to say, yo, let's go back to your place. The guy's going to have to take the initiative there.
Right.
Keep in mind, at each of these incremental steps, that's another opportunity for rejection. So there's always, men have like hundreds of steps along the way from just meeting you to a relationship.
Totally.
Tons of rejection points that really don't exist in women because they don't really make the move like that. So, okay, let's say you go back to his place, then he's going to have to move things forward physically. How's that going to play out? He's definitely going to have to go for the first kiss. Most women don't go for the first kiss. Then he's going to, how's he going to, there's a lot of logistical things that men think about that women don't really do. So
in my experience, I think about it. Like, sure, it's not just that the man is thinking about it. Women are also thinking about it. We're thoughtful creatures. Maybe the man does have to do it. But the point I want to make is
thinking about wanting
you have to take all these steps. You have to do this. You have to do that. You have to do this. How men value femininity. How feminine would it be if I was, making all these steps and doing let's go back to my place. Like, that wouldn't be so feminine. So what do you want from us? That's the question. I understand. You want, reciprocation and conversation. I'm there. I do that. That's all I can do. But, I want to be more feminine because I understand I can be masculine and I can do that on my own. And I'm trying to work on that. So what do you want?
I think it just is that women don't care how hard men have to work to garner our attention, to garner relationships with us. I think at the end of the day, we just don't care. Are you going to do it or not? Right? And I think that is something that people are just unwilling to admit. And it's completely okay to say out loud, I don't care how hard you worked for this. It's just, did you complete the mission or not? That's our perspective as women. We can't really empathize with men. And that's why men need to be talking to other men about how to approach relationships with women. What are you really going to learn from a woman about, you know what I mean? We're just we don't even really know. We're just, did it work or did it not? Right? I think that's okay.
So yes, you make a good point. If a girl was perhaps really overt in these ways, we might deem it to be more masculine than yes. So I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not so much that we're necessarily well, first off, we can't expect women to make the first move because frankly they don't. If every girl that I've ever kissed, I waited for her to make the kiss, to do the first kiss, it would have never happened, and she would have either been like, this guy's a pussy.
Yeah.
Why is he not going for it? She would have lost interest because why is he not making the first move? Or it would have, honestly, she would have finally made the move.
Yeah.
3-4 dates down the line. More likely than not, though, if I didn't make the move, she would have just lost interest, be like, he's just not interested, or he's a coward. She's going to lose attraction. So it's not so much like, hey, you need to be a mirror image of ourselves, but I'm just trying to articulate men carry. We carry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and we've got
and
to
just
the conclusion that
and I
we
think
don't
this
care.
is, you know, I thought you wanted to, and I thought women should be submissive to be in a healthy relationship that works properly, and I mean that doesn't really need to be answered, because I understand life's not perfect, and there's good parts to being a man, there's negative parts to being a man, and the same with women. But I think that that's a little unfair to say, like, oh, well, women don't do anything to create a relationship. When we do, we're called forward and masculine and unfeminine. And
I certainly think that there's a way that you can go about it in a feminine way. So, I mean, you can make these sort of moves in feminine ways.
Yeah. I mean, it's like feminine assertion. Just a lot of women suck at game. That's why your best bet is to just be like pretty polite and sweet, you know, and caring. Like, we're just not that good at it these days, because we have to appeal to this small pool of men that we've never really had to compete with before. So, like, I made the first move with my husband. I kissed him first, but I immediately let him lead, you know? So you're talking about feminine assertion, but that's not a concept most women are going to get, or even
I think they
really
should.
pursue.
So let's talk about it. Teach us.
Well, I've been trying to teach you guys all night, and honestly, you guys have just been incredibly rude, like in many ways. Like, I'm not from Cali, you know, I'm from the Midwest. I also come from a Latin background. I've been trying to be helpful. I've prefaced all of this. I'm pregnant with a daughter. I care about women, right? But when I tell you guys things, it's always, well, my experience, or I know somebody like this, or this has been different for me. So, like, you want me to teach you guys, but you're not very receptive.
I understand. The question is just, then why are we on a podcast? I want you to have a master class. I'd listen to it. But if we're here to have a conversation, I'd like to add to the conversation. So
there's adding, and then there's being snarky. There's a big difference.
I think that's also something that you're guilty of as well. Would everyone agree with me here? Yeah. That Allie has also been snarky from the get.
Have I been snarky?
I think
I've been a little snarky a couple times.
I said this at the beginning.
So have I. It's a podcast.
I said this at the beginning. Like, there's being disagreeable, and then there's just being rude, right? And it's just, I don't know what it is with, like, this place, California. I have no idea. This is, like, not how people have civilized conversations with one another, right? You will see me get, like, frustrated and a little bit assertive, and it's because, like, I'm a woman, and I can tell when you're being rude to me. Brian might not see it. Brian might not get it, but I can, because I'm a girl, okay?
And so can I, and so can all of we. Yeah. And that's why I think there's, like obviously
there's been implications.
I was talking.
Okay, so you're talking over everybody else, and it feels like a lecture. You know what I mean?
Like, I'm not here to be taught. I understand that you're trying to, like, give your 2 cents, and I'm always open to listen, and I'm open for constructive criticism, but you're here, like, pointing fingers, and it's like, go fuck yourself.
Right.
If you're gonna point fingers, you know.
I've just been throwing out, like, numbers and stuff like
I know.
that.
I
you guys
just
don't like it.
Back to my original statement. We're on a podcast. We're here to talk and share our experience and what we have to share. So again, if you had a masterclass, I would totally listen to that. Now I know who you are. I'm going to subscribe to your YouTube. I'd love to hear what you have to say. But what would you like us to, you know, I don't want to sit here and just shit on women. Oh, no, they don't do this, no, they don't do that. Like,
no, that was me shitting.
I know, but there's some hope for the world. And it did not, you know, I said this is the first thing I said to you was it felt condescending. I so respect you, and I think you're super smart. I want to hear you, but it doesn't feel like we're having a conversation. It feels like you're talking at women and about women, and it's like, damn, like I agree, and all I can do is be a better person and act better, and I feel I have. So I didn't want it to feel like a lecture. I wanted it to be a civil, cordial conversation.
Right. And I think we're also allowed to talk about our personal experiences. We don't have to be talking about a general topic the entire time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Destin1091 donated $100. Brian, just invite me on the podcast. I would inflate.
Thank you. Yeah.
So
I really quick, I just, if I've been a little, I don't know, I've been a little spicy tonight. So we did have 8 flakes. It was a nightmare coordinating this before the show. So, hold on, let me.
Hold on. I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
No, but yeah. Anyways, go ahead, Allie.
Mm-hmm. So it's like, here's the thing: is I've like made objective points, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I say these things, and I give you the numbers. Again, happy to give them to you guys after the fact. And I make these broad conclusions about how dating is going for most women, and sometimes for most men. But I've mentioned things about IQ, and then you turned around and flipped it and said, should we dumb ourselves down?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say that. That's what I mean. Like, me giving data and statistics, it might be boring, and maybe, honestly, maybe it's like not particularly fun, but it's not a knock on you guys. These are just things that are. I'm not trying to knock anybody, but a lot of the times when I give women facts, they emotionalize it and personalize it. And I think that that's how we communicate. But I can't get the truth out there to women if I alter it so that they can hear it completely. And I've actually altered my language like quite a bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that's really just I think that's really just what's going on, is like, I would just take what I say at face value. You know, if I wanted to be like mean or a brat, it would be a lot different. Like, I add homonyms. Like, that's what would happen. You know, I'd be calling you names. You see what I'm saying? But if I'm just saying something, it can be jarring. I get that. But can we just look past that at the words that I'm articulating?
Sophia, will you marry me?
Wait.
Huh? Wait, hide this, Eric. What? Will you marry me, Sophia?
Can I see the ring?
You want to inspect the ring before?
Yeah.
He's not paying for your first date.
Here.
Don't even consider.
Well, you know what? I might actually pay for Sophia on the first date.
It's a nice rock.
It's like, I don't like silver. Are you silver girly?
Silver. I'm a gold. I like gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're either silver or you're gold.
You're rejecting the marriage proposal? Wow, hurt.
Sorry.
You didn't even ask her on a date first.
Yeah, buy me dinner first.
Did you in and out after the show?
I think he's serious.
Rin, well, may I have your hand in holy matrimony?
She's not sloppy seconds. She's,
well, you rebuffed
Wait,
my
Little Women.
you rebuffed my marriage proposal.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Confirm, deny. Okay. Let me get these last two super chats. We have one video to react to, and then we're gonna wrap. Mike Davis, 50. Thank you, man. Stella, I'm gonna have you read this one.
What's good, Ginger? She got spice and needs a man to match her energy. How about you ditch Dylan and get with a villain? Drop the wimp, get with a pimp. I can make you a whole lot more wet than your firefighter boy. If you say no, you a hoe.
Wow.
I guess I'm a hoe. No. Thank you.
Okay, Mike
that was
Davis.
very kind, actually.
Does it change anything? He owns like 30 Burger Kings in North Carolina. Doesn't change anything.
North Carolina?
Yeah, 30 Burger Kings.
First of all,
does that change anything?
No, my boyfriend is better than you.
Oh, sorry, Mike Davis. All right, we have Laboid. Thank you for the 50. Rin, do us the favors.
These girls are not the typical girls I see on the podcast, especially at their age. They actually agree with most of what you're saying. A lot of the arguments that apply to most women haven't applied to them. Great panel, awesome podcast for sure.
Wholesome.
That was really kind.
There we go.
Yeah,
that was a nice one.
I know, right?
Sophia, go for it.
Do you want me to? Oh.
Yeah.
Bro, this panel is not listening. Take things personally and move goalposts like pros. Nobody is talking about you personally, Brian and Allie. Or Brian and Allie are taking stats, and all of you instantly get defensive.
Okay, Dimple, thank you for that $50 soup chat.
Thank
Okay,
you,
last thing
Dimple.
here. We're going to react to the last video, then we're going to wrap. Eric, can you pull up that video? Oh, do we have one? Let me just do this one. Yo, Hector Delgado, 50. Sophia, why don't you read this one?
Oh my God. Sophia is the most gorgeous girl on all the panel you've had. Thank you. Bring her again, and please, Sophia, don't make an OnlyFans.
Is it in the works?
Definitely not.
Is it in the works?
Never.
I wanted to hear more about, well, perhaps if you're down for round 2, I wanted to hear more about your thoughts on fuck boys and you being very single, but alas, we had quite a interesting back and forth conversation. So thank you, Hector, there for the 50. Thank you, Nick, there for the 20. All right, Eric, go ahead and pull up. By the way, thank you to everyone. Oh, wait. Oh, this one, it'll come up. Just wait until it comes up in the StreamYard. By the way, thank you to everyone who became members. Eric, did you you pulled up when people became members, yeah? Okay, perfect.
He's listening.
Did
I do listen
there we
to
go.
Tucker
You can pull that
Carlson
up.
for whoever said that.
Yo, Mike Davis, thank you for the 50. Never ask a woman for dating advice. As the saying goes, you don't ask the fish how to catch fish. You ask the fisherman. Question for Allie: if you married for love, what you gonna do when the old geezer kicks the bucket? Allie, your response to Mike Davis.
I mean, I don't know if the goal is to get a rise out of me, right? Because if my husband died, I would mourn his death like a normal human being because I do love him. So that's what I would do. I would mourn his death. Also, my husband is a forward projecting man who takes excellent care of me. So there will be a life insurance policy. I don't know. I can't give you a better answer than that. And I'm sure that my husband is probably much more skilled than you in many metrics. So... this is not what can I say? This is a $49.99 super chat about my husband dying. Why? Because he's older? Are you mad you can't marry a 28-year-old? Are you mad? You can't get one. Interesting.
Oh, Allie with the heat. By the way, Mike Davis is our resident roaster. Yeah. Does him owning Burger King's change anything?
No, even if he owns Burger King's, he just sent a $49.99 donation to the platform, right? Mr. I own Burger King's. That's so awesome. Talking about my older husband dying.
We actually have a photo. Can you hide that? We have a photo of him in his Burger King in one of his establishments.
Wait, let me see.
That's great.
You know who he looks like?
You got to look at it in the.
You know who he looks like?
Yeah, who's he look like?
The famous actor. He's in White Chicks.
Mm-hmm. You know who I'm talking about.
Reese Witherspoon?
Terry Crews.
She was not in White Chicks.
Oh, okay.
No, what's
Terry Crews?
This is killing you.
That guy looks like Terry Crews?
Yeah,
right.
you have Terry Crews
Eric, can you pull up the
vibes,
video?
too.
Start from the beginning if you can. Just pull it back a little bit.
Women have dating on easy mode. You guys have that shit on easy mode.
Okay, maybe a woman
that you?
can have really easily, but to actually date and to find a man that's going to commit to you and do all those things is extremely hard. Versus if you're a good man, and the standards for a good man are the bare minimum, you could find a girlfriend like that.
Yeah,
from
that's
a woman
true,
to find a boyfriend, it's oh my god.
I mean, I don't think
if you're a guy, you have a little bit of game, right? You get a girl on a date. Girls are so easy to please. Just to be nice.
Women are easy to please.
If you're just nice and buy dinner, I feel you're good to go. As a guy, and if she likes you, then it's
just buy dinner. That's it, guys. All you gotta do is buy dinner, or be nice.
Yeah, the one
you need a lot more.
It's because girls say what they want is a guy to bring her flowers, do all this stuff for her. But I swear, when a guy does that to a girl, she won't. She might very well might be turned off from it.
All right. Agree, disagree. What do you guys think? Let's start with Rin.
It's just again the conversation about men and women, they're all so different. I don't know, I don't have any thoughts.
Okay, so she said, let me prompt it a little bit. She said that as a guy, if you're a good guy and you're just nice and you buy dinner, you can get a girlfriend like that. Agree or disagree?
I actually agree with that.
Sophia?
If you meet the girl's standards, yes, and you're nice.
But she's saying that's as if she's the standards are so low for men.
Are you gonna? I mean, I think you need. I don't know. You need to have a good personality on top of that. You can't. I don't know. Just because you buy me dinner doesn't mean I'm automatically gonna date you.
Right.
Or just because you're nice, you can be nice. I don't have to. I'm not. interested in every nice guy, you know what I mean?
But she's saying it's really easy for guys to get girlfriends.
Yeah. I think she was saying that there's not very many things that you need to do to impress girls. Like what she's saying, a guy's opening a door for her, is that very hard? It impressed her.
Right, but that's not the only thing. So I totally disagree with this TikTok girl. I think that a woman of high value, it takes a lot more than just going to dinner. It takes everything for me to like really want to be with a person and spend time with them and call you my boyfriend. I have to really like you, and that has to be for several reasons. So no, you're not going to get a girlfriend just because you buy them dinner. But
she's saying it's easy for guys to just get a girlfriend.
Yeah, I totally disagree.
Okay, Stella, any thoughts?
I'm confused. Am I elaborating on like some guys will get a girl flowers and she won't care, that'll gross her out, or? No,
the main thing is she says, whereas it's very easy it's maybe hard for men to get sex, or it's easy for women to get sex, it's hard for women to get a boyfriend. It's easy for guys to get a girlfriend. All they have to do is be nice, buy
nice
dinner.
Guys never win.
Well, that's true.
You know, so I don't think so.
Nice guys finish last.
Yeah,
Yep.
Nice guys finish. That's what I was going for. Nice guys finish last, and that's like a hard truth because, of course, I'm over here. I want a nice guy, but then someone's too nice, and I'm like,
yeah,
you know. So no.
I disagree. Also.
Disagree with her.
Yeah.
Okay, so agree and agree. You two agree. Easy. It's easy for guys to get a girlfriend.
Yeah, I just think girls are so like down to like love somebody. You know what I mean?
Bruv.
I agree with that.
Wait, Eric, can you pull up the that cartoon, the comic photo? It's related to this. So this is kind of the encapsulation, I think, in the dating marketplace.
She doesn't want any of those ones. She wants the one that doesn't want her.
But here's how the guy one looks. The guy is sitting there saying, I'm so lonely, and there's nobody at the door. That's the difference between men and women. Most men are like invisible to you guys.
They should become gay.
That's a...
Just kidding. I don't know what you want me to answer that.
But, okay, so easy for a guy to get a girlfriend?
If they're... I don't
No,
know.
I'm asking just to clarify. That's what you said before, right? You said before that it's easy for a guy to get a girlfriend. Yes.
I'm not saying like the bare minimum like gets you. I mean, like, I don't know.
You just rejected my marriage proposal, by the way.
Yeah.
So clearly,
you should have said yes.
Are you shipping?
Would you marry him?
Are you shipping?
Yours,
I kind of am, Sophia.
Wait. Oh shit.
Would you take her on a date? She's my friend.
Yeah, she's cute.
Are you gonna pay?
I would pay for Sophia. Yeah.
Would you open her door?
And one thing on the
Would you open her door?
One thing on the providing thing, though, I just want to add to this. Like, I'm making enough money that like my partner, like I'm prepared to provide for her. Like I can provide for everything.
Like totally.
She doesn't have to work.
But would you be interested in an unemployed woman who's, well, I guess, okay, she's not a student and unemployed.
She's not a student and not employed.
She kind of does nothing. But she's real cute.
Unambitious, lazy.
Doesn't add anything to the table, but super fertile.
Fertile.
Super fertile.
Yeah. Oh wait, I'm
Super
sorry. You didn't want
virgin.
kids. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure if I'm trying to have kids at this moment, but it's not like if a girl is ambitious or she's successful, it's not a deal breaker for me.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying like I necessarily want a girl that's just sitting around the house like doing nothing.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't necessarily be a deal breaker. In the same way that's not necessarily a deal breaker if a woman's like very successwell. So in and out after the show, what's up?
Yeah. It's kind of late tonight.
Don't you have a test due at midnight?
Oh shit. Okay. All right. Well,
But you guys can like
take it.
later.
Can you take her test for her? What is it?
what is it?
Psychology.
I can take it.
I wouldn't do that. That would be dishonorable. And okay, where were we? What were we talking about? What?
I disagree. I don't think it's very easy for a man to get a girlfriend.
Okay. All right. Allie, did you have a thought on the video or?
You know, single people give a lot of opinions online and remain single. Like, man, what can he do? What can he say?
All right. Does anyone have any final thoughts here before I wrap up?
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool.
I think you guys should go on a date.
Whoa, shipped. Hold on,
I'm
wait.
shipping it. I think it's so cutesy.
Oh my gosh.
Sophia, this is romantic. This is cute.
Okay. Let's get that last super chat. Hector, thank you for the 50. Allie, do you want to read this one?
Hector Delgado says, Allie, you have a great mindset, and I was happy to see you on this podcast. Wish you on this pod while Bangs was here. That chick is hella delusional. Anyway, Sophia, I'm glad you said no to Brian. Sophia, my type for real. She wouldn't have to work. Yeah, I actually did want to talk to Bangs. I think she's nihilistic, and I think that, kind of breaks my heart, and I want to tell her that love is real. Yeah.
She hasn't said no
Hector.
yet, Hector. Okay.
They're working on it.
Hector's going to swoop in. All right, expect a DM from Hector after the show.
I'm excited.
I invited Bangs on actually tonight, but I guess she's sick. I think I will do a round 3 with Bangs at some point. Eric, did another one come in or is that it? Hide those. Or wait, did the one from Destined come in as a what's it called? Yeah, but I mean he's being a little hide it. Let's try to keep it semi-respectful, guys, with the donations. I'm sorry, Defok, but you're being a little. I'm gonna have to set up something in the Streamlabs to, I don't know, filter out some certain words there. But all right, okay. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Anybody? Final thought before I wrap. We did go late, so appreciate your guys' patience here. Anyways, guys. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Thank you all for watching. You could have been doing anything else, but you were here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats and supports the show and donates. Really appreciate it, especially since YouTube and TikTok has us demonetized. Thank you to all our chat mods. Thank you to Chaz. Thank you to the panel. Really appreciate your patience. We did go late. I'm trying to bring it back down to 3 hours. It's just the conversation continued. We got another one from Mike Davis here. Go ahead, Stella, read this.
Ginger, you're making a grave mistake.
Sorry.
I can show you the world. Your little sissy boy can show you a fire station. Buffoon probably manages the hose. You know how hard it is to manage the hose? That thing will blow you backwards. Moving on. What's good, girl? Second to the right. Sophia, you seem dumb and naive. No, she's not up for some Mike Davis. I'll say no for her. Go fuck yourself, Mike. Sorry, excuse my language. No, Mike. I like my firefighter.
Mike,
and
that
she likes
wasn't
Brian.
nice.
So.
Sophia, do you have a response to Mike Davis?
I'm going to say no. And I'm also not dumb nor naive. Thank you.
It's going to be a no.
Does the whole him owning 40 Burger Kings in North Carolina change anything?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
40 Burger Kings.
I'm not allowed to eat when I was younger, I wasn't allowed to eat at Burger King because Nabisco owns them. Or not Nabisco, something about how they moved their main corporates to somewhere else so they didn't have to pay as many taxes. And
what?
I don't know. My dad wouldn't let me eat there.
All right, Mike Davis, thank you, man. Okay, big thank you again to the panel. Appreciate you guys. We did run a bit. Can you hide? Oh, there's another one. Okay. All right. I guess if you keep the super chats going, we continue the show. But Sam the Victim, thank you for the €50, man. Greetings from Germany. Hold on, I got something for you. Wait, Sam. Shit. All right. I'll read this with the pickle haba. Don't worry, guys. World War I, not World War II. Relax. Okay. Greetings from Germany. Thanks for your content. Men have a rough time in dating and social media expectations about what dating is and what a man is supposed to do. Make it super difficult to fulfill the fantasies of women these days. Dankeschön. Thank you. Is that thank you? Danke?
I don't know.
I think so.
Does anyone here speak German?
No. My sister does.
What is the
Dankeschön, that means thank you.
Oh, all right. All right. Don't worry, guys. World War I helmet, okay? It's not in World War I, the bad guy is a bit more ambiguous. It's a bit more anyways. Okay. Thank you, Sam. Really appreciate it. Guys, we will be live again. Can you hide that, Eric? Thanks. We will be live again Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. We will see you next time. Have a good night, guys. Oh, that was awkward. Have a good night, guys.